Yes, it worked. Finding Gnosis.
Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
For the music round.
Hello everybody, welcome to another episode of the Finding Gnosis show. I do hope you are exceedingly well. Today, the question, if you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a would you choose to end all unwanted suffering? That is the question. Do come on and talk about that if you want to. Otherwise, sit back and listen. Hello to all of you who are in the audience so far. I'll step up. Kugaduma says, "Look, everyone, he found Gnosis. It was on YouTube. Who knew it would be so easy?" Yeah, so there's a few in the live chat. Good to have you guys here. Let's see who's here. D Prophet says, "Cheers, mates." He says, "Bless the maker of the universe and all they have made. May the everlasting light of the creators, love, slather down upon you in the warmth of knowing the one divine truth."
Nasty man ignoring
he says
me.
that truth is D Prophet is always right. Pamela says, "Love you, D&W. Love you." Good to have you here, Pamela. Divine says, "Divine love and blessings to all who read this." Hello to Soap Bubbles. Mike Dunnigan says, "Danny. Yes. Global Solidarity says 1.5 degrees Celsius above the norm today. And they say in 2040, it will be 2 degrees to 3 degrees centigrade above normal. And they say plus 4 degrees centigrade will eliminate all life on the surface of the planet. And they say that's scheduled for 2000, the year 2100. Sorry. Yvonne, good to see you. They say, may the force be with you, finding Gnosis. Thank you. Nobody says war is the norm. Guys, if you want to support the show, keep us running, you can click on the link in the live chat and send a voucher to Finding Gnosis Society at gmail.com. The link is in the live chat. It tells you how to do it. I would appreciate that. Chickpea, you're on the Finding Gnosis show. The question is, if you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result of your actions, would you pursue
You know I
the
would.
end of all
You know I
unwanted
would.
suffering?
Yeah,
Chickpea,
I
I'm
would.
asking you directly.
Yeah, I
Why on
would.
earth would you do that?
Well, I can't. I can't do it, but obviously I can't do it. Well, I think we should all stop breeding and then just go extinct quietly, like David Benatar said. Just stop
There's a
breeding, all
difference
of
between
us.
that and like actively ending everything if you had an opportunity.
Well, that does
And
it,
I'm
doesn't it?
asking
So
you.
you'll stop. Yeah,
No,
I
you can't
think.
you can't control other people's actions. You can't control
No,
whether
I
they
know I
breed or
can't, but
not. I'm
that's the
asking you,
only
if
way.
you had this godly power, if you had this godly power,
Oh, you didn't
would you
say if
choose
you
to
had
end
godly
all
power.
Well, obviously, it would be a godly power, wouldn't it? It
No.
goes without
Well,
saying. It's implied in the terms of what I said. If you had the ability to end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result, would you choose
yes,
to do it? Is that not a
yes.
godly power? Is that not a power
No,
above the above humankind at the moment?
I suppose so. You say so. Sorry.
Would you choose to do it, guys? The link is in
Yes,
the
I
chat.
would.
Do come on.
Yeah, I think we should go extinct. Actually.
Why?
Well, you know that about me. You know that
I
I
don't
think
know
that.
why, Chickpea.
Oh, the grump you are today.
Well, I mean, there's people listening, Chickpea. Have empathy for the listener. They don't know you from Adam.
Well, you know me. That the only way that the only thing that will stop the suffering of animals on the animal kingdom is the annihilation of humanity. You know how I feel about that.
So you'd leave the animals behind, would you?
Of course I would.
Okay, so you're not actually
And I know
ending all
animals
suffering.
kill
But
each
then
other, but they
again, they
don't
don't.
factory
Animals
farm
don't
each.
really. Sorry.
I know animals kill each other, but they don't factory farm each other and experiment on each other and use each other to, do whatever with. They don't do those sort of things. Only we do that.
Yvonne says it is. Sorry, they ask, is humanity worth saving, or is it time for a change? Okay, here we go. Fatima, you're on the Finding
Hi,
Gnosis show.
Fatima.
It's a difficult
Hi.
question. Think about it
Yeah,
carefully.
it
Don't be
is.
glib in your answer. Really think about it. If you
I
could end
will.
all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result, would you choose to end all unwanted suffering?
Hmm. Hmm. Unwanted suffering. Huh. Well, I'll go by step. I'll go with the humanity part for if humanity goes extinct, there's still going to be suffering out there in the wildlife, right? Animals kill each other all the time. That's the problem. Wild animals suffering. So I don't think unwanted suffering is going to go away because I also believe that I'm leaning towards the idea that wild animal suffering is like bad too. So it's not going to get rid of all of unwanted suffering, or like unnecessary suffering. So I would say no, just out of the fact that it's not a pragmatic solution towards like the problem of suffering, I guess you can say, in the world or in our world.
No, no, I'm giving you the magic wand. Don't worry about pragmatism. You've got a magic
Oh,
wand that could literally do it.
I got a magic one that I
I'm
can
asking
actually
you, would
do
you?
it. Mm,
Yeah, you've got a magic wand that literally means you can end all suffering, all unwanted suffering. Sorry, because obviously people aren't too bothered about like, getting aching muscles after being at the gym or whatever. But if you could end all unwanted suffering with the wave wand, but as a result, it means all humanity goes extinct. Would you wave that wand?
Sure, if nobody's gonna get hurt by it, right?
What about people's own, right to decide the destiny of their life? You'd override that with your choosing, would you?
But like if it's like a painless one, then I don't think it's gonna be that much of an issue. And like, would they even know that they're gone? You know, because you did say it was a magic wand after all.
It's a magic wand, but I'm asking you, would you override other people's objection to just wave the wand?
uh, I mean, sure, why not? You know, if it's yeah,
Okay, Fatima would wave the wand. Witchy
yeah.
Bishy, do you want to come on here? Witchy Bishy says no, she wouldn't. Witchy Bishy, I really appreciate you coming on at this stage to give us your views on the matter.
Why don't
Really
you come on,
interesting.
Wishy? Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah,
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
that's just my belief. Yeah, like, and I'm not
But
going to.
why?
Thankfully,
But why would you do
what?
that? Why would you? Why would you choose to do that?
Why? Why would I do that? Because I am still somewhat of like a skeptic of like humanity, like as anthropic. So there are some days, not all the days, where like maybe if like humanity was not here, and like maybe things wouldn't be as bad for the, or maybe if like no life was here, which includes animals, and I'm saying life in general, then maybe there wouldn't be problems, you know, in the world if it was just like rocks and plants and water just here, right? You know, I don't see as like a controversial statement, you know, because like there's no more like pain, suffering, warfare, greed, AI take over and like destroying each other, right? There's no more like chemical warfare and like, you know, stuff like that. And like psychological illness, right? So I'd rather have none of that than all of that, you know?
Uh, Divine, if you could come on here, darling, I'd appreciate it. Divine says absolutely not. There is no way she would end all unwanted suffering if it meant humanity would go extinct as a result. She says it's the creator's job, it's the creator's work.
Which creator?
She's not getting involved in the affairs of the Almighty. Local experimentalist is here. Good to have you here, brother. Do come on and perspective. He said suffering prompts us to change our behavior, and maybe that needs to be done sometime. But one might ask,
Yeah.
why? Is it not to avoid more suffering? That's the question. We have Pristine. Pristine, you are on the Finding Gnosis show.
So,
If you could end all unwanted suffering, Pristine, but humanity went extinct as a result of your actions, would you choose to proceed with that aim of ending all unwanted
No.
suffering?
No, I wouldn't.
really?
I'm not like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm not suicidal. And I don't want to cause others harm either. So I wouldn't like just end everyone and myself. I think that there's a lot of beauty to reality despite the suffering. So yeah, I wouldn't do that personally.
So you would view it as the act of a suicidal maniac.
Yeah. If someone wanted to do that, yeah, I
Interesting.
think so. I mean, yeah.
Interesting. Fatima, is that how you would term yourself, considering you said you would end
I
all
don't think
unwanted
so
suffering if it
because
meant
like
the extinction of...
I don't think so because you did say it was like a magic wand, right? And I would imagine that would include no harm being done to me and everyone else, right? It'd be like a poof, you know, right? It's almost like what happens whenever like you ever seen Dragon Ball? Yeah, well, I think I'm the other one that's Dragon Ball Super, right? Whenever like the God Creator just like wipes out like everything and like they just become dust. Yeah, you know. That's how I imagine
What do you
that.
think of that, Pristine? Hello to brother Marcus. He says, salutations, DW. Well met. A most welcome reprieve from the hollow theatre of the day. I
Well,
like
hey
it.
brother Marcus, what's up? How you doing?
What an entrance! What an entrance
Yeah.
into the live chat. Good to have you here, mate. You come on here ASAP. Local experimentalist says, if all suffering stopped, why would we need to go extinct? Um, there
Oh
you go.
yeah.
That question is posed, but that
To
question
me?
hasn't. We haven't touched that. But I do agree. I mean, why not work towards a green button solution where everything is okay, or trying
Hmm.
to make everything okay, rather
You
than
mean
trying
like
to everything.
you mean like transhumanism, where like we find a
I
way to
suppose
like
so. Maybe he can come on. Maybe he can come on and
yeah.
discuss
Because
that with us.
believe it or not, like I'm kind of interested in the topic of transhumanism because like is there actually a way to eradicate suffering and still be alive? Because sometimes I do like equate the two together, you know.
But aren't we talking about like magical stuff here? Because you're saying that like if we could just wave a wand and magically end humanity, which is not actually possible. Like now, at least, it's not possible unless you consider. In that case, when you end yourself, then you end everyone else inside your dream. If this is a dream and it's just you, then you end everyone by taking your own life because it wasn't real, anyways. But if we're talking about a conventional sense where everyone is real and outside of yourself, then and we're including magic, then why don't we just include magically taking away suffering? Because like, aren't there like aliens and entities who don't suffer? Like, why don't they suffer? Why do we suffer? So maybe there is a possibility that even without magic, maybe already uh, lack of suffering exists in other entities, and for some reason we don't get that luxury, but we can maybe in the future. I don't know, maybe they did find advancements in transhumanism and that's some aliens are like us in the future. I mean, who knows? When you go round and round in circles.
Yeah.
Duke Reagan says, without suffering, there would be no need for empathy or humanity. It would be impossible to even hurt someone's feelings. Um, Witchy Bishy asked the question, death is no harm? She's a little
Well,
bamboozled.
well, you did say DNW was like a magic wand, so like I don't think that includes a painful death. It's just like a magical poof outside of
Well,
reality, right?
I suppose she's maybe stating the possibility that it's a harm to whatever objectives people had in life, whatever their desire was to perhaps change the course of reality. Maybe it's a harm to their life goals. You know, it
Yeah, I could
prevents
see
them
that.
from reaching fruition. Yeah.
I could see that.
Tony Whitcomb says, if humans went extinct, there will still be suffering for all animals either way.
Yeah,
Food chains will still carry on.
yeah.
Retro Divine Hazel is saying hello to you. Kenny Givens said this panel resembles the closest thing he's ever seen to a virtual mental
Wow.
hospital. Um, there you go.
Coming from him, that's a
Kenny, do you want to come
compliment.
Is
on?
that because
Kenny,
is that
Kenny, do
because
you want to
he's
come
on
on
the
here?
show?
Yeah, right.
Sorry. Hello to
I
Harry
said, is that
Baker, who
because
also says hello, chat and panel. Hope you're all well.
Thank you, Harry.
Skeptic Philosophy, good to have you here, mate. I hope you can come on.
Yeah.
Actually, are you backstage? Can you wave if it's? Can you hold three fingers up? Yes, yes. He says, "What's up, peeps?" I think he's backstage. I think it looks like the man in the. Here we go.
How
Is
goes
that
it?
you, Skeptic Philosophy?
Yes, sir. This is me.
Are
Hello.
you? Oh, great. Nice to have you here, brother. Because I have wondering if you'd ever grace us with your presence. Great to finally have you here.
Thanks for having me on.
Cuckoo
Robert,
Doomer.
the question is, if you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result of this magic superpower that you have, this waving off the wand to make all unwanted suffering. I want to emphasize unwanted suffering, not any
Sure.
old suffering, unwanted suffering. Would you want?
No. Uh, and I just think most of us have an internal like desire for humanity to continue. Plus, whatever replaces us, if something did evolve to the point of, I mean, it's likely you're gonna return the same level of suffering. So I mean, it's gonna come. Besides, if a tree falls, it's still gonna land on a deer. Sometimes it's still gonna land on animals. I mean, like you can't get rid of gravity. If the question is in any hypothetical sense, if it was possible at all, the answer is still no. But I don't think it's possible. I think in large part it's incoherent almost, because you can't have a down without an up, right? It's a contrasting thing. Suffering is a contrasted state. So getting rid of suffering might be impossible to start with. Just fundamentally.
Yeah, if we want to continue existing.
No,
Because
just getting rid of suffering may be fundamentally impossible. The reason that I say that is if you get rid of suffering, you don't have a state of joy. You don't have, you'll always have like this plateau thing that you're on this side.
No, that's what I meant as well. If you get rid of suffering, you get rid of the human, because it's a fundamental part of the experience of being human. Yeah. Okay, Robert, thanks for coming on. We'll go back to you in a while.
Yep.
I just want to go back to Cougar Duma. He's just arrived. Cougar Duma, what if you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a consequence of your action, and it may be in an instantaneous manner? You have a magic wand after all. This is the land of fantasy. Would you wave that wand, Cougar Duma?
Yeah, thanks for letting me on the show. Hi, everybody. No, I would not end suffering, wanted or unwanted or otherwise, with or without the stipulation of extinction. Because in my framework, suffering, eh, labeled however you want to, is actually the basis of evolution through natural selection. And even if you stipulate extinction, we wouldn't be here to have this conversation about how we're going to save us from suffering if we hadn't evolved through suffering.
There you go. So, surprises that the biological evolutionary scientist looks at evolution in his answer. Chick, there have been. You're outnumbered, Chickpea. There's 3 people here saying they wouldn't wave that one. They wouldn't end all unwanted suffering. What do you say to them?
I'm into animal rights.
How can you convince them, Chickpea? How can you convince these learned men? You are right. They are wrong. Tell me.
I can't.
Well, you could at least try.
Well, okay. I've been witching and twitching.
The fate of the universe is in your hands. The fate of the universe is in your hands, Chickpea.
Stop mocking me, okay, D&W. I have heard you say that this Earth is an absolute shit tip, or words to that effect. So why would humans want to live on a shit tip?
Well, it is a hellscape reality, but the problem is we are burdened by being the most intelligent species that has ever existed, and therefore it falls upon our shoulders to deal with the hellscape reality and make it as less of a hellscape reality for other life forms, not just our own. That burden is on our shoulders. We didn't choose it. It was imposed on us by the phenomenon of existence, Chickpea.
No, you're wrong there. No.
Okay,
nature,
so if there's no burden on us, if there's no burden on us to end suffering, why would you wave the wand?
D&W, nature did not invent factory farming or vivisection labs or horse racing, all the other shit as humans shove on the animal kingdom. Nature did not do that. We did that.
So you'd wave the wand because humanity.
Well, you know how I feel. You know how I feel about it.
You'd wave the wand because humanity is not vegan.
Yes. I'm afraid. Yes.
What do you say to that, Robert?
You're not gonna like it.
I don't know. I have a lot of thoughts about veganism. I think that morality and altruism is an evolved sense that there's no pragmatism to that specific selection of being more concerned with other animals than with human species. the reason that I say that is morality is a byproduct of natural selection. It is a byproduct of altruism in natural selection. And it seems to me veganism, especially veganism, that goes to the extent of that humanity should be erased. It's a dead end in evolutionary terms. It's an evolutionary dead end for that moral development. So I don't think that is all evolution is pragmatic to the individual species that is evolving, and that type of thinking is not pragmatic. It's self-deprecating. So I think it's a dead end in evolution.
Really?
So
No,
wow,
well,
so Robert,
yes.
you're basically someone who is a kind of supremacist. You
Not
favor
at all.
survival of the fittest. No. Well, I'm trying to get to grips with what you're saying. Are you saying that all a species' actions should be about that species surviving, or about the individual in that species surviving, and not concerned with other species? Because it doesn't make
No,
sense.
not at
Is that
all.
what you're saying?
To the degree that
Sorry,
we
Ken.
can be to the degree that we can be concerned with them, we should be. To the degree that scale is so tipped that we are talking about destroying humanity, it's obviously completely not pragmatic. It's
Okay, I get your
self-damaging.
point now. So
Right.
he's pro survival, Chickpea, and if the
Well,
human
thing is,
survival is at risk because humans favor other species,
yeah,
he
thing
wouldn't
is,
be
Robert,
pro that. He
okay.
would
I've got Robert, okay. If us humans
Mhm.
carry on doing this for these 92 billion animals a year, these land animals that have to be fed, the grain has to be grown, etc., etc., etc. If we carry on the way we are going to destroy this planet by simple virtue of the fact that the planet cannot support our behavior indefinitely. And our fresh water supplies are also being completely destroyed. And so,
Yeah, I agree with you.
Oh, thank
I
you.
completely agree. Here's the caveat though. Let's make the assumption that you did get your way on this and that it did happen. All of these farm animals that you want to protect, what would happen to them? They're no longer evolved or in a condition where they can survive in the wild. I think you'd be hard pressed to even name one of these animals that are farm fed animals that would survive through our extinction. I think all of them would die.
Yes. Okay. Well, we actually bring many, many cows into being every year, horses into being by raping them and getting them pregnant, etc., etc., etc. And well, I just don't like what we do, and I find it hard to live in a planet where it goes on, basically.
Sure.
And it's also what we do to horses. It's really I just find it very hard to be happy living in the knowledge that is going on. And I just
But our extinction and their extinction are linked at this point. There's just no way around that.
Yes, exactly.
Like if we went extinct, that species would go extinct. So now we're being concerned with the potential suffering.
No,
so
I don't think they would.
Which farm animal specifically do you think would not go extinct if we did?
I don't think anything would. Have you seen what we do to these creatures? Have you seen what we do to chicks? You know, the little male chicks that are born every day? You know what us fuckers do? And I say fuckers because we are fuckers. We
Can you name a
grind
breed
them to
specifically
death.
that would
Let
not
me
go
finish.
extinct?
We grind them
I
to
suppose
tens of
it would
thousands
depend
every day.
on the environmental pressures, Robert, where those animals exist, because there are some countries in Europe, I'm thinking of perhaps Ireland, for example, that don't really have many natural predators. If the sheep went free, if the cows went free, they probably would have a fair run, would they not? But in other countries,
there's some areas they might. Cows specifically. Some areas might.
So, it amazes me that as a species that we can be quite happy to do what we do to other sentient creatures, and I just find it very hard to live with.
I disagree with Robert.
LA, I'm just introducing LA here. He's speaking anyway, but LA is on the show. Go ahead, LA.
I disagree with him.
What's up, man?
I think the reason we have factory farming in the first place is because of human population. Human population is we're the only species that does not have a natural check on our population growth because of modern technology, because of medical interventions. So we can have unlimited population growth. And the only reason we have factory farming is because there's 8 billion people and you can't produce meat. you can't produce enough animal products without factory farming. But if we reduce the we reduce the human population, we would not be dependent on factory farming. It's not good for the environment, right? It's not good for the animals. We can't, like, the animals can't compete with us because we're basically imposing our will on it. So I would say the solution for our survival as a species, because we're not only harming animals, we're also harming ourselves. We're destroying the environment. Our way of life is being compromised through overpopulation. So it's not maintaining our survival. It's actually ensuring that we don't survive. We're destroying the planet. We're like, everybody keeps talking about global global heating, and that is directly caused by overpopulation. If it would be one thing if you were living like a primitive way of life, living off the land in a sustainable way, but when you're using fossil fuels and factory farming and all this stuff, that's a recipe for disaster. So I don't think that you're doing the human species any service by procreating, and that, like, you're basically breeding yourself into extinction. That's essentially what you're doing.
Thank you, LA.
I won't disagree with what LA and Chickpea both stated as general principles. I largely would say that they are correct.
Thank you, Kuka.
And here I'm not speaking as a vegan or a Gnostic or anything else. I'm speaking as a biologist. What they say is essentially correct. The only thing I would add as a clarification, not a disagreement, is that our problem does not derive from having 8,000 million people. It's not anything inherent to 8,000 million people breathing or drinking water or shitting that's caused the problem. It's that the way that we keep those many people alive requires continuous, uninterrupted application of fossil fuels to accomplish that feat. And we're not even reducing suffering. A lot of those 8,000 million people are suffering through their existence. But in the process of burning the fossil fuels to bring them into the world and keep them alive for whatever marketing purposes we're doing that, we have destroyed the planet.
Sure.
Right, and we also never would have gotten to this point, to 8.5 billion, without fossil fuels and modern technology.
Yes, exactly. You and I are not in disagreement at all.
Actually, no, I don't
I think
understand.
Robert wanted to say something, guys. Robert, you said you went to say something. Go ahead.
The problem with this specific question that you're asking here is, even if we did this and we had a period of calm, what we would get is like the animal farm, so to speak. The pigs would replace the humans, so to speak. We're going to get this again, even if the humans are gone. Like, this is going to be a problem again. It's a better chance for us to, rather than to have these extremes, to say that we need to gradually try to fix this problem. Because even if we just wiped ourselves out, and whatever species replaces us, when it reaches this apex, when it reaches this position, it's going to be back in the same boat. It would be far better that our species tries to fix this in our species' time. And I'm not opposed to genetic modification even. I think transhumans was the term that was used earlier. I'm not opposed to that. We need to graduate ourselves to another level. I don't disagree that we could, in large part, end a lot of this suffering, and we could slowly graduate ourselves. But as to think that there's some immediate quick fix that's going to be a better solution than hard, grueling work, it's just nonsense.
No, it's not.
Robert, I align strongly with you. Thank you for that. Well said. Go ahead.
It's not hard, grueling work. Like, if you think that you can just have infinite human population growth and that we are just going to have to sacrifice and just live a life of minimalism, that is the grueling sacrifice. It does not have to be that way. You could actually have a higher quality of life with fewer people. If there were fewer people, there would actually be more resources to go around, and nobody would have to sacrifice anything. The problem is that most people don't want to make that minor sacrifice. They don't want to. They could even, I would prefer that they didn't have any children, but even if they just had one, and it actually went below replacement rate, that I would actually make a substantial difference. But they don't want to do that. They want to have 2, 3 children, and people are living longer. So I don't even think that 2 is replacement rate.
You know
I
what,
think
LA? Oh, sorry, can't finish. I want to say I got something to say on this.
if people are living longer than ever, 2 is not replacement rate. It actually leads to population growth because you're living with your grandparents and your great grandparents. People are living longer than ever. So I would think you have to go below 2 in order to reduce the population. But I think people are focusing on economics, right? Because in order to, it's a Ponzi scheme, right? In order to sustain the economy, you need more people. I think that with transhumanism, maybe that may not be true in the future, but it's like, well, you need a younger generation to pay for Social Security, and you need like young workers to take care of the older workers. And it's like, at the end of the day, this whole Ponzi scheme is going to collapse.
Because LA, you know, you're saying about the 2.1 children, because I've been thinking that for years now. Sure, yeah, by 2.1 children all the time, we are doubling the birth rate. We're doubling up, aren't we, every 20 years or so? Surely, because that's how I see it. It's 2.1 children.
It's decreasing in the United States.
Throwing at us.
It's only replacement if, like, for example, there's like a couple, they have 2 children, and their children literally replace them. But that's not what's happening. You're not replacing your parents. It's like there's like 3 generations existing at the same time.
Yeah, and the scientists keep saying this, and it doesn't quite make sense to me, because I would have thought, yeah, I don't know.
Well, Chickpea, the 2.1 is a simple mathematical statement. One woman with her mate, in order to replace herself, that's just replacement. They use the word replacement. Is 2 children for herself and her mate, plus a fraction of a child, because some children don't make it to breeding age.
Yes.
So it's a simple mathematical rule of thumb.
Yeah, but I know. LA says.
Okay, but I'm agreeing with you. I'm saying that the 2.1 is dumb. It's stupid.
No,
because we don't die. We're not like salmon. Salmon to replacement rate. When the salmon breeds, it perishes. We don't perish. We're not doing replacement. We pile on. We keep piling on. And that's part of the problem.
Yeah. And the scientists keep saying 2.1, and I keep saying, no, that's not quite right. Should it be, we just have 1 child per couple at most?
That doesn't matter though, Cougar, that we stay here, because what you have is per population, the population that is given rise to, they're only given rise to 2. And I say 2 because we're going to have death rates that are going to happen sometimes before they have children. So the 2.1 is just something that's a maintainable number.
Okay, but it's only maintainable over a course of convergence. It's like an asymptote. The asymptote, if we just let this run, will probably be 15 billion people, twice what we have now. The problem is this, that when John F. Kennedy was president, there was about 2.5 billion people on the earth. We're now essentially 3 times that many. In less than my lifetime, we've tripled the population of the United States in under my own lifetime. And that obviously is not sustainable. If we do that again, from the Trump administration to 3 generations out, we'll be at 16 billion people. That's not doable. Obviously, there's something wrong.
Right. They need to stop calling it replacement, because it's not replacement. It actually leads to growth.
Hold on. It doesn't. I don't know why you're not understanding this. Those 16 generations cannot live. There cannot be a 16 generations existing. I mean, at best, you'll have 3 generations that are overlapping one another.
Right.
So it doesn't matter if they live to be 100 years old. If every one person is only giving birth to 1 person, you do not get growth. There's just no way around that.
No. That's not what it's saying. What it's basically saying is that replacement means that you're literally replacing yourself, and there is no actual growth. It basically means you traded your car and got another car, but it's like, no, there's actually 3 cars at the same time.
If a family of 2 people only have 2 children and that's all they ever have in their life, that is definitionally replacement numerically. It just is.
I guess I'm not. I mean, I'm not trying to be insulting, but that's not what they're saying. They're saying that you're literally replacing yourself and dying, and that there is no population growth, and it's not
That's
true.
correct.
It's not population growth, because when you look over like the span of 3 generations, there's actual population growth.
Mm-hmm. So what's the expectation here? Are you expecting it to go from 3 generations coexisting to 4, then to 5, then to 6 generations?
It's growth, because if
the expectation is,
like population still continues even after like a small reduction. Like it's just like leveling itself now. It's not going to completely stop. People will always continue having kids, right? You know?
Yeah, but at the 2.1.
Okay, but they won't.
How?
They won't continue having kids. They
How?
won't, because they've already exceeded the Earth's carrying capacity. We're only able to pull this off because of our continuous 100% for everything, all the time, every day application of fossil fuels. Without stored sunlight, we can't keep this up. When we can't keep this up, we die, and we die very quickly.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
This is a multi-dimensional problem.
Cuckoo Doomer, you would know a lot more about like the resources about the Earth than me, because like I have no knowledge about that. Yeah.
Okay, actually, to be fair, I'm not actually talking about the Earth's carrying capacity, although we could talk about that. Before we had fossil fuels, there were maybe 250 million humans on Earth, and they were already having an impact on the Earth. So that maybe isn't the carrying capacity for humans, certainly not modern humans. Stone Age peoples, literally, no metals or fewer metals, 250 million people. That's probably the carrying capacity for the Earth. They were not able to do a lot of damage to the Earth. Now, if we were to stop burning fossil fuels so that our 8,000 million has to drop to 250 million because we're not modern anymore, I think we crash right through 250 million. I think we go to 80 million. I'm just using rough figures here because 80 million is 1% of the current population.
Wow. That's good math.
That's math, folks. Just doing the math.
Hell yeah.
Just doing the math. That's all I ever do. This isn't fear mongering. I'm being a biologist and a mathematician.
It's not. Yeah, like I'll do my own research, but like you definitely, do have information ready like to go. Like it's like your ammo, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, but that's why I'm here. I don't want to beat people up with it. I'm just trying to represent. That's all.
Okay.
So we've already had a major decrease in the United States in multiple different ones. And I'm not saying it's near close enough, but what's going to happen as resources begin to shrivel up and it's more difficult and it's more financially burdensome to have children, you're going to see that greatly decrease. And you're going to see poverty, obviously, on the uprise. You're going to see suffering on the uprise. But that's all a part of it slowly but surely hitting that population wall that the Earth is capable of.
Wait, Robert, you say that if like the standard of living goes down, if like the poverty increases, the birth rate will decline. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we're seeing that happen presently. Well, I just put some statistics.
Then how do you explain like Africa, where it's relatively poor and like people still continue to have above replacement rate? Like those people still have kids, but like they're very poor and their infrastructure is not very good.
And I just want to afford to maintain those children even in that environment. Whereas in the United States economy and environment, we wouldn't be able to maintain 5 children in those environments.
But really,
I just want to break down the math. I just want to break down the math. So if you start out with a couple having 2 children, right, then their children have 2 children. That's 4 people. Right. And then the next generation has 2 children. So by generation 3, you're up to 8 people. That's not replacement.
Right.
Well done,
how many generations can exist at one time before one of the generations die?
Right. So how is that replacement?
You can do it with quarters if you like. You can put it on the counter, and you can get the 8 quarters there. Let's say if you got 3 generations, let's just count your family, okay? And you and your spouse or your significant other, and you have 2 children. They have 2 children, and they have 2 children, okay? You're going to have a little bit of a problem there, actually. Your last generation though is going to die off, whether it's the 3rd generation or 4th generation. You're not going to be able to stack more than that at one time.
Well, I think I'm being modest because a lot of people are actually not just having children; they're actually having three, and then
I understand
and then
that.
you can
We're
also
talking
have a
about with
fourth
children.
generation. There are people. Whoopi Goldberg is in her 60s. She's a great grandmother already. So it's like it actually is worse than what I'm saying. You could actually have 16 um, descendants from that first generation.
So you're talking about 16 generations coexisting at the same
No,
time?
not 16 generations, 16
Okay.
people, meaning you've already gotten to the third generation and now they're procreating. So that could turn to 16.
If one person generates one person, I don't understand how you.
Okay, let's just do the math again. The first generation, they have two.
He's saying if they have 2 kids, then those 2 kids have 2 kids each. That's 4. And then if those 4 kids have 2 kids each, yeah, it goes on like that. 8 and then 16. In 4 generations,
you're still
right?
gonna. Yeah, you can still only stack so many in there, and your back generations are going to fall off.
Yeah, but
Objective
I don't be
Ethics, good to see
funny.
you in the live chat. Hope you can come on. He
Objective
says the next step to the technological singularity is biomechanics, which will lead to 5 or 6 generations of people concurrently in existence. Can you imagine that? 5 or 6
Exactly.
generations?
Numbers, if that
And,
happens.
and imagine if each of those people lives to be like 80 or 90 or 100.
Yeah.
I mean,
My grandmother did. Yeah.
No, Robert, it is an interesting thought. There will come a time when, if humans get extended life ability, and they can live to 150 or whatever, maybe more, it will become a dilemma when to have kids, how many kids to have. I think that will be on like a real dilemma. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But you'll also have things that'll even mess with that 0.1 ratio. You'll have viruses like we got a new strand right now of COVID. You'll have these virus outbreaks that'll happen ever so often that will wind up knocking those numbers down even greater.
That's true as well, because the more we become overcrowded, the more likely there is to be some kind of virus.
That's the point that I was pushing back originally. In nature, that would be the case, but because of modern interventions, that's not going to happen. They're going to create a new vaccine, so there's no die-off.
That may be true as well, Robert. We may get to the biotechnological advanced stage where we can deal with any virus or any, you know what I mean? Potentially, hypothetically.
You're not going to hit a solid hard wall, though. You're going to hit a very damaging, progressive, slow wall that is going to stop population growth. It's not as if it's going to all just, it's a screeching halt. There's not enough, food for everyone simultaneously. It's not going to work like that.
No, you're going to have food. It's just that it's not going to be ideal about how it's produced. So, you're going to have factory farming. You're going to have more chemicals and pesticides in your food. It's just going to be more ecologically damaging.
I think the truth is, and we haven't addressed this, when it gets to that stage, when we are living that long, there's going to be some kind of system involved in perhaps licensing having children. It's probably going to come in.
Really? You think that DW? Why?
I reckon there'll be a kind of societal restriction put on it. There'll be some kind of control mechanism in, because if we are living that long, we could become hyper overcrowded to the degree that it threatens our survival. As a societal issue, it probably will be dealt with. I mean, it'll probably be dealt with not just politically, but even just the average Joe on the street will have a moral view on it,
Wait, so
stigmatized. It'll probably be stigmatized to have too many children. And
they're
by that
correct.
stage, who's to say we won't be all born in
test tubes,
laboratories, or
out
of body wombs,
Out of body wombs, artificial wombs,
They are creating a dystopian nightmare, but we're not going to have freedom because they're basically destroying it to where everything's going to have to be regulated because they don't want to constrain themselves. So everybody's going to have to give up their freedom because they don't want to take any responsibility. They want to breed without any restrictions whatsoever. they say overpopulation is a myth. It's not a myth. You just haven't seen it yet. We're eventually going to hit a brick wall where you're not going to use
Yeah, but
technology.
we're granting it seems to be a problem environmentally, but if humans find a way to deal with all the waste, if they find a way to deal with all the energy problems, and a way to deal with the food and all the things that are the problems, we could become a higher population.
But
Surely,
that's what they did.
if we find solutions.
They found a solution, which was factory farming, and now they're complaining about how it's
But
unethical.
if they move beyond that, for example,
Okay,
to
but even if you find another solution,
getting protein from very fast-growing algae, for example, there are
all
other
these
ways of doing it.
solutions, I'm just tired of them trying to like sidestep the actual problem, which is overpopulation. Because every solution they come with,
No, I
it
mean
creates more
another way
problems.
of looking at it, LA, is mismanagement.
Right. So
Things are being
so
managed.
management
LA,
just
why you're upset on this?
management creates a dystopian nightmare where the state is going to have to control everything.
Right. Well, people aren't going to manage themselves on this subject. And if you think there's a magic wand you could wave to make people have self-control, by all means wave it. But if it's not going to happen, then you're going to have some authority on this that is going to have to regulate it. So as much as we don't want that, and as much as we want to be able to have our own freedom and autonomy on that, if we're not taking responsibility along with that, it's going to run into that something is going to have to regulate this.
Right, but the only thing
I forgot we have to bring that into it. The reason this guy's got a bee in his bonnet, Robert, is because he's an anti-state anarchist who doesn't want anybody to regulate anything. He wants to live in a state of nature.
State of nature.
Wipe his ass with lumps of grass, and eat berries at will, depending on what he wants to do. He doesn't want anybody to tell him what to do.
But the point I'm trying to make is that the very people who complain about like government oppression and they have children or they complain about anything, they're actually ensuring that they're going to create the very dystopian nightmare that they're complaining about. So if you care about freedom, then I would say don't procreate.
Okay.
May I?
I was just about to bring Witchy Bishy in. She's been waiting here. We need a female's voice. I know Chickpea's here, but she hasn't spoken for a while. We need another female on the team. Witchy Bishy, you can talk about whatever you want. Go ahead.
The first I'm going to address quickly is the question that you posted, and I'm going to answer it with a question, but don't answer it right away, please. My question is, what's wrong with suffering? I wanted to ask that when I was talking to LA last night too, but my phone overheated. What is wrong with suffering? So hold that thought. And the other thing I wanted to say is I firmly believe in eugenics. If we don't do something about the way we breed humans, we are going to breed ourselves into extinction.
Wait, but how do you even go about trying to control that?
That's the two things you want to say. The Absurd is here, aka Jay, aka J.E.
Jay,
you just start talking without being introduced, but you're bursting to say something of value, I'm sure, so go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. No, but yeah, I was just saying, well, how would Witch even try to control that? Like, you can't control the fact.
I can answer that quickly.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Like it, but I'll tell you what it is. You give every male a vasectomy at 12, and couples have to apply to have it reversed in order to have children.
Wow, you're actually like down for that?
Wow, for real? Bishy, you serious?
I firmly believe in eugenics. Yes, I believe.
Eugenics.
It's not going to happen because people won't permit it. It's not going to happen without tyranny and global governance. But I see that coming down the pot anyway.
The Leviathan, yeah.
Witchy, you have 5 children. How would you feel if the state said you're not allowed to have your 5 children?
I think that in the long run, the world may have been better off if I wasn't allowed to breed when I did. I certainly wasn't ready for it. And my kids did not, as much as I love them and I did everything I could, there were things that they lived without because I was not in a position to have kids when I started.
So because you were not able to exercise personal restraint, nobody should have freedom.
I don't know if you remember, LA, I told you last night that my firstborn child was the victim of, and I didn't put it completely in the right terms. I put it very politely, politically correct. but I was gang, whatever that word is, we're not allowed to say. And I had been told I couldn't have children because I'd had cancer, and I became pregnant from that incident. So my second child, I was on Depo-Provera shots, getting them regularly, and I still got pregnant. My fifth child, I had a tubal ligation, and I got pregnant with her. I just don't believe in abortion. I don't want to kill nobody.
Wow, I'm sorry that
So,
those things happen to you.
Wait, Wishy Bishy, I have a question for you. If you had your way, I'm speaking hypothetically, would you enforce your eugenic policies and ideas on like the population or no?
Yes, I believe they need to be enforced on the population. I
Whoa,
believe it has to be
enforced
like,
by the state. Wow. Okay.
yeah, I'm a statist, so I don't have
So
a problem with the
you'd make
state being
every
enforced that we
12-year-old
do
boy
that.
have a vasectomy. There'd be a special day at school where they get taken
By
down the
force?
corridor.
Without their, even if they don't, even if they don't.
Manhandled, I add, by the big burly nurse and her assistant, whether they like it or not.
A little shot in the
them.
butt. You won't have to manhandle them too much.
I want to clarify what Witchy said. So you had 5 children. Are you saying that none of your 5 children were created like voluntarily, like they were all just like
I
like,
did not plan any of them. There was never a let's sit down and go get pregnant moment. There was never oops, I forgot to bring a condom. I was on birth control for most of my life. When I had my third child, I got, after having him, I had cervical cancer, and they burned off part of my cervix. They told me I probably wasn't going to be able to conceive and that I couldn't use birth control anymore because the cancer and the estrogen and hormones and all that crap. So my husband and I were using condoms because we didn't want any more. We already had 3, and I got pregnant again. And we had an appointment to go and have the procedure done. And we woke up in the morning and neither of us could go. We just looked at each other and I'm like, I can't do this. And he's like, good, because I can't either.
I don't mean like
finds a way.
I think
Life finds a way. LA, the force will come, whether
Right.
you like it or not, in
she
some
must
form
she
or
must
other.
be the most fertile woman on Earth.
Duma,
Like
Cougar Duma says that they chose to come through. He's a scientist, a biological.
It's kind of weird to say that.
Evolutionary scientist.
Well, my son
Cougar
did
Duma-
tell me. My son did tell me when he was like 3 or 4 years old. He looked at me and he was telling me something that I didn't understand, and I was like, "Where did you learn that?" He goes, "Oh, in the school, Mom." I'm like, "School? You've never been to school?" And he's like, "Oh no, before I met you, where I picked you and Dad to be my parents."
Escuela.
Like
What?
I think you're like the most fertile woman on Earth. It's almost like you have a super vagina or something. Like like every man should.
You might be one of those
know-
triple X females.
that
Are there
2%
these women who have 3X chromosomes and they're really like? Are they really fertile? I believe. Have you heard of those women? But
I've heard
Cougar
of them
Duma's here.
before.
Cougar Duma, tell us about the triple X chromosome
And
women that are out there.
when I was at my last pregnancy, I was put on.
I've heard
I
of
was
that.
older. I was called what was it called? Something just geriatric maternity or something like that. And I met this woman who had naturally 4 sets of twins. She was in her 50s and was having her 5th set of twins.
Wow. Wow.
Life finds a
Over
way.
half a century old, and she's popping out another set of twins. Wow.
Wow. Well, that's not
Cougar Duma,
surprising.
as a little sideshow, do you know anything about these triple X chromosome women that are walking around the place?
No, I haven't heard anything about that. In general, if that's the kind of chromosome anomaly someone has, it means they have an extra X chromosome that's floating around. It's not paired properly. Now, with women, since they already have 2 X's, a third X, it's just better that way. The problem would be that if it's expressed in their eggs, then there would be some of their offspring that half of their offspring would be chromosomally damaged at birth. So it's not something that you want, and it's not something that probably is going to work for most breeding females. As for the twinning, that's an interesting thing. Twins run in families, I've heard. Some families have more of them, or maybe some women. It has nothing to do with their husband, I don't think. Some women have more twins than other women, and that trait runs in families, I have heard.
Well, one of my aunts gave birth to 3 kids at once. She gave birth to triplets at once. Yeah, and she had another one.
Yeah, well, the twins, both identical twins and fraternal twins, and also triplets, are not impossible. Ovulation is hormonally driven, and it's kind of a mechanical process. A woman does have two ovaries, so the timing of who gets to go first, order of operation is driven by hormones, and it doesn't always work. Sometimes it misfires.
The momos, that's what I call hormones.
Guys, I want to ask JE, the question that is the show is based upon. If you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result of your actions, would you proceed with your action? Do tell us why not?
Oh, that's a really tough moral dilemma. Because on the one hand, even though I'm very much a pessimist, I still believe that other people have a right to, I guess, like be here and enjoy life if I enjoy life, even if I don't. So yeah, it's a tough question because on the other hand too, like I also sympathize and empathize a lot with everyone who is experiencing unwanted suffering. So that's a tough one, but I guess I would have to go with not making humanity go extinct, because then that would violate the rights of people who exist and want to exist, and I would feel guilty about you know having them die or be killed off because I'm trying to, I guess, save other people from unwanted suffering. Because if you look at it too, right, even a lot of people who are experiencing unwanted suffering, a lot of them are optimists, and a lot of them would say that they were happy to be born and enjoy life. So if I were to, I guess, get rid of all the unwanted suffering and make them go extinct, well then, that's it. I mean, it will be a good thing in that they're no longer suffering, but it will violate their right to life. You know what I mean? So I guess I would have to go with not making humanity go extinct, because I don't believe in violating people's rights like that.
LA, you agree with him, don't you? You wouldn't do it either, right?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if I were being purely consequentialist, then I probably wouldn't care about that. But ethically, I don't agree with using force.
Right.
Yeah, but like D and
What
W.
about if it was this? What about if it was this magic wand where
Yeah, I was
it's
gonna
like
bring
you
that up.
wave
Yeah.
it and like it exists, it doesn't exist, and like nobody knows, nobody finds out, it just happens.
I mean,
sorry, why would you
I would love to
line
be able to convince people through like moral persuasion, but I know they're not going to accept it. So I don't know. I personally would not do it myself, but if somebody else was going to do it, I just don't want to know about it.
Why would you draw the line at the extinction of humanity? Because
no, we're talking about all extinction.
Oh, sorry. By the way, guys, Average Idiot is here. Sorry, mate, I didn't introduce you, but go ahead, make your point. Sorry about that.
So the question was, if you could end all unwanted suffering, but it would mean the extinction of, I'm assuming you mean humans.
Yep.
You couldn't really. Why would you draw the line at just human beings? It's not only human beings that cause suffering on this plane of existence.
Okay, so would you? What we can extend the goal. We can extend the goalposts if you want. Would you? What if you could end all unwanted suffering, but as a result, all life in the universe went extinct?
Well, I would say that I personally view life as being a miracle of the universe. I think that on the grand scheme of things, based on the evidence that...
Oh, he cut out. Oh, he's gone.
You cut it. Oh, he's gone. Oh, okay.
Well, it
Hope he
sounds
comes
like
back.
somebody might have waved the magic wand at him. Perhaps.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't know. We'll
We'll
see. There's somebody
see.
backstage called Tom Price. Tom, you got to connect your device if you want to come on the show. Otherwise, you'll just sit there languishing backstage in a pointless waste of your time. Average Idiot, you're back on, brother.
Sorry about that. My
go-
cat stepped on my phone.
Can I just say, JB00, you do a lot of shouting and hollering in the live chat. Why don't you come on here and talk to us? Go ahead, Average Idiot.
So yeah, I think that when you look at the evidence that we have that suggests, because I mean the life that we see and observe on Earth is the only example of life that we have in the universe. Given that our observations of the universe are, admittedly quite limited, we've only been exploring that possibility for the last 100 years or so with any sort of scientific rigor. The idea that we could extinguish life, the only example of life that we know in the universe, would seem quite hubristic. And suffering is subjective. You may well, I don't know, say for example you have a month where your money's particularly low and you can't afford the internet that month, or you can't afford to go to the pub, or and all your friends are doing so. You might consider that to be suffering. You're suffering without that additional income, that additional expenditure. However, the rest of your lifestyle, when you compare it to someone living in worse circumstances than yourselves, that if they had your lifestyle, they would be saying that they certainly wouldn't be saying that they're suffering. They would be saying that they're living in luxury. So suffering's a subjective opinion.
No.
There is no universal definition of what it is to suffer.
Are you for real?
I don't compare myself to somebody who may be worse off. I only compare myself to somebody who was never brought into existence. I'm definitely suffering more than someone who was never created in the first place.
Yeah, but you're also enjoying life more than somebody who was never created in the first place as well.
No, I'm not. I'm not enjoying life at all.
Then I truly do feel sorry for you that you can't take joy and pleasure from even the simplest
not even
of things.
When you have LA, not even when you have a stiffy up your jacksy.
Oh, jeez.
I haven't done that, and and I haven't done that in a while. But that's so temporary. It's so fleeting.
Okay.
It's not justified.
You want a constant stream of contentment and happiness. That's what it seems you want. You want something that just beams ecstasy for all of your life. I mean, it's not going to happen, LA.
No, I'm talking about the totality of it. I don't enjoy life.
Okay.
Then I truly do. I feel sorry for you.
Life, man.
Because no matter how, and trust me, I have experienced suffering. I know what it means to bury a spouse. I know what it means to be ill. I know what it means to have endured abuse at the hands of someone who's supposed to care for you. I know what suffering is, and having lived through those things and survived those things, it in some ways it makes it easier for me to take joy in the small fleeting moments of happiness that I do experience, and make the most of those moments, and know that when you've got something to compare them to, the contrast is stark.
Right, but do you ever compare yourself to somebody who was not brought into existence?
well, somebody who hasn't been brought into existence has no sentience, therefore they don't experience anything, whether
Right.
that's
I'm
suffering
jealous.
or
I'm
joy.
jealous of them. I'm jealous of the people who were never brought into existence.
Then I feel sorry for you.
Right. I mean, there's a fundamental difference that are going to happen between two people. One person that would, if they had the choice, they would be born, and one that if they had the choice, they would not be born. There's a fundamental difference that I doubt we'll be able to reconcile on this show. But what I wanted to mention is something that Sigmund Freud, whenever he wrote addressing the Eden scenario, and he thought that Eden was it was an analogy of. Sigmund Freud talked about this will thing, that as soon as you want something, as soon as you want, there's a contrasting thing of what you don't want. So if you will for a thing, there are things that you don't want also. So I think the idea that we can have things that we want and that things that we don't want could exist, that's just impossible. It's like having an up without a down. I don't think it's coherent. I don't think it's possible to have not suffering if we have joy. I think that it's not possible.
Well, there's a third option, which is to not exist in the first place.
Sure, and that's your choice.
But you don't have a choice over that.
Well, I have the choice to not impose life on somebody else.
Well, of course, and that is your choice if you wish to make that choice, but you can't impose that choice or opinion upon other people.
I'm not trying to. I'm trying to persuade them, do more reasoning, but
there's
I'm
another,
not trying.
there's another option, Milady. You could pull your socks up and try to get on with it in a stoic fashion, with hope in your heart. With hope in your heart, trying to move towards contentment.
I have a question, Ellie.
And LA, I'm not quite sure you're willing to do that or trying in earnest to do that.
I'm confused because you're the one that calls this place a shithole.
It's an absolute hellscape reality in many ways. That doesn't mean you can't try and be content with your fight against it. Every day I wake up and I'm delighted I'm here to fight against hell.
Oh my gosh.
No, Dean Dubsy. Flustered right now.
I concur.
If I wasn't here to fight against hell, it would just be people like LA complaining.
Good, and then you complain your heart's content, sweetie. I don't
Hopium. You're on the Hopium, DNW.
Exactly. What is your question?
No. Listen to me. I know deep down my battle may be a losing one. I may lose, but at least I'm being valiant and honorable. I'm fighting a battle. I know deep down I may lose, and it may be absolutely horrific, but I'm doing the only thing sensible. I'm trying to fight the monster that is this hellscape reality, and it may beat me. In actual fact, if I was a betting man, it's highly likely it's going to beat me. The odds are there. Place a bet now. It's going to beat me one day. But at least I tried to fight that dragon.
I don't think that's true. I think I'm actually not just complaining. I'm also fighting against state oppression so that people can have a decent quality of life. I don't want people,
even if they are. I'm going to place you backstage because there's a couple of people waiting to get on.
Hey,
Sorry,
I'm actually
Christine, you haven't said it before.
Hey, DNW, I'm going to step off anyway.
Well, just one moment, Paul, because Robert. Sorry, we do need you here because Social Experimentalist has come on and we need some opposition to the dark forces that are circling the show. I'm not sure what Social Experimentalist is going to say now, but brother Daniel, you are on the show. If you could end all unwanted suffering, Danny, but humanity goes extinct as a result of your actions, what would you choose to do?
I don't know how anybody in their right mind would not choose to end all unwanted suffering.
There you go, guys.
Danny, are you an ethicist?
By the way, guys.
Somebody's called you a masochist, DNW. I knew you were.
Danny, are you an ethicist, by the way?
I'm just me. I'm not anything.
Take you out for walkies, DNW.
But you agree with him, like the whole red button scenario.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I really don't I don't see the point in answering the question because it just paints me into a corner.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just okay. I'll leave it at that.
I mean, it's a complicated question because, I mean, I think what I think that the best thing that can happen is complete change in the atmosphere that would render any sentience and to end sentience. Sentience is the problem. Sentience is a sick and twisted part of life. It's terrible. It's just so terrible, and it's pointless.
So, Danny, do you get? Can
Hold
I ask
on.
you something?
That's quite a profound thing to say. Chickpea, ask
quite
the question,
profound.
but then I want to go to like Robert because he's etching to go.
Danny,
Not really, but
Danny, are you happy? You know, you've got the children. So, are you happy that you have those children? That you have them? If you get what I mean. It's nice to have. Like, I'm on my own in life, and there are moments when I wish I had a couple of middle-aged sons just to have for the sake of it.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yeah, I do sometimes. And
Well,
yeah.
I'm devastated and completely broken that when I think about it, that I've started their lives. It's terrible. And it doesn't mean that I don't enjoy their company and you know I do, but
Yeah.
but I'm just I don't know. I can't even find the words that I've put them into this world. It's just a terrible thing that I've done, and it was pointless and it was reckless and it's just awful. I mean, thankfully, they aren't suffering too much yet at the moment.
How do they feel about that? Your emotions on that, Danny? How do they feel about you? You know, would you ever express to them that you feel that bringing them into this world was pointless? How would they feel about you making that statement?
They know that. Yeah, they know that I feel like that.
And does that cause them to suffer as a result of knowing that?
It causes them a mixture of things. Sometimes I mean, well, one in particular, sometimes they struggle with the idea, and sometimes they have fun with the idea. So, you know, my daughter in particular often tells loads. She's a very sociable person, and she tells lots and lots of people that her dad's into this philosophy because it's interesting. So they go back and forwards from it, but it's not a personal thing, you know, and it's the truth. It's the truth. And no, you know, all parents bring their children for no good reason. It's always selfish. It's a terribly selfish thing to do, and all parents do it. So I'm just unusual in that I've told the truth and I've apologized for it, and I apologize for it all the time.
But do you not think you're?
Can I just say something to Danny? Do you mind? Because that's a funny thing. Because I do sometimes think would be, but I didn't have children for selfish reasons because, to be honest, I'm too self-centered to look after anybody else, and I am. It's weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah. Do you agree? I mean, do you think that antagonism doesn't go far enough that, like, just appealing to ethics is not enough because people are not going to come to reason that maybe there needs to be some sort of intervention greater than that? Well,
I try and avoid answering those types of questions because, you know, they're so hypothetical and they're so outside of my realm of influence that I don't see what the point of answering those questions, because it pushes us into a corner, and then, you know, all sorts of claims can be made. That's number one. Number two, even if there was such a thing as a red button and could get rid of all humans, then you've got all the animals that are suffering, and maybe we're their only chance of salvation. So I don't know, right?
I don't think they want.
But what about something less extreme, like government regulation? Would you support that?
Yeah, absolutely, yes. But the governments are never going to regulate this. They'll never regulate it.
Well, I think once it gets out of control,
it is out of control. As I said on the last podcast, right? I saw a program yesterday, or a couple of days ago, about Dakar. I think I can't remember the name is. In Bangladesh.
Yeah, the horror show, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely horrific. 37 million of them. just
Wait.
sprawling all over the place. It's just completely out of hand, and
Wait, what?
nobody says anything
Sorry,
about
was
it.
that a documentary, Danny, you saw?
Yes.
Bangladesh.
Will you send that to me, please? Will you send that to me? I
Wait,
want to
sure.
watch that.
Danny, don't like over 170 million people live in that country of Bangladesh, where it's like so condensed and like as big as like this
Yeah.
as a U.S. state.
Yeah, this was the
Yeah.
biggest city. This was the biggest city in Bangladesh, and it was
Yeah,
just
I've heard that.
horrific. So painful to watch it, and what makes it so much more painful is that nobody's. There's loads of documentaries about, and travel documentaries about all these places and all these slums around the world, and nobody ever says anything about the true cause of the problem, which is parents.
Well, but they keep saying that it's a myth, that overpopulation is not real, and then when you show them real examples of it, they're just like, "Oh, well, it's just poor management. They just need to build more roads and more."
I know. It's
I
so
think that I think that the crux of the idea that there's an issue with overpopulation comes down to the falsely perceived scarcity of resources and the way that our economic systems control access to those resources. That, given the resources that are available, the carrying capacity of our planet is considerably higher than it is at the moment.
Yes, I know, but that's irrelevant as far as I'm concerned. Nobody should be bringing anybody into existence, and certainly not in a place like Bangladesh, where they've got 37 million people, which has doubled in the last 20 years, and they're living in slums. It's so vile and it's so retarded.
But that population that you're talking, that carrying capacity you're talking about, is only sustainable through factory farming or like some dystopian nightmare where the government controls every aspect of your life.
Not necessarily, no. That's not
It
necessarily.
doesn't matter. It's all, the whole discussion is a complete red herring. The whole discussion is a red herring. There's 8.2 billion people in the world. What the hell are we doing?
Robert did say he had to go, so I'm mindful that he has waited very patiently in the wings, even though he wanted to go earlier. Robert, do you want to say anything at all?
Thanks,
Yeah,
SBW.
I think
Wait,
this
it's
is the
Robert
direction
or
that we're
Robin?
going.
Robert.
Okay.
This seems to be the direction that we have three primary moral frameworks that people use in philosophy, and I think when we see antinatalists and we see people like social experiments mentalists here, I think we're leading heavily into this utilitarianism, obviously, that it's all about suffering, that this is the moral model. And I think this is inevitable. You're going to get a lot of people like this when they use strictly that moral model and they don't have a balance of other moral models. So I think you're going to get more and more of this nihilistic people that want to push the button to, if it were up to them, but don't leave them in a room by themselves with the button that could end it all, because they think that ultimately that would be a better thing. It's a scary thing, and even though they caveat it with, okay, I would never push the button, the fact that you think that it would be a better world for pushing the button and ending everything is scary, and it should be scary to the vast majority of society, especially when we have the nuclear power and the weaponry that we have today. I think it's problematic, and I think you need to expand your moral model other than just utilitarianism or consequentialism.
Can you perhaps give him some guidance on that, Danny? He has said you're a terrifying man. Just
my mother-in-law used to say that. My mother-in-law as well.
How might you lessen the terrifying nature of this man?
The problem about utilitarianism and the problem about the camp of consequentialism altogether is that you can't know what the best decision is unless you know the final outcome. And what we've generally assigned when they created gods or whatnot, they say that this God character, that he's not bound by any deontological ethics, right? It's just some goal or thing that the God character wants, because presumably the God character knows everything. So he knows what the outcome is. And when we seen this in Thanos in the movie, in the Avengers and all, we seen that, oh, he's the only one that knows how bad everything's going to be, and that he knows what he's doing is right because it's going to, and it was finally called out by the daughter when she says, you don't know that. The problem with utilitarianism is using it strictly is you don't know what the outcomes are going to be. You don't know. We might start growing vegetation on waterfronts. We might expand how we're growing our food sources, or we're getting a curve that's going down. From 2004 to 2005, we've had a decrease from 1% growth to a 0.5% growth. That's cut in half just in the statistics in America over 1 year. There is a drastic decrease in population that's happening presently.
Robert, you are right. We are actually gaining significant success in the field, no pun intended, of growing vegetables in salt water. So growing potatoes, growing cabbage, whatever, carrots in seawater. That is a thing. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
It's absolutely a thing. And we've had other cultures that grew them on mountainsides, that they've grew them in waterways and whatnot. So to think that, oh, yeah, we're about to run out of resources, let's just pull the trigger or let's do some drastic thing, I just don't see it necessary.
Robert, how many babies have you thrown into the meat grinder?
How many babies have I thrown into the meat grinder? Not a single one. How many did I bring into this
Wonderful.
world?
You're
2.
a great man.
Listen,
I don't care what your opinion is.
He said he had two.
Oh, you had 2. So you threw 2 babies.
I have.
He doesn't view it
No,
as
I
a
didn't
meat
bring anybody
grinder.
into a meat grinder. That's your nihilism talking. My children have fun. They smile. They laugh.
Oh, do
they
they?
are
Good.
joyous.
I hope they continue to do that until they eventually have the average of 6 months of dying horribly, and then they're going to die.
By the way, Robert, social experimentalist, is a father of 3, just so you know.
I only mentioned 2 because I don't like to mention the fact that I actually had 1 child that died, but I did have 3 children and 1 died.
Right.
I mean, not to be insensitive.
People so far.
Not to be insensitive, but how did that make you feel when your child died?
Obviously, quite sad.
No, but in terms of responsibility.
Oh, greatly. There's no one that should take more responsibility than me in this subject.
And yet, you still had more children, knowing that those children would die.
No, first of all 3 of my children were born before one of my children died. And anyone that has children should know that all your children are going to die. Everyone is going to die.
So why?
How do you justify that?
Doing? What the hell? What right? Did
why wipe your
bring
ass?
them into the world?
What
the hell were you doing?
Why
did you do it? Why did you do it?
Why wipe your ass? I mean, that makes no sense. They're going to have joy. They're going to have happiness. Just because you have some upsetness, that does not outweigh all of the joy that a person has in their life. If you are in the mindset,
you have no guarantee. You have no guarantee that they're going to have joy, and the amount of joy that they have is going to be limited, right? But you are guaranteed they are going to suffer. Why did you bring them here? What the hell do you think you were doing?
I think, Danny, that your ideology and your mindset is directly responsible for increasing the level of suffering in this world.
Oi, that's not a very nice thing to say.
Nobody we want to talk truth. Danny told his children, because he wanted to tell them the truth, that that he regrets bringing them into the world, and that he sees their existence as being pointless, which will have inevitably increased the suffering that those children will have experienced.
Your existence is also completely pointless.
Sure.
Well, and I give meaning to my own existence.
Good. I give meaning to
I don't
mine.
require somebody external to give meaning to my existence. And let me tell you who gives meaning to my existence.
Go on.
My children.
Ah, there you go.
But that's the same justification everybody has. Everybody exists to procreate. You're basically no different.
Thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. I do hope you come back soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks, man. Have a good one.
Take care.
How are you different from a cat or a dog if the primary motivation for your existence is to procreate?
Well, I don't claim to be different from a cat or a dog. Fundamentally, we are an animal that's driven by instinct, and there is an instinct to procreate.
I claim to be different from a dog. I've developed something called my frontal cortex, right? I've developed my brain to see ahead. Unlike my dog who goes around shagging everything that it sees in the park, I realize what I'm now after I've had my kids, the consequences of my actions, right? And I think that there's only a tiny percentage of human beings who are actually human, right? And you're clearly not one of them. You're just like a dog.
I'm sorry, Danny, I disagree.
I know, of course you're going to disagree.
Guys, I want to ask Robin to say something. Robin, please say something on the matter at hand.
I'm just going to say one more thing now. I'm going to leave this conversation. I just spent some time with one of my children, right, who is on the show yesterday, and I'm feeling very, very anxious because he's been brainwashed by a rabbi, a religious rabbi, and as far as I'm concerned, he's gone way off the cliff, right? And it's all my fault for bringing him into existence for no good reason. I didn't give it any thought at all. And he's the third child that I have, right? And the reason why I agreed to have him with my wife is because at the time it's because I liked children. I like little children. I thought they were cute, which is so stupid. If I could get hold of that person that I was when I was 30 or whatever it was, 35, I would give him such a good old kicking. I'd absolutely smack him to pieces for being such a foolish idiot, right? And bringing him into existence. And now he's been brainwashed by these rabbis, and he's gone to study religious studies, and he's lost the plot as far as I'm concerned. And I can't even say anything to him. So I'm in a real state, and I just can't cope with you breeders. You're the problem. You are the cause of all of the world's problems. You breeders, disgust me.
Please stick around for a moment. Skeptic Philosophy says, "Why do you need to be different from a cat or a dog?" Danny.
Because you are different than a cat and a dog.
Why do you need to be different from a cat from a dog? That's exactly the type of question I'd expect from someone who's not even human. This is the whole point. You might as well not have a frontal cortex.
Why do you hold humanity in such a thing?
I can't believe this. I've got to go. I feel sick.
1 second, Danny. We have Robin here. Robin might have the answer. Robin, go ahead, mate.
Hi, lads. Good evening.
What's your solution to the matter at hand, Robin?
Well, first off, I've heard that my existence is pointless, so obviously it's pointless me even coming on this show to give my opinion or anybody else. And secondly, until humanity understands the exact nature of the entire universe and how it functions, how do we know that what we're going through right now doesn't have a deeper purpose and a deeper meaning? Secondly, even if we did destroy all life and sentience in the universe, what's to say that it wouldn't just recreate itself and the cycle would begin anew?
That's an appeal to futility that basically, because you don't know for sure, you're just not going to even make an effort to eliminate suffering. And you're going to actively participate in it because, I'm just going to enslave someone because it's not going to change anything. So even if they suffer, even if they get a brain tumor, even if they get run over by a bus, it's completely justified because, I don't know, life wants life and it was going to happen anyway.
You see, you've got it.
By the
You
way,
explained it perfectly. So
there's a comment for you on the screen there, Danny. It's from Skeptic Philosophy again. He says, while he isn't,
and please spare me this, so-called insult of being a nihilist. I'm not a nihilist, and I really don't accept any labels. I'm not a nihilist. Quite the opposite. I am very sensitive and empathetic. And if there's anything that matters, it's suffering, and it's not acceptable. Suffering is not acceptable to me. And if you are pro-life, you are pro-suffering.
Dark Light Delirium is nodding his head. Dark Light Delirium, what do you have to say? Let Dark Light Delirium say something.
Yeah, life is pain and suffering. Pain and suffering is the great teacher of life. Nihilism
here we
is the
go.
beginning of enlightenment. Nihilism is not the end of enlightenment; it is the beginning of enlightenment.
Oh man.
What is the purpose of teaching? What is the purpose of teaching? What is
Thank
the
you,
purpose
Danny.
of
Thank
teaching?
you, Dad. Danny's just dropped out. He couldn't take anymore. He left. But go ahead, Dark Light Delirium.
Well, I came on to talk to Danny.
Well, he's gone now. He's gone.
What is the purpose of teaching? We don't have to exist, so why do we need to learn when we didn't have to exist in the first place?
I'll
What's
go
the
you one
purpose of it?
better. Unless we all realize that, yes, suffering exists, but yes, there is also things that we can do to alleviate suffering. Yes. Even if all of us decided to stop breeding tomorrow and we could convince our dog to do the same, you've still got 100 years of suffering, which should be focusing our attention and our energy on how to alleviate the suffering that exists now, instead of doing this mystical, I hope that life just ends, even though I have no control over it, because that would make me feel better. And you can't feel better because you already said I'd never feel better. So leave the conversation and let people that are looking for solutions come in, please.
I'm not
Robin, you're being accused by Chickpea of just mindlessly wittering and twittering.
Yeah, that's why I wrote my book, because I'd spend all of my time wasting my time.
Damn,
I disagree with you. I'm not just talking about those who haven't been brought into existence. I'm also talking about those who do exist, that they should have the right to not exist. They should have the right to medical assistance to be put out their misery.
Okay, I just want to say,
out of their misery every day of the week. Have a look.
It's not a legal right, though. It's against the law. It's against the law, and they should have that right.
Have a look at the UK that's bringing non-existent laws into being. Your plan's already being put into motion.
It's not in the United States. In the United States, it is against the law.
What laws are in motion? Like, Robin, I don't understand you. Please, I'm an American. What laws are in motion that are from LA? Like, what the?
You talking about euthanasia again?
Yeah, they're calling it end-of-life paths and all of that stuff. People that really
I thought that
do
already,
not
like,
need
existed in the
anymore.
UK.
That's
like,
not true. In the United States, nobody's even talking about it.
I thought that wasn't like a controversy, Robin. I thought
Then
like euthanasia
move
was
to Canada. They will put you out of your
Stop gaslighting me. You already said it was in motion. Now you're moving the goalpost to say I should move to Canada.
A comment directly to Robin from Danny, who escaped the show because
Danny
he couldn't
boy.
take it anymore. He says, Robin, solutions? There is no fucking solution to this stupid game. And forget your book. It's not going to happen. Stop creating suffering. Breeders are the cause of all suffering. There you go, Robin. That is directly to you, Robin.
Oh, damn.
I disagree with that. Breeders are not the cause of suffering. Life itself is suffering. Get over it, you little bitches. Life is pain and suffering. Stop crying about it, little fuckers. What's up?
No.
Life is created by breeders.
Life is created by
about it, dude. Life is what you make it. If all you want to focus on is
created by breeders,
then that's the life you're gonna have.
You're gonna cry. If you stop,
Dark Light, let Dark Light Delirium give his sermon. Go ahead, Dark Light.
Yeah, life is what you make it. We are creators. We create the world around us. If all you want to focus on is the negative, then that's the world you're going to have. But we have the power to make a good world for ourselves. Yes, there's going to be pain and suffering all throughout every step. That is the inevitable result of a thing that is accumulating friction as it moves. You can call that friction, pain, and suffering, but that is the inevitable result of a thing moving through an atmosphere. There's going to be friction. Now, how you respond to that friction says more about you than it does everyone else. And this guy that's projecting saying breeders are the cause of pain and suffering, that is just not taking responsibility for the power of his own creation within his life. Well, we all have the power to create the life that we want.
What are you actively doing to reduce suffering? Are you fighting against state oppression? Are you trying to change laws to make people freer? You're not doing anything. They dump their children into the world and leave them to figure out on their own. And then you're
Well,
going.
you asked me what I'm doing, then you tell me what I'm doing. Did you ask that question to hear my answer or to give me my answer?
I know you're not doing anything.
What about people with mental health conditions, Robin and Dark Light? That's from Danny, by the way.
What about them?
I think that people with mental health conditions, they should have the right to seek counselling. They should have the right to feel heard.
Everyone has the right to kill themselves. Nothing's stopping you from grabbing a pen and jabbing it into your fucking throat, except for being a coward.
See, this is what
we don't condone that. We don't support that. We don't want you to do that, guys.
When I said that
that's just strong rhetoric from.
That means
don't listen to that here. Danny says, what about wild animal suffering?
Oh, don't forget,
you're too self-focused. You're focused on yourselves. What about animals?
Animal suffering.
Wait, DNW. He said that we're basically whining and that we should do anything. When I asked him what is he doing, he's basically saying he's not going to do anything to reduce my suffering. I should just jab a pin in my neck. So he doesn't care about.
We don't condone that. We don't condone that.
But I asked him what is he doing. He's not going to do anything but tell me to stick a pin in my neck. He doesn't care.
Well, you actually didn't give me a chance to answer your particular question when you directed that at me, and the whole jab and the pin in your neck thing. That was at the separate issue of euthanasia. That was a separate issue. So you're asking me what am I doing personally to reduce pain and suffering, right? That was the question, right? Was that the question? What am I doing to reduce pain and suffering, right?
Okay, what's your answer?
Yeah. Okay. Well, first and foremost, you can only do that for yourself, and you can't stop someone else's pain and suffering, but you can stop your own pain and suffering. And
you're not doing. I know you were not doing anything. You're going to gaslight people. You're going to breed people into hell and just say it's their responsibility to fix something that you created in the first place.
I've had 2 abortions personally, motherfucker.
You're not a woman, so I don't. You're not a woman, so I don't think you can have an abortion.
I paid for him.
You impregnated a woman and then dropped the ball and left it on
guys. As my primary school teacher used to say in year 8, shut up. Everybody be quiet. Danny says, what about wild animals and their suffering? What are you going to do about that? Does that come into your contemplation on matters?
Yeah, absolutely. Wild animals have been suffering since the very beginning of time. There's several. Get back to my original point. Pain and suffering is a part of life, including animal pain and suffering. Now, what we can do about that personally is to reduce unnecessary animal pain and suffering. But ultimately, pain and suffering cannot be eradicated. It can only be reduced and minimized.
Wait, so Darklight, well, if that's the case, well, then isn't it pointless to try and alleviate suffering since it's a very baseline of existence?
No, because we can control the amount of pain and suffering. We can control what we do with the lessons that we garner from pain and suffering.
Okay, so what lessons are animals learning from suffering then?
Yeah, what are they doing? They just keep on dying and getting sick and ill.
Animals either.
Guys, that's the main point. All life is pain and suffering. Get over it.
Get over it. Get over it. Get the fuck over it.
Life is pain
Play the game. Play the game, guys. Play the game and get on with it.
The most cop out ever. That's the cop out.
That's the view here from Dark Light Delirium.
See, I used to be a depressed ass nihilist.
Quit your jibber jabber, Fatima.
Yeah, but that seems pointless, man. So we're all just here suffering for no reason, just for eternity. That's it.
Are you guys all saying that pain and suffering scares you so much because you all believe in reincarnation? And when your 100 years, this version of 100 years of pain and suffering is going to end, all that's going to happen is that you're going to be put back in the game to suffer another 100 years? Is that what you're saying?
No, I hate pain and suffering because pain and suffering sucks.
I don't believe in reincarnation, first of all. But secondly, the more I listen to
your pain will end. Your problem has already been solved.
The more I listen to you people, the more I'm convinced that I should be an alchemist.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to calm it down. Come on, let's bring it right down. Let's get some zen going in the stream.
I'm
Deep
just
breaths,
at a point
guys.
where I don't think I should be like.
Shut your pie hole. Social experimentalist says, if life is pain and suffering, why on earth should you create it? And that goes to Dark Light Delirium. You did say life is suffering. He wants to know why on earth, if you have that view, would you create it? That's for you directly, Dark Light Delirium.
Because that's not all life is. That is not the entirety of life. Life is ultimately pain and suffering, but that is not all life is. Life is what you make it, and there will inevitably, invariably be pain and suffering throughout it. But you can minimalize that, and you can use your power as a co-creator. Because for one, I do believe in reincarnation. I am a theist. I'm a non-Abrahamic true monotheist. For those who don't know me, I believe that we are all God. All consciousness is an extension of the omni-consciousness. We are all co-creators within the Godhood, and therefore we all create the worlds that we live in.
Yeah, but you say that we get to create the world that we want. But what about someone who gets cancer? They didn't choose to get cancer.
Well, there's ways to deal with cancer. Have you heard of cannabis oil?
Okay, but here's the thing, though. A God is not only a creator, a God is also a destroyer. We have the power to do both. And so either you're going to perpetuate it or you're going to end it. You can't just say, oh, we have basically you're just no different. You're not a God. You're basically a cat or a dog.
I am God, motherfucker. I am God. I am whatever I say I am. I am God.
All right.
You're a slave. You can't be a slave and a God at the same time.
You can't? You can't?
LA is only embracing it. I'm trying to offset suffering. I'm trying to give something good back for the bad that we experience. LA, you're just embracing it. You're not giving anything back, which means ultimately you're the one that's responsible for the most suffering.
Robin, guys, we're going to take. Hold on, guys, we're going to take a commercial break here. And by I'm actually going to donate free advertising time to Robin and his SPC attempt at solving suffering. Robin, would you like to turn your camera on, mate, and give us a brief description of the solution to all human suffering? Go ahead, sir.
Hi, lads. I cannot end all human suffering. I am not superhuman. I agree with Darklight. I believe that we are all part of the God consciousness. I've talked about the universal architect in programs before. I don't have all the answers, but what I do have is the answers that we can make our economic system function in a way that is more inclusive. And the most important part of that is I found a way to create what I call the 81 pounds floor, which means that every single person born into this world gets 81 pounds from after the first month that they are born to help them educate themselves, feed themselves, clothe themselves, and to try to minimize the amount of suffering that they will find in their life. And yes, it is protective. And NW, he said the other day, yeah, but what's going to stop somebody's older brother buying them things that will be harmful to them? Well, basically, because their card can only buy things that are age related to them. So basically, if their brother wants to poison their little siblings, they're going to have to finance it themselves. But he also is going to have to be above the age of 18 and hopefully wise enough not to do that, to want to torture his little brothers and sisters.
It's a fascinating attempt to try and solve all human suffering in a kind of egalitarian manner. And I know you admit, you're humble enough to admit you can't fix everything, but you're trying to. You're trying to. Now, £81 a week, guys. It doesn't sound like much, but what can you buy with £81 a week?
Well, basically, because if you remember, and the videos I have made, especially for you, NW, I answered in text very slowly a lot of the questions. The thing that the £81 does for everybody is it gives them access tax-free to all of the basics: food, clothes, toothpaste, tampons. It gives them access to that. Plus,
I'm trying to support you here, Robin.
Yeah.
Now, people are getting very irate and they're fixated on the fact that £81 a week doesn't sound like much, but you've said that it's £81 per week from birth. So
yes.
So basically, when you get to 18, you should have considerable savings if your parents have been working.
Yes, and basically
I see.
also the second part of that equation is that people that work, if you earn above a certain wage bracket, you don't become eligible for extra benefits. But if you do work,
So if you work, you don't. So there's extra potential to earn more, is there, than the £81?
yeah, not earn more, get more back from your community. So basically, I've created something that I call the Spec Forum, which is a centralized data hub for your community. It also acts as your community Wall Street, as I call it. So you can see exactly where all of the money in your community has been invested. If your community funds have been invested in something outside of your local
As I
community.
said, Robin, what do you say to people who say you're just reinventing the wheel? This is all the potential for all this is out there. Like, you can do all these things yourself off your own accord.
Well, basically,
you're just a maniacal control freak who wants to control everybody's lives down to the smallest detail.
Let me phrase it like this. The wheel was invented because a bunch of human beings saw a rock rolling down a hill and they thought, well, that's kind of interesting. Why does that keep on down the hill, whereas I don't? And eventually somebody reinvented that rolling rock into a wheel. So yes, I am reinventing the wheel, but I am also taking all of the existing elements that actually do work in our societies. I'm combining them together in a way that they will be more efficient and function better, protect more people, make society more inclusive, and give people like they have a greater say over their individual lives.
Did you do you remember I suggested you said you had problems because you've emailed a lot of the top economists in the world and they didn't get back to you. Did you try to contact some of the renegade economists who are opposed?
Yeah, actually, yes, actually, I did.
I did suggest that to you. Did it work?
Yeah. I'm looking on my big screen right now. I actually did concentrate. There's a famous YouTube economist, and I forget his name because I've actually been I've been contacting so many people. I also did an interview with a completely different online radio show just recently, The Wizard's Words, which is really good. And I told quite a lot of my backstory of why I actually was encouraged to write this book. So I actually I've sent some emails to a guy called Chris Adam. He works with a massive organization called Pint People Planet. And he sounds very interested in the concepts.
Pint People Planet. It sounds like a load of alcoholics. Why is it called Pint People Planet?
Well, basically, it's an organization and they're very interested in green projects, greening up the community, creating cleaner industry. And they operate in 185 cities and towns in the UK. And they have formal meetups in the local pub to discuss local problems.
I see. So they go to the pub, have a pint, and they talk about local problems. And your idea has been spoken about over a pint or two at these meetings.
I've actually got another meetup tomorrow.
Are there any recordings of these conversations? Have you had any outcome?
Oh, no. One of the rules with People Planet Pint is that there is no recordings. It's conversations between people, by people.
Have you had any feedback from these?
Yes. Yeah. Chris invited me up to Edinburgh. Problem is I've told you guys that my dad's got severe COPD and I'm a stay-at-home carer and I can't. I can't do something like that.
You can't go to Edinburgh to the pub to talk
Well,
to
I
you?
would have to get somebody to babysit my
There's
dad.
lots of pubs around. You're in London, right? There's lots of pubs
Yeah,
in
yeah,
London.
yeah,
So can you go
and
to
there's
one of those
lots of
pubs?
groups. Yeah, there's lots of small groups, and I'm gonna slowly.
Would you like to? There's lots of people watching. Any particular pubs this week that people could go to discuss your ideas?
I've got a small thing at the Swan in Stockwell tomorrow.
I know the Swan in Stockwell. It's opposite the tube station. It's that place is a very famous Irish pub. It's open till 5 a.m. in the morning on a Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, their live music is.
But I've never known it to be a place of revolutionary thought and debate and stuff. I always thought it was just a place you go to get bladdered, dance, and get kicked out by burly bouncers.
There's nothing wrong with all of that stuff, but they've got a little local informal discussion group there, so I'm gonna go and see. I've never done it, so I'm gonna go and see. I'm gonna see how well what I have to say will be received. Like I said, and on my channel, I just did a video.
This is like the London version of the Munich beer halls of the 1930s, perhaps.
Yeah, in a way, I'm kind of like a little Hitler, but hopefully a more positive version. Because honestly, he did not do a good job with the power that he had.
Oh, he didn't do a very good job at all, did he? Really?
But yeah, so the latest video that I've got, I've called it "Let's Learn About Spec," and let's start at the door. And it's all text. It's really, really slow, and it goes through the most basic principles on how it would actually work. And I think it's a start. It's much better than we've got now. I mean,
look,
just imagine.
Whatever people say about you, Robin, there's been some disparaging comments for sure in the live chat, but you're going to get that. You're going to get haters. Maybe they're jealous of you because you have what it takes.
No, I'm trying to fundamentally change the way.
Robin. The point is, you have supporters. I want to tell you that you do have supporters in the chat there. There's people literally saying Robin is awesome. Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Fuck you all. So
thanks, guys.
There you go.
No, I mean I get it. I'm literally trying to change the economic system for their life. And
have you thought about perhaps gaining power to some degree, like maybe standing for mayor of London or becoming the
one thing about the system that I have implemented, it needs absolutely no input from politicians. Zero. That's most of it.
But wouldn't it be easier to implement your framework if you had some power? Because at the moment, you're depending on a group of people sipping Guinness on a Tuesday evening in Stockwell.
The entire UK depends on the people sipping Guinness. Where do you think that the government gets its taxes from, if not from those very same people?
That's taxes, but is that the reins of power?
So basically, what I would say is for the last 2,000 years, all of us have had access to our local politician, king, whatever, tribal lord, and the world isn't looking as good as it could. So maybe if we start taking responsibility ourselves within our local communities, maybe we can get different results.
Yeah, okay. Well, have you got a catchphrase or a slogan perhaps? Because that's important, isn't it? Would you like to, if you have you, I don't know, have you got one?
Yeah, Spec, you give 60% to get 90% back.
That's the slogan for your campaign.
That's one of them, yeah.
Say it again. Say it again with a bit more gravitas, because it needs a little bit of work.
Okay.
Say it again.
You give 60% to your community so it can give 90% back.
Wonderful. Any other ones? But Robin, I think that one needs more work, and I'll tell you why, right? First of all, it's not clear as to what the hell you're going on about, okay? Spec, to me it sounds like a shabby version of Specsavers, Someone's trying to, pass off as, an opticians or something. Now, you need to clarify what you're doing, what you're about. Yeah. I mean, yes, it sounds like you're getting a good return on your investment, but what is this? Is this like, are you trading like bonds, shares, or something? Is it like, what is this? Is this like an ISA? I mean, you got to show the kind of connection to society. This isn't just about, beavering, like putting away your money in some investment, that a private investment. This is about a social good, changing the world. Have you got other slogans perhaps you could use?
Well, as you can see underneath my name, it's SPC, and that stands for Social Prosperity Charter. And basically, you mentioned it in the last show. It's a little bit like one of the small village internal banks. Basically,
The credit union.
Yeah, the credit unions. Yeah, you invest in your community, and your community pays you back for your investment.
Give us another
Secondly,
slogan, or as I said, a catchphrase, something that
yeah,
we need a little.
I do, but they're all very associated with the book that I have written.
Go ahead, give us a few.
And it is ebb slowly, grind freely, prosper in flow, within bounds. That's what I say in the book.
That's almost like that sounds like a poem. Would you like to say it again? Ebb slowly.
Ebb slowly, grind freely, prosper through flow, within bounds.
I like that one. I do like that one. It's a bit long though. It's a bit long. Don't forget, we're plagued by fuckers with ADHD, probably including me nowadays. So you're going to have to perhaps shorten it to make it more impactful.
There is absolutely no way that I could create an economic system that really works, that really helps everybody within the community, which I've calculated within 10 years would create 100 new millionaires within a small community, because they can literally create their own businesses, get supported in creating their own businesses. If they need financing to create their own businesses, they can get it.
I get it.
98% of the time, if they said, "Oh, I need 20,000 because I need a van so I can do this," from 98% of the time, that 20,000 would be given to them. No questions asked, not really. Because all of the investments would be flowed and paying them back.
Can somebody else in the comments try and provide a better slogan for him to help him? I mean, you're open to that, right?
Oh, sure. I'm welcome to all input.
Does anybody? Life Abolitionism says he loves Grinder.
Well, all grinders in my book is everybody that bothers to get out of their bed. To actually do something that provides a service to somebody else, no matter what that is. They're my grinders. And I believe that it's the grinders of the world that actually give us the level of existence that we have today. The people that do our farming, the people that transport our food to us if we live in cities, the people that clean our water. They're the grinders. And they have very little power and very little say. And I've created a system that will give those grinders a hell of a lot more power and say in their local communities.
So you want Grinder to have more power in local communities?
100%.
Okay. Thank you, Robin. Look, while I'm waiting for the slogans, there's been a few silly ones here. People are obviously trying to get on your case. Maybe they're knocking you. Don't forget, you are seen as a dirty red, a dangerous communist by many.
No,
I don't know how that.
No. A system that can turn local people with their good ideas into millionaires can never be communism.
There you go. But I'm just saying, people view you as anti-freedom. You're taking away from individual autonomy. You're making them go into a system.
Yes, but that's because I am a minarchist. And they are anarchists. They want to be able to do whatever they want to do, whenever they want to do, however they want to do it at any time, which is good as long as it's only them. But when everybody embraces anarchy, let's see what happens. I mean,
Robin, give your channel a shout out because there's a lots of interest in it.
Well, my channel name, it's literally just my YouTube username. It's really not difficult. It's at Robin Wolstenholme 6377. It's written right underneath my name in the comments.
I'll be honest with you, Robin. That's one of the shittest channel names ever for what you want to do. You need to simplify this. You need to choose a new channel name. That is just too much of a mouthful. Don't forget, half the world's dyslexic. The other half has ADHD.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic.
You gotta try and fucking find a more simplistic channel name. You know, how's that gonna be? How are people gonna remember that?
That's true.
Robin Weatherstone 63 fucking whatever. I can't even remember it. What the fuck? Come on, Robin. Robin. I love you. I think you're well intentioned. I wish you the best in the world. By the way, have you got any music, perhaps any songs that you might play in your promotional material? Maybe when you're giving your speech at the first ever Spec annual conference, when you're walking up to the stage, what would you play?
I have maybe something nice and light, some classical violin music. So.
Interesting. Classical violin music.
Yeah, just something nice. Light, and because I believe that one of the big problems in the world today is overstimulation.
Well, give to get more back.
Give it.
Can we use that as your slogan?
Yeah.
Give to get more back.
You could.
If I give the slogan, if I say the slogan in my kind of best attempt of persuasive a voice as I can muster, would you like to perhaps give a little jingle to go along with it?
Go for it.
Give to get more back.
Give to get more back. Support your community so it can support you.
Excellent. But when I said jingle, I meant like a little melody, a musical kind of riff.
Oh, I've got the singing. I've got the singing voice.
Can you hum? Can you hum? Perhaps I don't know.
I've got the singing voice of a dying ox.
Well, as I say, you could just hum or something. No, because it would be good just to maybe have a little jingle.
Okay. I'll do this for you, NW. At times, I want to get rid of all bullshit politicians, and then I wonder if there's any on a true mission with a real vision, not just a money-grabbing ambition. But it's got to take strong and dumb spirit to go blind to the country and the people in it. But dumb is one thing they never be. Always trying to tell me how it's gonna be, but bullshit politicians.
Robin, I think you need to depersonalize your YouTube. At the moment, you got your name. I would say create a channel with the organization's name, like Spec. What about a Specker Future? A play on the phrase "a better future." A Specker Future for all.
Yeah. If I did open a channel, I would probably just call it the Social Prosperity Charter. I know it's long, but
the Social Prosperity Charter.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm going to give you a round of applause.
Thank you.
One more, just quickly. You've got a website people can find? Maybe that would be easier for them to find.
Yeah, it's called specometer.com.
Specometer.com. Would you like to spell that out for them?
Yeah. 1 second. Because I can never truly trust myself with any of these things because of my dyslexia. SPE. Are you ready? SPECOMETER.com.
Specometer.com, guys. Sign up to his emails. Give him some advice. Help him. Is there an organization? Are you accepting sign-ups to any organizational structure?
I'm willing for all help, but before anybody genuinely offers me help, I would hope that they have read the book, and it's 150 pages. so that they can really understand what I'm trying to say.
Chickpea says, do you fancy this bloke? I mean, I don't know why she's saying that. Just because I give a man trying his best sometimes, she makes some snide remark, you know, questioning my sexuality. Chickpea, I'm not that way inclined, but I think you perhaps could do a lot worse, Chickpea, than inviting this man around to pleasure your pussies.
Thank you for the compliment.
Yeah. She's a lady. She's a lady with 7 cats. So yeah, if that's what you're into, off you go.
I'm into trying to improve the life of my community and the community of other people around the world, and try to mitigate some of this suffering that LA keeps talking about.
Okay, guys, that was the infomercial. That was, by the way, I completely did that for free. Spec. So you know, there you go. I've given you your first ever infomercial. I thought you did quite well. Yeah, we have a few people in the live stream here who want to say something. Guys, I want to let Dark Light say something, and then I want to go to Objective Ethics because he has been waiting a long time. Go ahead, Dark Light, brother. You're muted there. I'm going to unmute you because perhaps you didn't know. You were muted, Dark Light. Start again, mate.
Yeah, at least Robin is trying to provide solutions to help ease the pain and suffering. The whole 81 pounds a week thing, you know, that's at least a solution. And that's basically universal income, you know, but that's a solution. So all you people who don't want to live, that's fine. That's fine if you guys don't enjoy life and if you don't want to live. But now when you try projecting that on other people and telling them that they shouldn't want to live either, and even worse, telling them that they shouldn't have kids. Okay, what they do is none of your fucking business. All you people saying that. If people want to have kids, that is their goddamn right to have kids, and that's fine. If you don't want to have kids, that's fine. If you guys don't think having kids is a good thing, but when you go around saying you guys shouldn't be having kids, I would like for you guys to actually go and try to stop them from having kids. And if you're suicidal, that's the best way to ease that suicidal tendencies, because these people will kill you for trying to stop them from having kids.
There you go. Thank you for that passionate response to what you feel is toxic nihilism, and you know, the projection of what you feel are ill minds.
Really quick, I would like to say that I totally emphasize with nihilism. I was depressed and nihilistic for a good majority of my life. It's not something that's foreign to me. That's why I say nihilism is the beginning of enlightenment and revelation. It is not the end of it. All these people are acting like nihilism. I mean, you can. I've heard a couple of people say, "Don't call me a nihilist," while you're sitting there and being everything that is the total embodiment of nihilism. But nihilism is the beginning of revelation. It is not the end of it. Okay, so once you realize that everything is meaningless, what that matters is that the only meaning that there is the meaning that you ascribe to life. Once you realize that, then you start taking control of your life, and you start realizing that you are the creator of your life.
Right. Thank you, Dark Light Delirium. Objective Ethics, great to have you here. What would you like to say, sir?
Always good to be here, brother. And it's so great to see so many people from my channel have come over. I think it was from that dual stream we did the other day, because I am a huge supporter and believer of what DNW does on this channel. So I'm so glad that I could do something to kind of help boost his effort and stuff like that. Like Dark Light, so good to see you, family. Robert was here earlier. Robin was here. Chris Moore the other day. I'm actually just on a litany of lists of people that have come over, and I'm just so glad to see this channel growing.
Oh, that's really cool.
I would like to
say, guys, go back and look at Objective Ethics channel. He does really deep dives. He really is a thoughtful guy. He's very well read. He's very analytical. So go on his channel if you want to see how, you know, a real thinking mind can be put to good use sometimes. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, brother. It's always humbling to have people say kind things about you, and so I'm grateful for that. It actually causes me to focus on needing to work harder and do an even better job, actually. We never want to stop with being complacent with where we're at. We always want to continue to try and do better. The thing I wanted to do is just kind of plug or a little bit about, and I need to be quick because I'm actually on my way out the door. Speaking of suffering, I've got to go make a living. But earlier in the conversation, they were talking about the population and the resources and the suffering and how all this ties together. The fact of the matter is that evolution works in three distinct ways. There's biological evolution, there's social evolution, and then there's technological evolution. And these things all work at the same time, but they don't work in a synchristically. Okay, so
they don't walk hand in hand. They work at different speeds.
Exactly right, brother. Well said. Biological evolution is the slowest progressing. Social evolution is the next, and then the fastest progressing is, of course, technological evolution. So, for example, we will have the ability to do things long before we ever achieve the ability to think about whether or not we should or should not be doing them. Right? So we get ourselves into a lot of trouble that way. And because of the way this exponential growth rate of the technological singularity, we will be moving into the next phase now that AI has basically come onto the scene. And of course, that's going to get even more and more intense, but it's already here now. And now that AI, that's the step that we were waiting for. Now that that step has been realized, then we get into what we call biomechanics or bioengineering will be the next step. Once we achieve that step, people will be able to live significantly longer, 150, 200 years, maybe even longer than that, no problem. So because of that, what LA was saying is actually correct. Just to come to his defense a little bit, there will be way more people on the planet than the planet can sustain. Even though we will be able to start growing food out in the ocean and eating bugs and do whatever the fuck else we start doing for food, we will still be living longer than we can sustain. Then the Earth can sustain the population, and then the environment can actually sustain the pollution. That's the biggest problem, is the pollution aspect of it, because we're not going to get away from fossil fuels, not enough to save the planet, to save humanity. So I think it's an inevitable. They call it the singularity for a reason, that we will become extinct. So LA is correct about that. I think Cougar Doomer does talk about the environment as well. He's absolutely spot on. In fact, he could give you guys probably a really good lesson on why we need to be more responsible right now, because now is the time to do something, not to talk about it, but to actually fucking do something. As far as the suffering, everybody here knows how I feel about that. You know, I did that video, Courage Without Fear, and I stand behind that. You cannot have courage until you face your fear. You can't have courage until you understand the difference between courage and recklessness. Once you have done this, the attainment of courage is such a wonderful thing, because not only does it allow you to alleviate a lot of suffering in your future experiences, also to help other people through their suffering, but it's something that just in and of itself at face value is so wonderful. It's so empowering, and there's no other way to get it. You've got to go through the tough times. You've got to go through the grinder to get out to the other side, to realize how to overcome all this stuff. So like Dark Light was saying, he's absolutely right. Nihilism is just one step along the way to actual enlightenment. And I'm sure I got to go, so he could probably take the baton from here and explain how that works. But he's absolutely right about that. Thank you so much for letting me on, guys. It's such a pleasure to listen to all of you guys pontificate over these things. Robin, you should rename your thing to "You figured out how to overcome the conservation of energy," because as far as physics is concerned, and this works economically too, you don't put 10% into something and then get 90% out for a group of people. It doesn't work that way. The numbers just don't work out there.
There you go. Thank you, Objective Ethics.
Do you want my numbers? I've got my numbers.
Yeah, I'm not an economist, but I would be curious to see you lay out how you're going to get a 10% investment and you're going to get a 90% return. Now, an individual can invest 10% of something, and off the backs of others, he can get 90%. But they're not. The group is not getting 90% though.
There is something to stew over there, Robin, and he is right on the face of it. If everybody was in this system, how would the returns grow to that extent? You know, unless perhaps you had productivity that harnessed free energy or something. You know, maybe there was something utopian involved.
People aren't getting 90% all the time. They're getting 90% in the time that they need it. It's an energy store. You put your energy in today, and eventually, if you need that energy back, you have access to it and you can get it.
That
So you're
presupposes
putting,
that everybody isn't going to need that 90% return at the same time, though, which you have no way of calculating that, because the conservation of energy works the same way with the conservation of economics, because it's all based on entropy. The resources are what give us the value to the stupid piece of paper that we call money. It's all based on resources. Those resources are governed by the laws of physics. So ultimately, all the economics are actually ontologically governed by the same laws of physics. So if an asteroid hits the planet, or what's that Old Faithful in Montana blows, you've got such an overwhelming need of such a large group of people that your 10% investment in that group of people isn't going to allow the 90% return when they all cash in at the same time. This is what causes the stock market crashes, housing bubbles, all the technology bubbles, AI bubbles. All of this happens for this very reason.
like I said at the beginning of the chat, there is absolutely no way that I have the power to stop that meteorite from crashing into Earth. And when it does crash into Earth, that 90% need will be there for all communities, and nobody can fulfill that. I'm talking about limiting everyday emergencies, making every day that you're more plugged into your community, and making every day a little better. I'm not talking about the inevitable meteorite that's going to hit the Earth.
But I do like that you are providing solutions, though, Robin. I like that. Even if it needs work, even if it needs some tweaks for efficiency, at least you are providing solutions to ease pain and suffering. And you're not saying, well, fuck it. There's no point in trying. The people that say that, they are not contributing whatsoever to the actual solutions. That they are just saying they are giving up on solutions. And that's fine. If you want to give up on solutions, that's fine. But you guys are attacking Robin for actually trying to come up with solutions.
And may I add, I'm trying to pitch a 150-page mathematical book in just a little chat. Honestly, if you guys had read my book, and I've already said to DW, if he's willing to give a space where he can make the book publicly available, especially the math, I'm willing to give everybody the math. They can run it through their own AI or give it to their own economist. The math is really, really good.
Okay, OE just left. Thank you, OE, for joining us. Danny Shine is watching, and he says prevention is better than cure. Robin. Right. So, guys, I'm going to open it up. Anybody else want to say something? We've heard from Robin and Dark Light Delirium. Chickpea, what do you have to say? And anybody else who wants to join the link, it will be in the live chat very shortly.
Sounds like a little sort of bit of a con, to be quite honest. If somebody said this to me about if I give this, I'll get that, whatever, I think to myself, yeah, okay, yeah. I wouldn't believe a word of it, none of it. Sorry.
What would you believe, Chickpea?
Well, I wouldn't believe what he's saying, that's for sure.
Do you believe in anything that is...
Yes.
Do you believe in anything that is about human welfare and trying to make the world a better place?
Oh, that's not fair. That's not fair, DW.
No. It's not. It's a point. I'm asking you: is there any cause you believe in that is
the
about
animal rights movement? The animal rights.
And I'm asking about
movement.
humans specifically. Is there anything you believe in that is related to benefiting humanity?
I'm a socialist. I believe in the welfare state, and I was always quite happy to pay my taxes, therefore. And I vote socialist. Okay, so
Russ is on the Finding Gnosis show. It's great to see him.
I was talking to you.
I know. And I chose to momentarily ignore you.
But at the end of the day, I can't see how you can make a load of, give people are getting welfare, £81 a week. Well, we live in a world that does give people that. In this country, there's thousands.
Well, Chickpea, Robin's system is socialist. and it is also he says connected to animal welfare. In fact, he has a whole chapter on it. So don't spit him up and don't chew him up and
Well,
spit him
I
out.
didn't know about the NFL.
Don't demean him as a little
Nah,
foxman, as you rather
he
unfairly
deserves
called
that.
him. He has a book.
No.
Perhaps you can go and read it. It's got matters dear to your heart:
It's
socialism
understandable, and
and also helping animals.
DNW, it is understandable that people are skeptical. The last time when I came into the interview, there were certain individuals
Yeah,
saying,
because it's absurd.
oh, this is just another MLM. And I didn't even know what that was, so I had to look it up. And then another individual said, oh, I know what this is. It's just a bastardized version of the Venus Project. And I had to look that up. And I've actually, in the chat, and yes, I'm guilty. I'm going to have to get myself a better website name because obviously the one that I've given is too difficult for people to look up. But after you've read my book, please, Chickpea, after you've read my book, please crucify me. But after you've read my book.
There you go. Chickpea, are you willing to give his
So
book a look over?
Robin, are you a vegan or non-vegan? I can't hear you.
He's muted. You're muted at the moment, Robin.
I am a non-vegan, and mostly because I worked in a permaculture village for 7 years, and I realized that, okay, maybe we were exploiting the animals, but we did give them a very high standard of life. I realized that we needed the biomatter that the animals could feed back into our system.
No. Well, a lot of experts say differently. The animals are producing far too much manure for us to cope with, and they are destroying the water supply. So you're actually incorrect on that. I think the experts
no. Humans are destroying the water supply by exploiting the aquifers.
Do you know how much? So I'm not going to argue about it, okay? Because there's the factory farms produce untold billions of gallons of urine and cows poop and what have you, and
okay,
well,
Chickpea is correct though, because you can actually do it with legumes. Legumes will actually pull nitrogen from the air and then pull it back into the soil. You can also use comfrey. There's other ways to fertilize soil. I don't use manure in my gardening.
Okay, Chickpea, explain to me this. How did humanity make it through the first 300,000 years of its existence by doing just that without polluting the planet in any major way?
Yeah, well, the thing is, there weren't 8 billion of us then. Plus, where there's 8 billion of us now, well, gorging on flesh, absolutely gorging on. I'm very anti, and I'm.
Maybe, LA. Yeah, you could get manure from human waste, Robin. I reckon that's fraught with many risks.
You can, but one of my friends
if you want to spread cholera and dysentery,
No, I'm afraid,
you would have
animal
to.
products are causing terrible pollution. They're also ripping down the
So what we
You would have to let it decompose first and let it give it exposure to the sun to
the planet's
to make
becoming
it safe.
covered in shit, and it
you
is.
can
There's far
create
too many
a
animals.
fully functional compost that has only beneficial enzymes and bacteria in it within 21 days. I've done it.
Right, that's the point. So you don't really need manure. You don't really need manure because you can make your own compost. That's the point.
What do people make their compost out of then?
Out of their kitchen scraps, out of their banana peels, out of their peeled apples, or like wood chips, or any even weeds. If you pull your weeds from your backyard, that can be compost.
You cannot make a compost in 21 days without the biological material of an animal breaking down.
Right.
That's not true. That's not true. You can go to.
That's not true.
You can go to Lowe's.
Can I finish what I'm saying? You cannot make a compost in 21 days without the biological material from an animal's body breaking down. It takes much, much longer.
That's not true. And I was trying to correct you before you finished because I knew where you were going. What you can actually do is go to Lowe's and get compost, and then you can just add that. So that compost will actually give you a head start. You don't have to start from ground zero.
How was that compost made?
Can I just say something, right? Confined animal feeding operations produce massive concentrated volumes of waste, often billions of tons annually, that overloads local ecosystems, pollutes waterways with nitrogen and phosphorus, and emits hazardous air pollutions. Okay?
I'm not defending modern farming. I'm not defending modern farming practices. I don't.
But there has to be, because there's 8 billion of us to feed. There has to. Well, I'm not one of them.
I agree with the principles of a gentleman called Bill Mollison, who is the farmer of permaculture, and he devised systems that we can minimize the impact of human existence. He had this isn't, he was writing in the 60s. Just because big business only looks at profits, always looks at the shortcuts, isn't concerned about anybody suffering.
I think, you know what I think about you meat eaters? What you do is disgusting, and you sicken me. The lot of you, all 90, all
that is perfect. But without us meat eaters,
so Chickpea, there's no hope of you meeting with Robin. Hold on, Chickpea. There's no hope of you meeting with Robin for a pint of real ale in your local
I don't share.
In your local Wetherspoons.
You know I do not share a table with meat eaters. End of. Apart from cats, of course, I will share a table.
There you go,
with cats.
Robin.
But I'm afraid what us humans do sickens me to the core of my soul.
What's going on, guys? I've been waiting patiently to get in, so can I get in, please?
Yes, Russ. I want to bring Russ in. He has been. Everyone else has spoken at length. And to no avail. Can we ask Russ if you could end all unwanted suffering with the wave of a magic wand, but in waving the wand you would actually cause humanity to go extinct instantly, would you wave the wand? That is the question today, this afternoon, wherever people are.
Okay, I was under the impression, because when I read the title earlier on, it didn't mention anything about humanity going extinct instantly. So my original idea was to answer your question. Originally would have been yes, but I would have Thanos clicked, and what would happen is everybody becomes infertile. So forced anti-natalism on every single fucking human on the planet, and you get to live out the rest of your lives. So I wouldn't really want to do what Thanos did, where he just overrides everybody's will in the moment. So yeah. You had an interesting.
You'd make everyone infertile.
Yeah.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So because that way I'm not technically killing everyone, but I've deprived everyone of the fucking right to basically procreate.
What about the fact that would call a degradation in society eventually, because eventually there would be one last generation, etching it out in this banal planet without any carers, without any friendship, without any. You're creating a kind of last generation of abysmal suffering, are you not? Because there wouldn't be anybody around to help them or befriend them, keep them company, etc.
They could just be given a suicide pill, D&W. There.
Oh my goodness me!
No, so I understand that, D&W, but my
as if it's that simple, as if it's that trivial. What's your whole take, young lady?
It's a good thing, chick.
No, so I like what you said with Fatima earlier, because I had a quick run through, and I liked what Fatima said. And you asked him a question. I can't remember, man. Oh, you said something. It was very interesting. It was something to do. It's like it slipped my mind, but it just made me think that in terms of stopping everything, all the bad stuff from happening. And then I think D&W, you said something like, oh, but what about those people's rights or something like that? I don't know, I'm paraphrasing. Do you remember what you said?
Well, I suppose the rights for people to choose their own destiny.
Yeah. Sorry, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, but
But
like
I just want to. Yeah, go on,
yeah.
fam.
No, I want to hear Russ, not Fatima.
But like I
Go
said
ahead.
that,
Okay.
but like how many times?
I'm muting Fatima.
Okay. So
Fatima's
basically,
spoken enough
I liked
for
that
now.
point. So basically, to respond to you, DNW, is well, in society, in the world, all of our fucking autonomy is pretty much overridden for the most part. I mean, I think LA will like what I'm about to say. I mean, society and the state, like, just kind of dictates what you must do, and the freedoms we do have in the West, much more than the East, I would say. Again, that's my own opinion. They are still very limited. I mean, like when you go, like, you're born into this world, you go to school. I mean, if your parents don't really send you to a private or state school, they'll end up in jail or fined or whatever. I don't know what it is like these days. um but also, as that child going into school, you don't really have a choice. You have to go through all these rules. So I would argue, if people are upset that with our master plan to stop people from breeding and therefore go extinct eventually, well, your fucking existence is already like that now. You know what I mean? But how much autonomy do you really have, sir or madam? Please tell me. I'm dying to hear about it.
I suppose that's for Robin. Robin says to Chickpea as well, why do you want to kill everyone? I mean, there's three question marks there, kind of insinuating that it's kind of insane, Chickpea.
Let me answer. Well, speak for
Yeah, go ahead.
myself. Speak for myself. The reason why I hate this planet so much is because of the way we treat the animals. It makes me sick. It's around me every day, and it just pisses me off. I am 71 years old, so I've had quite a few years of this nonsense from the human race, and quite frankly, it amazes me how we can live with ourselves, knowing what we do to the animal kingdom. And I'm talking about the animals in the factory farms, the animals in laboratories, all those poor horses being used to produce.
So basically,
hormones.
Chickpea, what I'm astounded, but although I agree that we mistreat animals and we should do better.
Yeah, it's
I'm
heartbreaking.
astounded to note that you didn't deny that you want to kill everyone.
I don't want to kill them. I said we should do what David Benatar suggests, just stop breeding and eventually just go out of extinction. Just become extinct.
Does that answer your question, Robin?
No, because like I said, how do we know that this reincarnation principle doesn't exist and that the universe will
What?
just reset itself?
Thing is, okay, it's another thing, Robin. Okay,
it's something that people bring up. Let's not laugh in his face. It is something that people bring up. Robin, have you studied this apparent phenomena of the phenomenon of reincarnation? Have you looked at near-death experiences? Have you studied anecdotal evidence given by others who assert that reincarnation is a thing? Maybe these young children who remember past lives.
Yeah,
what do you know about reincarnation, Robin, that you're not telling us as of yet?
It's strange. I was born with a dad who, when I was 2, had a complete nervous breakdown, and it caused the relationship between my mum and my dad to end. He ended up in the nut house for a little bit. But when he came out, he was saying that he had jumped out of his body and being transported by a being to the big boss and asked a lot of questions. And he asked the questions: why is life so much suffering? Why do some children get born only just to die 2 months later? Why is there so much suffering in the world? And apparently this all-powerful being told him, because you chose it, you choose to come here. So from a very young age, I've been hearing that story. Since then, I've spoken with multiple people that have had out-body experiences, some in a near-death situation, some just through drug use. I have had an out-of-body experience through drug use, like I said, ayahuasca. So I know that there's more to being alive than just our physical form.
Yeah, but Robin, sorry, do apologise.
You can speak now.
Right. The reason why I'm very anti having children is because I believe that we are forced, and all the while we carry on breeding, okay, we create the fetus so that we can be pushed back into it again and be reborn. So if we stopped breeding and stopped having children, there'd be nothing to for them to rebirth us in.
I'm going to push back on all of this to say, well, those things are just matters of conjecture, and there's many. I mean, if you're going to tell me you're creating a system, Robin, and then like your justification for something like this would be something so ethereal, like, but what if reincarnation is true? I'm sorry, I can't really give you any credibility on this proposed system you're proposing. If you're willing to literally,
can I put it more simply for you? How does humanity to expect us to become better if we don't try to be better? Secondly, my book is based purely on mathematics. It's not based on my personal philosophy.
well, seeing as your book is, wait, hold on. So seeing as your book's based on mathematics, why don't you give an answer that's, it can't be fully based on mathematics because of course we're not super geniuses, but I would like some type of empirical evidence or reasoning as to this question as well, rather than just what if reincarnation is true? I mean, that's just kind of like a God of the gaps answer, right? You're just throwing something in there like, oh, but we shouldn't go extinct because what about reincarnation? I mean, it just doesn't make really, it's not reasonable to say something like that, in my opinion. But Chickpea, can I just say, yeah, I understand your stance, but you also need to understand another thing, Chickpea. Human beings are a form of animal as well. And our brutality, wait, let me finish. Our insensitivity to the environment, to our own species, to other species, is literally because we're born into this fucked up world, this very brutal world, full of, where it's hyper competitive, yeah, and it's not a joke. Like,
yes, I know. That's why I'm an
society, society's taken away a lot of the more uglier aspects, like not having tribes literally of murdering men come in and rape your women and kill you, and I don't know which order it goes in, but usually it's one or the other, right? And then you have to deal with illness, sickness, death, all this other stuff. So remember, human beings, we're not perfect because we're born into this world. I mean, how could you expect an angelic being to rise out of this fucking cesspit of a world?
Yes,
That's,
yes, I know.
that's just my point to you.
Yeah, well, yes, I know. That's what. Yes, I agree. That's why I'm an antinatalist, because it's the only solution is to just stop breeding. That is
And D&W, as for regards as a further extension of my previous point, but Fatima would be undermining the sort of free will of other people. Well, what about the rapist when he undermines the free will of the person he's raping? What about the pedophile who doesn't respect the free will and the autonomy of the child that he's molesting? And what about the fucking companies that don't respect the free will and the rights of the employees and exploit them? And I can give countless examples across this planet, across species, across countries, across cultures, across history of the same fucking thing repeating again and again. And I might sound a bit cynical and black-pilled, but guess what? We went. Do you know what the funny thing is? After World War One, in World War One, especially in the Western world, for all the Westerners here, yeah, in World War One, fucking hell. Like, imagine all of the shit that people went through in World War One, and not so long ago after, lo and behold, World War fucking Two. That's it, guys. Back to killing each other again. You know, because somebody believes that one race is superior to the other, and Japan and fucking Mussolini and the rest of them. Lo and behold, that's it, guys. Get back in your tanks. Get your rifles out. We're gonna go and start killing and raping each other again. As if World War One didn't fucking teach us. And guess what? We're on the brink of World War Three, and now we got nuclear bombs everywhere. Yeah, let's see how this one pans out.
Yeah.
Beautifully said, Ra. I love it. Everything you said.
Can I ask a question to Robin? Hey, Robin, you said your book was based entirely on like mathematics and equations.
Yes.
Well, just for reference, there was one philosopher who actually tried to like prove everything by just pure mathematical and like logical propositions, and even he said that his book was like a failure, and he like rejected his ideas in like his first book. So because he realized that you can't just reduce everything to equations and like the mathematics. Yeah, it's like it just.
Agree. I agree. That's why it needs my motivation for writing the book. And my motivation for writing the book is if we had a better, more inclusive economy, one that stopped resources being drained from our local communities and going to billionaires, we might have better lives.
But Robin, that will never, ever, ever happen because you know what? We're designed that way. It's all survival of the fittest, dog eat dog, till the grim, brutal end.
Well,
we're designed that way. And we are.
I would agree with that.
Jay, you've been very quiet. What would you like to say? Jay's muted, but he probably is elsewhere. Maybe he's not in a position to talk. So sorry, guys, as you were.
Yeah, so can I just say one thing? We have a lot of interesting people in the comments. If you're going to make a comment, guys, come on, like, just come on the show. And for once in your life, don't be a coward. Not to everybody, but there's a select few that pass these little comments. For once in your life, don't be a coward. Get on the panel and stand up for what you believe in. That's all I want to say. Because there's a lot of cowards out there.
I believe that's probably directed at Skyworks, who basically said that you're all depressives and poor thinkers.
He's one of them, but he's not the only one. I'm not going to pick on him only, but there's so many of them that like there was that based Welshman as well one time where he said, "Oh, this panel's is rife with testosterone deficiency syndrome or some other bullshit," and it's like, for once in your life, get on the show and tell us what you mean, But yeah.
Skyworks is getting rather irate. He says, "Who are you calling a coward?"
Oh, you know what? If you're not going to come on the show, I'm not going to engage with you, man. You're just cannon fodder to me. Sorry, guys. Let's continue the discourse.
I mean, I love what you say, Rob. I tell you, I really love it. Listening to you cheers me up. I know that sounds.
Thank you, Chick.
No, it does.
I try.
I've got a question for Raz. Well, it's more something that I would say because I've been thinking about it a lot. Because poor me and Raz, we got into it on another program, and he said some really good things, and I really do listen to what everybody says. And I was thinking, remember when I said that I don't find a big problem with national ethnicism, and then
ethno-nationalism.
Yeah. And then NDW, when I said that my grandmother, who was Romani, came over from Ireland, he instantly said, but the Romanis originally come from India. So he was putting an ethno-nationalistic stamp on my
I didn't say that. Sorry to interrupt. I didn't say that. D&W said that. Go back and watch the show. I'll put money on it, my friend. I did not make that statement. I'll put money on it.
I'm not accusing you. No, I'm accusing NDW of saying that.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. D&W said that. Yeah, sorry.
He put an actual national ethnistic thing on what I was saying in defense of ethno-nationalism. Weirdly, yes, I do believe that there are certain people out there. You are right. There are certain people out there that are cowards and are using that phrase because they are rampant racists. There are people because they think that that's the safe thing to say. Yeah. And I don't support them. Just say it. To a certain degree, I respect Kenny because he just says it. He says, I think that black people are the problem of the entire world. And I don't agree with him. But yeah, let's get rid of these cowards.
Yeah, well, he's a dummy.
That come in and say what they mean. Don't use another word if you mean something else.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like if you think we're all depressive people, then come on the show, and like I don't understand. Like you don't have to show your face. You don't have to reveal your personal identity. I fucking have an alias, for fuck's sake, Ra's al Ghul, a character of fiction, but that's my alias on the show. But I just don't understand people who get so vested as to pass these like emotionally charged comments, like, "Oh, this panel's so depressing." So why the fuck are you watching it then? To these people, you know what I mean?
But you
Why
keep
do you watch?
Uh,
Like, you'll never
yeah, like
catch
if you
me
don't want
going
to like
watch.
it, watch it.
Yeah, like if you
you know,
find this depressing, then
you
fucking
know,
go over to the happy show. If it's too depressing
yeah.
for you, my friend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
that's what
mean,
gets me about
it's
these
a
people,
case
Rob.
of footballers in the stand. You know, they're not on the field playing, but they're
They
willing
really bug
to
me.
I believe that we can never
criticize
solve the
everybody on the
problems that
field.
we have unless we talk about them.
Yes,
Which
Yeah, I
is
agree with
why,
that. Yeah, I
which is
agree. Yeah.
why I appreciate Chickpea
Yeah,
so
but that would,
much.
yeah, that's why we have this conversation.
I
You
don't
know what
hear
I mean?
that very often.
Yeah, like so,
I understand
like
why
Robin.
people
Like
are
I'll say
vegan,
this.
because the people that believe in veganism, they believe that they are doing the least amount of harm that they possibly can within this life. Yeah. And there was a very long time that I was a vegetarian before I went in and started working on a permaculture farm. I was actually a vegetarian, full-time vegetarian. I had been so for about 7 years. But Bill Mollison says that the world, the way that the world evolved in the 300,000 years of humanity is the way that the world is supposed to be. If we have cows, they are supposed to be here. And if we have kangaroos, they are supposed to be here. But we also have to appreciate if there are humans, they too have a place in this world.
Which I'll tell you what, Robin, you could be right, which makes me feel that I shouldn't be here anyway.
You're being accused again of Skyworks is saying it's just all emotional drivel. He's saying you lot are all up in your emotions.
Well, why not come on and
like
say
him.
this? Like, why does...
Exactly. Prove us wrong. Oh, do you know what? This guy's a troll. He's being a troll. Just ignore him, guys. Ignore him. He'll fade away. Ignore him.
Is he a man of no consequence? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying he just wants to get noticed. He just wants attention, like, because if he was really true about what he thinks, he'd come on the show. Come on.
Skyworks,
But
you're
he's-
very welcome to
yeah.
come on, brother. Yeah, okay. So,
As I was
guys,
saying, Robin,
as you
speaking for myself, yeah, I shouldn't be here. It's
No one
why I
should be
hate
here. Yeah, I agree, Chickpea. No one should
Yeah,
be
I
here
hate
at
the
all.
place.
There is no
I-
reason.
I agree with you that wouldn't it be great if none of us, or maybe even if we could have a non-physical existence, like
Yeah, why not?
Transhumanism.
Transhumanism, yeah, but like I'm
No,
not
don't
sure if we
fancy
can.
that.
I'm not sure if we can like upload our minds in like robots or like computers. I don't think we can do that. I'm not positive we can do that. We can upload our minds into computers.
I don't think we can do it either. I don't think we have the technology. Our brain is the most sophisticated thing that scientists have ever discovered. I don't think that they could build a machine that could replicate that. I really don't.
But Robin,
Me neither.
you know, we can live outside our bodies and our brains. I've had an out-of-body experience. Granted, it was under surgery, but when I had my out-of-body experience, my brain and my soul and my sight functioned perfectly well without my body. All three of them.
I agree with you 100%. My little sister literally tried to get off of the operating table under full anesthetic, and
Yeah, I
she
did.
told, and she
Yeah, I
told the
did it.
doctors about it after it had happened, and they were amazed that she
Yes.
was even aware of it.
Yeah, I never spoke about it till I came here about my out-of-body experience because my parents would just mocked me and said, "Don't be so stupid." So I never told anybody. But I came right out of my body, and I've just floated around the room, watched the surgeons working on me, and then when they finished and started wheeling me out, I went back in. But my soul and my sight and my brain all worked outside my body, so I know I can live without it.
And I think like my dad says that basically after this existence, we learn what we need to learn. And maybe what we are learning here is that physical existence isn't for us.
No.
And so we can really go, do you know what? I do not want to go back to a physical existence.
Yeah.
And I hope and I pray that I also get this opportunity. But meanwhile, for those of us that are younger souls that still are attached to a physical existence, I would like to leave the world behind a little bit better than I found it when I came in.
Yeah, I don't think we should be here, even as humans.
No.
I don't know. There's something about us humans and the world. Well, I just don't think we should even be here.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
people
Like,
of higher conscience should, especially people of higher conscience, because speaking about that, it's like it does. I think people of higher conscience or have a slightly raised awareness or who are trying to find gnosis, especially them, so because like this world is barbaric, man. It's like I said, it's literally like
it's all
a
dog eat
shit
dog.
fest. Yeah, like everything's trying to conquer each other. Everything's trying to dominate and exploit and kill, and that's what this whole life game is about on the basic level.
Yeah.
And I think people of conscience are the ones who, for whatever reason, they just look at it and think, "What the fuck is this?" You know what I mean? Where the
Exactly.
NPCs are like, "Come on, guys, let's go."
That's called the
You
burden
know what I mean?
of consciousness. Yeah, like that's called the burden of higher consciousness. And like to be
Yes,
truthful, like I try.
Marcus. Yeah, sorry, guys.
Well,
Marcus is.
Do you know who I
Yeah.
blame? I blame Enki, because the oldest book that we've ever found, there could be a book that's even older but we just didn't found it, but the oldest book that was ever written on this subject was written about 6,000 years ago in the Sumerian Empire, and it talks about a group of individuals coming from outside of the earth, coming here, manipulating what was here through genetic experiments. And in the book, it literally says the first time that Enki tried to create a man, he was lame of eye. And the second time he tried to create a man, he was lame of foot. And the third time he tried to create a man, he was lame of thinking. But in the end, he created something that he called Adam. And Enki was not a divine being. Enki was a physical being. And he, I personally believe, grabbed a bunch of perfectly balanced Neanderthals, grabbed them, genetically manipulated them, and turned them into us. Okay, yes, we have a greater capacity for thinking. We have many things, but we've also become more barbaric, more controlling, and less in balance with the environment that we live.
Yeah. Yeah. Well said, yes. I've always thought that. Because I recognize when I see monkeys, I recognize something about us humans.
Also pro-choice, brother Marcus. I'm very pro-choice. Yes.
Guys,
Dean W, what do you think of? Yeah, I want to ask you the question. Well, what's your take on this?
On what? Sorry.
On the question, what's your answer to if you could end all unwanted suffering?
If you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity goes extinct as a result of your action, I personally wouldn't do it, because I believe in. I believe, first of all, I believe Robin touched on something that was very important, and we don't actually know what's going on. So I'm not God. I'm not claiming to know what's going on. It's a very big step to intervene and basically take away other people's opportunities to, drive their own destiny. So I wouldn't. I would just keep working towards trying to help life flourish in a way that was positive and beneficial to all. Maybe through spec. I'm gonna look it up, Robin.
I keep trying to send you emails, DNW. Like, I'd give you the entire book. You know what I mean? So if you wanted it, because like I said, up until now,
I'll have to check my spam folder.
Yeah, up until now, you've asked really, really good questions, and you've challenged me. Raz has been extremely challenging. Things that he say are really good, and they're engaging, and I believe that we need to engage. And it's you can just type into your YouTube browser right now, s.p.c.book story plus book info at Wiz WIZZ, and you'll get you're coming to my channel. It's not hard,
It's a
but
free
I
book,
am going to
guys.
rename it. I'm going to rename it. I'm gonna call it the DNW experience. No, I'm gonna give it a better name.
No, please don't do that.
No, I'm gonna give it a better name. It needs a better name.
DNW experience. That's cool. Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah, anybody
Sorry,
else
did I
in the
do if you
live chat
said
want to
that?
come on? Link is below the video in the description. We are talking about if you could end all unwanted suffering, but humanity would go extinct as a result of your intervention. Would you choose to continue with that action? Guys, first of all, what is unwanted suffering? What is unwanted suffering? I suppose we have to define that. What is unwanted suffering? What does it mean? Are there kinds of unwanted suffering perhaps that are kind of necessary and perhaps not wholly bad? It's just maybe we don't like getting up on a Sunday morning too early,
Oh,
but sometimes
that's
it's in
so
our interest.
easy.
What do you think, guys? What do you think? What do you think? Are there kinds? What do you think of unwanted suffering as a notion? What does it mean? Why should it be something we think about and view as important?
I
Yeah,
don't think
because
there's any level of suffering that anyone should have to endure against their will. If they don't want to suffer, if they don't want to exist, they should not be forced to exist. They should have every right to medical assistance. And for Robin, I would like to know why he does not support the right to medical assistance.
I've never said that, LA. Never
Well,
said it.
I asked you about that before, when you were talking about your book, and you said, well, it's not necessary because you already have the ability to do it yourself.
You see? Now you're admitting I already answered it.
But that's not the same thing as medical assistance. What I want is an affirmative right to have someone assist me. I don't want to do it myself. So I'm still going to ask my original question. Why don't you support my right to medical assistance?
I do. Rob a bank, move to Canada, get it done.
Why don't you support my right to have it in the United States?
why does he have to commit a crime as well? Why does he have to infringe upon another's rights to get his own? That doesn't make sense, Robin.
You make a good point there, Raz. Yeah. I hope the Americans change the system to accommodate you as soon as possible.
But do you know what, LA? Can I say something? Sorry, LA. I do agree with you on that point. I mean, it's under the topic of euthanasia. Because look, if the state has the capacity, well, some countries do, and we know the United States does practice it still. If there's a right to take a life, then surely, if there's a right to die, I mean, if they have the permission to take a life, then surely that infers that there's a right to not live. You know what I mean? So if you can take a life, you can't grant a life. But if somebody wants to, if the state can say, oh, we're going to take this person out, and if there's a right to life, there should also be a right to death, no? The two...
Right, if you own your life, then include it in. Well, John Locke explained it that there's three domains of property. It's the ownership of your person, your estate, and your liberty. So if you don't actually, in my book, I call it the disposal rights test. That whoever has superior disposal rights is the true owner. And because you don't have disposal rights over your own person, that basically means that the state owns you, because you can't terminate your life, but the state can do it whenever it decides it is expedient. So that basically means that you're a slave.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. If there's a right to life, then surely that should infer a right to death. But I would agree that the only reason the state keeps people here, is because you're a means of utility. You generate tax. You have a social security number. So the state likes to keep people alive simply because it benefits the state. I'll agree with you on that point.
I agree too, but there is one
Yeah, that's
danger.
true. No, like I believe. Oh, sorry.
There is one danger. If we give the state too much power, because I've been hearing stories about China, where they have been volunteering people, young people, to become non-existent so that they can use their body organs. And I'm not sure that they agreed 100% before that actually happened.
Damn.
I think that's a completely separate issue. That has nothing to do with my right to terminate my own life.
It kind of does. I support you, and I support everybody that's had enough saying, I've had enough, help me. But I think we also need to protect the people that might not have had enough and got anyway.
Well, I wish there was so much push. I wish there was more pushback on the front end. Where are these safeguards when people want to impose life onto other human beings without their consent? Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to, oh, we need to make sure that we're protecting those who didn't give consent. When was consent ever relevant?
Very good point, LA.
Nobody cares about consent. Everybody just wants to impose their will through force. They want to breed people into hell, then use the state to impose their will onto people through violence or threat thereof, and then they want to act like they're so nonviolent, they're so peaceful. They're not peaceful. Everything about life is based on force.
Yep, I'll agree with that. Might is right. Unfortunately, might is right. And if you don't believe me, then why the fuck is the United States on top of the world? Because of their military prowess, mostly. I know they have economic prowess, but the United States of America has a fucking 1.5 trillion defense budget. Get fucked, everyone. You ain't coming
Right,
close
yeah,
to that shit yet.
unfortunately. And like raw, like
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
entirely. When people are making babies, they actually normally enjoy the baby making part. It's just the consequences that they're not so keen on sometimes.
But
Yeah, but isn't that
would
nature's
you
trick?
agree? Would you agree that is an act of force? That person did not consent. They're forced to exist whether they want to or not.
No, because every time you copulate, it doesn't automatically end up in a baby. So maybe not.
But the bottom line is that when that baby is born, that baby did not give consent. So it still is an act of force.
Yes, and when you come up with a way of convincing everybody to stop having babies, I'm behind you 100% too.
I just don't understand why things are so complicated. Like 1 and 1 is 2, 2 and 2 is 4, and it's like when you state the obvious, people want to obfuscate and then like make everything so complicated. You know, everybody knows that it's forced. There isn't consent, and then they want to get around and say, "Oh, well, consent is impossible," or "It's not an imposition because you have to exist in order to have something imposed on you." And it's like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You force that person to exist, and they have to suffer the consequences of a decision they did not make. I'm just tired of the gaslighting. It's just like it's hard to have this conversation in good faith because nobody wants to admit what is actually going on.
We've all admitted what's going on.
I don't think so. I don't think so. It's like I have to constantly have this back and forth to state the obvious because nobody wants to even make minor concessions.
It's because you're not listening to everybody.
Yeah, and you're not willing to work in that which confines you, LA.
No, I've had so many people say that.
Yeah.
I've had so many people say
you want everybody to bend over for you, and
No,
you're
no,
not
it's not
willing
even
to.
that. And
wait, they're gaslighting me. They're telling me that I consented to my own birth, that I consented to life, and then they make these metaphysical narratives about soul contracts and all this nonsense. So, am I supposed to listen to that? Why would I engage with that? I know I did not do that.
LA, you're supposed to listen to this. You have never met a single person that is responsible for life. Because they all have grandparents that were born hundreds of thousands of years ago. They didn't start this in motion. None of us has the possibility to tell everybody we know to stop having children.
See, this is exactly what I'm talking about. This is the same gaslighting. My parents set my life in motion. That is an objective fact.
You want solutions to your problems, but you spend so much time talking, you're not listening.
You're gaslighting me, though. Why should I like you? You're telling me that my parents did not set my life in motion. Of course they did.
Can we have Cougar Duma back? I want to talk about rather pressing issues in the environment and climate. But Cougar Duma does make the point that people don't buy the proposition that you're putting forward, LA, and that's it. And you're not willing to work with that. You're not willing to accept that. And that's going to be a source of great discomfort for you for the rest of your days.
What proposition? What proposition is you talking about?
If you don't change your ways.
That human beings don't create their children, like they don't have any role in that whatsoever. Am I supposed to just listen to this hogwash and think that it sounds reasonable?
Well, perhaps you are. Social experimentalist is back, brother. What would you like to say?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay.
Can I ask Robin something, please?
Yeah.
Yeah, Robin. I've never told you this, but I've been. You're this these people that you know, these organizations. Yes. What part of the country are they in?
Planet People Pint. If you just type it into Google or your search browser, it will plug you straight in to the big boss, and he is on. I think it's what's it called? Because I'm not actually on it. He's got his own what's it? It's not Discord. It's one of the big ones. He actually, you can talk to him.
OnlyFans.
It would be good. He's a handsome young man. No, and it's also not X. It's the other big one. Instagram. That's it. Instagram.
That's the app I use all the time.
Yeah, he's on Instagram, and you can contact him directly there, and he will tell you where your nearest group is.
Yeah, because I'll tell you something weird, actually. Because, you know, I own 7 cats. And for the past sort of 15 months now, I've been house hunting, you know, sort of South Coast and places. And you know, we're going to find, it's hard to believe, but I cannot find a property where I can take my cats with me.
Incredible.
Even though looking to buy, just can't do it. And I want somewhere where they don't mind if I live 7 cats, you know.
Are you based in the UK?
Yeah, I'm London.
Okay. So my niece has come up with this wonderful little trick. She has literally swapped her house 3 times with 3 separate people. She was living in a place called Balham, and then she swapped her house with somebody else who was living in Streatham.
Yeah.
Then she was in Streatham and she didn't like it, so she swapped her house with somebody that was living in Kent.
Yeah.
Then my uncle used to live with her, and he passed away. So then she wanted to downsize, so she literally swapped her house with her own daughter, because her daughter's got 3 kids, and she could do with the extra space. So they literally swapped houses with each other. So you're allowed to swap houses with people in the UK, and then as long as they're willing, all is good.
No, but it's the problem with the cats. I cannot find anywhere buying, renting, nothing. I can bring my 7
Witchy
cats.
Bishy, do you want to come on, darling? I'm interested in hearing why you say that. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Cougar Duma, you are live on the interweb on the Finding Gnosis show. What would you like to say about global heating, the way things are going, the trajectory that we're on, and perhaps how it relates to human extinction? We're talking about extinction here. That is it worth causing human extinction for moral reasons? But perhaps we have no choice in the matter. Perhaps Mother Nature is going to bring it about sooner rather than later. What do you have to say on the matter?
Yeah, I'll address extinction first because it was actually part of your original question on the forum. Human extinction is tough. We're rat bastards, and it's really hard to kill us as individuals, as groups, as ethnicities. We hang on. We did go through, according to genetic research, we did go through what's called a genetic bottleneck about 70,000 years ago, maybe 90,000 years ago, when there was like 2,500 breeding pairs of humans, they figure, according to the mutation rates since. So, 2,500 breeding pairs doesn't even mean they were all in the same place. These could have been small bands of people that added up to 2,500 breeding pairs.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Just so you know, I'm at the hardware store and I just bought a burrito, so a little bit of background noise here. As for global heating, yeah, so the United States, we are currently in a, oh God, there's a noisy VW Beetle right here. It's a cute Beetle, though. Anyway, global heating, right here in the U.S., we've had a really massive heat wave. This is crazy shit. It's really, really worrisome. We were supposed to have like 4 days, three or 4 days of record-breaking, never seen before heat in winter. We were going to have temperatures that would be hot in summer that were occurring in March, basically the end of winter. So this was a big deal over here in the lower 48. Well, it's actually turned into like 3 weeks. There were going to be 3 or 4 days, turned into 3 weeks. Their ability to forecast these things is essentially non-existent because the models that used to forecast what we call weather, euphemistically weather, have no authority to forecast what's happening with the larger Earth dynamic system. And the problem is now the Earth dynamic system is basically rolled over into the shitter. I'm really worried about what's going to happen this summer. If you wanted to have some existential dread and wanted to, something, a real living nightmare to keep you up at night, we're probably heading into it. There's going to be a colossal, they're calling it a Godzilla, El Nino. It's going to arrive in about midsummer, maybe towards the fall. And that's going to boost things another 2 degrees C. And I don't know. I have a channel where I do just lectures, I guess. I don't have an audience. I just do lectures. I put them up on YouTube, and I talk about things. And to be quite honest, I haven't been able to do a video for about the last 10 days or so because I just don't know what to say at this point. I don't know what to say. I was going to say something about betrayal.
Tell us about that feeling. Tell us about that feeling, brother. What is that? What is
I'm pretty verbose. I mean, people are laughing in the comments. When does this son of a bitch ever run out of words? And it's true, but I mean, I get on here and I lecture because that's kind of my mode. But since you asked, it's hard to say how it feels, and that's one of the reasons why I'm having trouble getting around it. When I've been studying, if you want to call it that, following it for like 30 years now. And so I go back to a time when people didn't think there was going to be a problem until about the year 2100 or 2050 or things like that, or even further back, like 300 years, we were going to start seeing impacts. And every time we turn around, it's coming sooner, faster, it's bigger. The changes are more violent. And right now we're at a point where for people who have been following this and looking at the data and studying the systems and studying the changes in the weather and how the weather has just become completely unhinged, we're in a bad place. People are terrified. They just don't know what to say. I was listening to a meteorologist talk about the heat wave that was coming to the U.S. and my wife and I were laughing. He was struggling to come up with superlatives. He was like, "This is the worst. This is unbelievable. This is savage. This is satanic." He was struggling to find the right words to describe a meteorological event, and then it went on for 3 weeks, and it hasn't gone away yet. And this is a signal for someone like me who studies the climate system, the Earth dynamic system, not weather, but the entire Earth system. These are clues. These are indications that the system in which we exist and have existed as Homo sapiens for 300,000 years is coming completely apart. And I wish I could describe what that means in meteorological terms.
I could feel it in the air, even here in London. Something missed.
You said something the other day, Cougar. You actually think this year, 2026, We've got less. We've got about what 9 months left. You said you reckon 1 million people are going to die because of climate change. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
overheating.
yeah, you remember that. I dropped that in the comments and then I had to split. I had to go to something else. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think that that's a realistic expectation. Now, you won't know it. But, yeah, a few years back, France had a huge heat wave, and I think 50,000 people died or close to it in France. They just weren't ready. And but you never think about that now. You don't think about that. So 100,000, is not out of reach. And when I say 1 million, I'm saying, they're going to
By
have
the way,
huge
but I want to let
problems.
you know you can factor this into your words here. Witchy Bishy is here, and she's saying, "Oh, doom and gloom, it's all over. Just give up now." Obviously, she's been sarcastic.
Yeah, yeah.
And I just want you to know that is some of the reception you're receiving.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's fine. I don't, I'm not here to change anybody's mind. I'm just here to report on what's happening in the system that I analyze. And I'm not the only one doing this. It's hard to find information. Nobody wants to talk about it. The meteorologists are in flat out denial. They just don't want to talk about it. The governments won't even show you the charts anymore. You have to go digging to find the satellite data. It is a grand conspiracy. Donald Trump is shutting down the Storm Prediction Center and FEMA and a bunch of other things that are supposed to be helping us understand what's happening. And they're just being defunded and shut down, and the scientists are being run out of town. That's not even a joke. That's exactly what's happening. So you're not going to know. And so when I say there's going to be 1 million people dead, it's not hard to come up with math like that. You have 200,000 dead in India. You could have 150,000 dead in various parts of China. Africa could have 200,000 dead by the end of the year. Europe could have 100,000 dead across 6 or 8 countries. The UK could have 50,000 dead or something like that. It's not hard to come up with numbers given what we are about to confront. Given that we are going into a system of behavior on the Earth system, not your weather, the entire Earth system. We've just seen this in the lower 48 states. We're about to hit, this is going to hit us like a bolt out of the blue. And people are not going to be ready. They're not going to know what to do. They're going to do everything wrong. They're going to panic. The politicians are going to point fingers. There's going to be demagoguery. They're going to blame the immigrants. It's just going to be this completely inarticulate, unhinged, non-productive, non-useful response to something that came out of the blue. I mean, it's coming out of the blue for these people. It's not coming out of the blue for me or for a bunch of other people. And because I know they can't cope, I know they're not going to. I know they're going to deny it. There's going to be 1 million people dead before the end of the year, just because.
Actually, I'll tell you, I think it will be more than 1 million.
Yeah, honestly, I think 1 million is easy reach here, folks. This is easy reach. This could get so bad.
By the way, it's not even 1%. Witchy Bishy says, "Oh no, 1% of the population is going to die this year." It's not even 1%. It's
No, 1% is 80 million people, folks. That's 1%. There's a lot of fucking people on Earth, okay? 1% is 80 million people.
Yeah, I think we're in for a bad year. It's all prophesized 2026. I believe in that rubbish.
So, but basically, she's saying that tongue-in-cheek, though, Cougar Duma. She's saying it's such a minuscule number. More people will die from, eating a bad curry.
That's probably not true. Curry doesn't generally kill you. Okay, here's how this works, and here's why this is maybe more than just a little minor problem. If it plays out like this, it's going to play out over about 3 months. That means that you won't be able to get into a hospital or an emergency room or even find an ambulance or talk to any physicians for 6 months to a year because they're going to be so impacted by the number of people that are harmed by this. The entire system will break down. There will be, as it was with COVID, there will be refrigerator trucks backed up to hospitals, 6, 8 deep, big 40-foot, 80-foot long refrigerator trucks that they just throw the bodies into. Like they used to do during the plague years in the UK and Europe. They would just dig big trenches and just throw the bodies in. They're called plague pits. And they still dig them up sometimes, doing archaeology, dig them up and building roads. They dig up these plague pits. And it'll be like that. There'll be so many dead bodies so fast that no one will be able to function. They won't be able to bury them. They won't be able to burn them. They won't be able to do anything with the bodies. 1 million bodies over 3 months, even if it's over 190 countries, is almost unimaginable. Almost unimaginable. The 1918 pandemic, the influenza in 1918, is on that level, where there were literally people dragging bodies out into the street and leaving them on the sidewalk. And that was it. That's how they coped in 1918.
Is that how you cope? By
No,
looking into
no,
the past?
I'm. Well, look, we're, why do I even mention this? Because I'm worried that people will react poorly. And when the pandemic hit in 1918, it hit during the war, the First World War, and there was a lot of secrecy about it because it involved the troops. The pandemic, the Spanish flu, as they called it, had nothing to do with Spain. It was carried by the troops as they were going to war, and so the governments and the militaries hid the whole thing from people. Eventually got into towns, and eventually lots of people did die, and people had to cope with it. But it hit them so fast that there was no internet, and there was no conspiracists, and there was no tinfoil hattery. They couldn't respond to it, and they just dealt with the bodies as best they could, and then it passed. We live in a different world now. There's a lot more people. We have the internet. We have conspiracies everywhere. People are already losing their minds. And I'm a little bit worried about what's going to happen if we find ourselves in another mass fatality event at this late date.
What exactly are you worried about?
Human behavior.
Yeah, human behavior, it can be horrible. We don't treat each other the way we should. But if I could give you any piece of advice, is deal with what's right in front of you. Stop being scared.
Yeah, that's fine. I was invited on here 10 minutes ago to say something, so I said it. And normally I wouldn't invite myself on here and say a bunch of stuff to scare people. But if I'm asked, then I will divulge what I know or what I suspect. That's kind of I will accept that as my responsibility. So just so everybody knows, I'm in a noisy environment, and I'm at the hardware store, and I have a burrito in front of me that I want to eat.
Someone stop playing that music. What the fuck? Who's playing that music? Sorry, Kukaduma. Someone's playing music in the background. Turn that shit off. We're having a fucking discourse. Thank you.
It was like rap music, right? You heard that too, right? It was like rap music.
Yeah, it was pissing me off.
I think it was untrackable. Yeah, I was in the other room. I came back and muted.
Turn that shit off, man. We're having a discourse. Thank you.
If you're there, mate, come back.
I don't have any music going on in my background.
There was someone playing Eminem in the background. I heard it.
Yeah, I think
Bubbles, why don't you come on the show? There's not enough women on the show. It's male dominated. So, DMW, was it you?
No, it wasn't me. But that's what it was. An Eminem song, wasn't it?
No, that
50
was
Cent, right? 50 Cent. I'm a PIMP or
Yeah,
something.
50 Cent. I don't know what you heard about me. But yeah, that's right. It is 50 Cent. Yeah.
Spreading that misogyny. A bitch can't get $1 out of me. What kind of misogyny is that? I'm joking. You listen to what you want to listen to.
Money, men.
Woman running the lawnmower out.
Oh my god! You guys, I got a question. I have a question for Daniel.
Have mercy on me. Have mercy on my soul.
Yeah.
My heart
Wait.
turned cold. That's a good song, by the way. Money Men.
Yeah, it was. 50 Cent had some good tracks back in the day. He did.
Wait, do you guys think that Tupac Shakur is alive in like an island in Cuba? Like he's hiding in Cuba? That's like the common theory about him. He's like,
nah, he's dead, man. He's dead, bro. He got.
It's bullshit, but it's just funny how people actually come up with this shit. Like he's alive in Cuba, hiding. Yeah.
Apparently, they're saying it was Duma that was playing the music. There you go. Who knew?
Fatima, the best one I saw about that, I know it was a picture. It was fucking so jokes because it looked like Tupac, and the caption was Tupac's not dead. He's the Ivory Coast goalkeeper. See if you can find it. Actually, see if you can find it. Go on Google and type that in Tupac's not dead. And literally, the Ivory Coast goalkeeper looks like Tupac with dreads. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah.
I want to welcome with open arms Witchy Bishy. Come on here, darling. I'll give you plenty of opportunity to speak.
Oh
Well,
shit!
everybody else.
You're right.
She's being a little bit. Yeah. Do come on. And Ricardo. Yes.
Yeah,
Hello,
I'm doing
Untrackable. What advice do you have for the world today, Untrackable?
Yeah, I'm doing the hat off stream today.
Cool.
Oh, nice. I like your hair.
Yeah, that's called a head.
Good man, Untrackable. What would you like to say in terms of views,
Eli.
observations on reality, or advice for humanity? Or questions? Maybe you are seeking advice from the masses.
You know, everything is you all the time. Time is against you. You only have so much of it. You can count it down to your loss. The competition that will take the food out of your mouth. You have to fight for it. Yeah, you have to step up and be just as brutal as them to even exist in this world. Then, we have this humanity because we are same, right? Like, we come to an agreement, like, I won't hurt you, you won't hurt me, we will work together. And then you have teamwork. The bears do it, the wolves do it, all the animals do it. And once you deny that you are an animal, well, the animals will eat you alive. But when you become one, and when you accept it, and when you maximize it, that's when you find whether you are a doer or a thinker or a breeder or whatever it is that you do within the community, do it and do it to the fullest. Because the moment you lose integrity, somebody within the community will turn you inside out. So, hey, I think that's how the world works. It's like, hey, we're all just trying to get along. You got resources, we got resources. Let's make trades. And somebody says, no, I'm better than you. What I got is worth more. And it's like, oh, well, we got bombs. And next thing you know, they're not people anymore. It's difficult to explain.
Here you. Put you on the telly. Let's put you on here, shall we? Go. Look. Primrose is here.
Aw, yay.
Prim. Isn't she cute? Whoops
Hell yeah, she
day.
is.
Yeah, she's such a sweet little girl. Prim. You never guess. Actually, Fatima, must tell you a funny story, right? You know, I've got all these cats living here. And last night, Dave brought home a couple of mice. And so at the moment,
Oh, really?
I've got live mice running around the flat somewhere. So I live with 7 cats, plus I've got a couple of mice running around as well. So it only happened to
Oh,
me.
wow.
Yes.
It's a full house now for sure. Yeah, you got mice.
Just a bit,
It's
yes.
your own
They're
private
hiding. The
ecosystem.
mice
Yeah,
are
it's your own
hiding in a
private
cavity in the
ecosystem.
wall.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so I'm waiting
Yeah.
for the mice to come out. Naughty cats. Yeah, Dave goes out hunting. Naughty little boy, and he brings them home, still alive.
Oh, of course,
The
yeah.
girls to kill.
He plays with
Yeah.
them. He likes to play with them because the family cat that my aunt has, she also brings in like alive things, and she like toys with them and plays with them. Like one time she brought like a mouse also, and she was just flinging it up in the air. Yeah,
Yes.
and just like
Poor mice.
hey it like in like midair. Like she was very cool. Yeah.
That's the thing about our cats is, as lovely as they are, we have to admit they are some psychopaths, man. Literally, like,
Yeah.
because my cat, yeah, when he's a boy and he's just reached about 3 years old, sorry, and I've seen him grow up. One thing I really loved about him was it was almost like he wasn't meant to make it, so he's kind of like the underdog or the undercat.
Yeah.
So he had so many problems with it. But I said to my wife, I said, you know what? I don't care. I'll pay for his medicine.
Yeah.
Because basically his
That's nice
mother
of you.
rejected. Yeah, because nature is a bitch, innit? His mother rejected him, and in the wild he would have died, innit? So I was like, fuck that. Fuck. I stuck my middle finger up to nature, and I was like, let's do what we can. And yeah, he's turned out really healthy, but he is one crazy. He's a ginger cat, yeah, orange
Yeah,
cat
I've
for
got
the
a ginger
Americans.
Tom, yeah.
He is like a little leopard, man. He is just all over the place. He's just catching things left, right, and center. I'm like, God damn it, man! Like you're well fed at home. Like, what's wrong with you? Why are you killing all these things for? But yeah, cats are just apex predators, isn't it? They can't help it.
Yeah,
They just have to.
that's their
Yeah,
nature. Yeah, that's what they're designed to do by nature. Yeah.
yeah.
But don't feel too bad about it, because if he's killing mice, he's actually saving the bird population, because mice actually kill birds' eggs.
Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yeah, so there's
I
the
told you
whole
that,
system. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I have a theory, and I think that nutcase vegan gains. Like, one of my theories about this realm or this world or this simulation or whatever you want to call it, it's suffering is encoded into it. So the moment it's almost like it's like it's like a scale that was never meant to be balanced. So the moment you tip it a little bit to create a state of equilibrium, you can't. So it's gonna. Do you know what I mean? Like, so you patch up suffering here, create suffering there.
Yeah,
Like,
there's no solution to it.
because Chickpea, you're from England, UK. So there's a beautiful park in Richmond. They have a live deer population there.
I know.
And guess what? It's beautiful. You go there, you see the deers. There's no predators. It's almost like Deertopia. It's a utopia for deers, right? But there's a little dirty secret, and it's unavoidable.
They have to cull them.
They have to cull a few hundred every year, because otherwise these motherfuckers will overgraze and they'll fuck up the ecosystem for the wild rabbits, for the others.
Yeah, there's no solution.
So death and destruction is encoded into this world, and all we can do is try to minimize it. But you cannot eliminate it, because if you do, you'll just create another absurdity.
Another one,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an absurd world.
you will.
So if you patch up the absurdity here, you create another one. It's just fucked up like that.
Yeah, no good deed goes unpunished. That's one thing I've learned about life. Yeah.
What'd you say, Chickpea?
No good deed goes unpunished. If you do something good
that's
in
very
nature, I feed a load of pigeons. At the moment, I've got about 100 pigeons turning up every day waiting for food.
Oh,
So
damn.
it becomes wrong to subsidize humanity for these whatever that you call wildlife. Trust me, I love them too. But protecting worthless people is what it boils down to. The worthless people aren't the ones threatening your blue-footed boobies.
Hello to Mimsy. Great to have you here, Mimsy. Are you coming on here today, darling? She says, howdy, howdy. Howdy do, y'all. Good to have you here, Mimsy. Do come on to say hello. Guys, I want to give special mention to Witchy Bishy, who is now on the panel. She does feel that, it's a difficult place to get a word in
Is
edgeways.
everyone silent, or can I just not hear someone?
No, I'm talking. Can you not hear us, Witchy? We are talking, Witchy. Oh dear. There you go. That's live streams for you. I tried to give her an opportunity and she can't even hear me. Now we know why perhaps she can't get on the stream. Her system is effed up. All right. Guys, as you were, sorry about that.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask Track a question. Like, what do you mean by what? What did you say? Like blue what? Blue like boobies? What?
Well, protecting
That's what he
humans,
said.
right?
Blue
Protecting.
boobies? Okay. That's an interesting topic.
Well, it's same to me.
Too many blueberries.
When it comes to effort and funding. So, if you're gonna protect a meth addict on the streets of San Francisco, yet you're gonna have an endangered species that gets no vote. Yeah. Maybe that's a human problem. It's like, hey, I would rather protect a crackhead than protect the manatees.
Well, isn't the crackhead part of the humanities, right? The crackhead is human, right? Or unless there's like dogs doing crack now.
Well, again, are you going to protect somebody that chose the wrong way, or are you going to protect somebody that being that has no choice? It's just
excuse me, senor, but like I think we should protect anyone that's like less fortunate. I think me, like, I don't want to like describe. I'm more of a descriptive person than like a commanding person, but I think we should protect anyone.
Do you eat fish? Do you eat fish?
What?
Oh no, I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. I have meat in like a
well, apparently, by definition, fish, it's not meat. Do you
guys? It's a living animal. It has sentience. I want to welcome Witchy Bishy. Witchy Bishy. I did say you are a wonderful fixture here, and I felt saddened to hear that you find it difficult to get a word in edgeways here. So I want to give you the mic. Go ahead, Witchy Bishy. What would you like to say today?
Okay, well, first of all, I didn't mean that to say like it's a bad thing that I can't get a word in. I don't have the passion of a lot of the people on your panel, so I don't feel the need to like push my agenda. So it's easier for me to sit and be quiet. So I get that it's not like your panel is unwelcoming, D&W. I still sit in the chats when I can't get a word in. I'm not passionate enough about the way I feel. Other the funny part is I'm the one who admits to being okay with tyranny, and yet I'm the least tyrannical about my ideas. It's kind of funny, actually.
Wait, why are you so okay with tyranny, Witchy?
Oh, because I think most people are fucking stupid and they can't take care of themselves and they can't take care of each other and they can't take care of the planet. So we can't trust them to make decisions. Democracy is bullshit. Just a bunch of stupid people voting for stupid ideas.
Well, if you think about it,
how do you quantify stupid? Like, what metrics are you using to measure somebody's stupidity? That's all I want to know.
Unable to determine their own best interests.
Wait, but if you think about it, Witchy, like, we kind of already live under a tyranny if you consider the fact that there are elites who have been in power for a very long time but have been secretly guiding and directing the direction of humanity towards their own goals and their own agendas. If you think about it.
Yeah, I can agree with that, Absurd. I mean, George Carlin put it best. He said, in America, you have so many fucking choices when it comes to Skittles to soft drinks, but when it comes to political parties, it's fucking Democrats or Republican for the most part. So, yeah.
Right.
And those are just pretty much two sides of the same coin. They're just selling you bullshit, like, differently, but they're still selling you bullshit.
And yet they're all still buying it and showing up to the polling places and thinking
Yeah,
that
they
their
still
opinion
are.
matters. That's what
Yeah.
it's stupid. They're still buying
That's
it.
why
They're buying
I
it
always
into
ask.
it.
So I always ask, like, can true democracy could ever be implemented? Like, in my opinion, it cannot. It will always be reduced either back to Marlboro or like a pure totalitarian state. Like, to me, anarchism could not even like come true, in my opinion. You know.
Yeah. So
I'm all for
yeah, I mean, sorry, who said what?
Oh, hey,
I'm just
Ricardo.
saying,
What's up?
I'm all for anarchy. You know, not in a bad
Thank you,
way.
Untrackable. Thank you, Untrackable, brother.
We
Come back when you
already live in anarchy.
We don't need to be governed.
Anarchy is cool. Anarchy is
That's
cool, but it's a temporary state.
Oh,
Oh,
yay!
Oh, but
I mean,
anarchy. But anarchy.
There's so many beautiful cats.
Wait,
You say
Ricardo,
that-
what do you mean? Anarchy? Anarchy already exists. What are you talking about? It doesn't exist.
I never said it existed. I said
live in it.
What do you mean? You know, like, I'm curious.
Yeah, best system than any one that we've got at the moment.
No, I agree. I agree a lot with what Witchy said. I know about the tyranny thing, but I agree with her on the fact that most people are too ignorant or stupid or whatever to properly govern themselves and live well with each other. So
But it doesn't help to infantilize people and treat
to
people
infantilize?
not.
I never said I want to.
We never said that. We never said that.
I mean, well,
I just
like,
think
better
it's
to
impossible
just
for
push a
humans.
button and end them all, right?
I never
Yes.
said that. I never
I
said
do.
that, but I do.
I do think that we have anarchy from the top down. That at the
By
top.
the way, guys, I
Hmm.
want to say I've noticed Yerf Dogs isn't around. I hope if he is, I hope you're okay, Yerf Dogs, and I hope that you do come back soon. We
I
do miss you here.
don't want that to happen, but thank you for that.
Come
no
on,
one's
no, I
asking
want
you.
him.
LA, no one's asking
I
you.
want him to come on
Wait.
because I read under his thing pro-natalist extremist. I want to hear that one.
No,
He was
he's just
joking.
he's
He's
trolling.
being ironic. He's
Yeah.
LA, if
trolling.
you can't, if you
Oh,
can't
okay.
handle a little pushback from someone as obvious and annoying as your dog, you're not going to make it very far pushing
He's
your
not annoying.
ideals.
He's making good points, and
No, D&W, since you brought that up, he made a video basically attacking me and a whole bunch of other people with copywritten material. And so I don't know what happened to his channel, but it is what it is. I was just notified about what happened, and I don't care. Like, why would you try to like take people's content and then like
what were you notified
misrepresent?
about? Who notified you? What were you notified?
I'm not. I don't think this person wants to be thrown under the bus. You can go back and listen to my You can listen to my live stream from last night.
What happened?
You can listen to my live stream from last night, but I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus.
I didn't look. I'm not going to listen to your live stream from last night. It's yesterday's news. Tell us what happened.
I'm not going to do that. This person doesn't want to be thrown in the middle of it. He did something that was kind of nefarious, and then he took somebody's content. I don't know. That's the reason. I don't know exactly why he's not here, but he did something nefarious.
Wait, but wasn't he just on the show like 2 days ago or something? So.
LA, just spit it out for fuck's sake. Come on, don't be.
Why are you being such an instigator? And then when there's drama, then
I want to know what happened. If it's on your live stream, it means people
then
know
go
anyway, so you
go
might as well
check
tell
it
me.
out. Then go check out the live stream.
Tell me.
But you're here now, LA. You're here now.
Tell us.
Yeah, come
For
on,
fuck's
man.
sake, it's the same thing, is it not?
Better yet, why don't we just pull up the
You
video
realize
of Surf Dog
copyright
made?
strikes are normal. Everyone gets copyright strikes. It's not nefarious. Everyone gets them. If that's
It's
what it
not
was.
that serious. He'll be back. He'll be back. But just he can tell you.
Okay.
Well, hopefully he'll be back.
Okay, fine. Okay, we're going to
on the show
respect your
soon.
wishes, Senor LA.
Yeah.
But yeah, he took people's clips. He took my content and then like took it out of context to make it seem like I was saying something I didn't say, and not just me, but several other people to make it seem like we're trying to impose violence on people. I'm like, I never said any of those things.
Okay.
And what happened?
I don't know what happened. I can only speculate. I mean, I know part of the story. I don't know the whole story.
You see, you're allowed to take clips. I mean, that's what you're allowed to take clips. So I doubt that got him in.
I don't.
I don't see anything on his page.
Well,
his page is not active right now. That's the whole point.
So I guess he got
Oh,
like
damn.
a temporary ban or something.
No, usually when someone gets a temporary ban, the channel is still visible.
Up, yeah, still up.
He might have just turned his channel off himself.
Oh.
For a while.
Can I interject with something?
Huh?
Can I interject with something?
Sure.
Can I ask you guys a question? Because I just recently watched a YouTube program and it suggested that we should build a wildlife superhighway that goes all the way from South Africa, all the way up through Europe, through Asia, through Russia, crosses the Bering Straits, down through Canada, North America, Mexico, all the way down to the bottom of Peru. How would you guys think about if humanity built a super wildlife highway so that the animals move around freely?
Bloody good idea.
Sounds a bit unattainable given all the conflicts in the world. You know, like that sounds a bit unrealistic right now. Like that's gonna cross borders, you know, and that's gonna cause some issues. You know, let's think about that. You know, there's borders out there in the world. Like, you know, what if like one?
Well. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Those
too.
Those borders are going to be gone long before climate change undoes humans. The borders
Why you
are
say
on
that?
their way out.
Why do you think borders are on their way out? I think borders have been years, and I think they're gonna continue to be here. Whether that's good or
global
not.
economy. The global economy is almost complete, and once you have
So
a global economy,
yeah,
global
but like
governments will
I don't
follow
think it's
quickly.
here yet. You know, like global, and like I don't think anyone really wants that. You know, I don't believe in it. I don't want a global economy. You know.
Well, you should be surprised.
Most people don't get what they want.
I know, which is why I'm kind of like. That's why. Shout out. My name on Instagram is Flustered Snipazuzu because I am always in a flust. Yeah.
It's in a fluster.
We did answer one of your previous questions that you asked in the live stream. So you said, "Why is suffering bad?" Well, I would say that suffering is bad, especially in this world, because there's just too much of it. Like there's one. I'm not saying that suffering is bad all the time. Like for example, like okay, someone wants to get a better physique and get healthier, so they go to the gym and exercise. That sort of suffering, I guess, is good for them because it's helping them to attain a specific goal. But the suffering that a lot of people experience in this world is involuntary and it's excessive. Like for
Where
example,
does humility come from?
It's a fake.
Well, yeah, it comes from experience and suffering. But what does someone learn and how does someone learn and grow from dying of cancer at 5 years old? What does that do for anyone? That doesn't make any sense.
That's
you know
an
what I mean?
experience for the whole.
Why does it need to be bad though? It doesn't need to happen. Like for example, what does a poor little zebra learn from getting horrendously and viciously torn apart and eaten by a lion? Like what do they learn from that? That makes no sense.
I would argue the Komodo dragon is far more visceral because it eats the deer from the stomach and it takes hours or something like that. But yeah, I agree with you on that.
Yeah.
I think lions, I'd rather get killed by a lion because just give up your neck. But Komodo dragon is going to eat your guts first. And yeah, so it takes really long. It's on YouTube if you really want to watch that shit.
No, I'm good. I don't want to get traumatized.
No, do you know what it is? I just like to look at nature like just as it is, just so it sobers me up as to motherfucker, this is the planet you live on, rather than sticking my head in the sand and pretending like it doesn't exist. But yeah, each to their own, I guess. Yeah, sorry, go ahead. You're making a good point.
But yeah, like what does the animal or the human learn from such horrendous suffering? but I don't understand that.
So, by my spiritual philosophy, is the idea that all of the energy in the universe is one force. And so it's having multiple experiences throughout the entire universe, and all those experiences cumulatively make that force ready to face the forces that are out there besides itself.
So what? So what? But if it's just one force across the board, well, then there aren't any other forces out there, or shouldn't be, right?
No, in this universe, just because all we're aware of is this universe, that doesn't limit existence to this universe. This universe is us, and that's all we're aware of.
So basically, like a fighter just trying to get stronger to fight battles or something, basically.
The closest I've seen it described is by Andy Weir, and it's called The Egg.
The egg, and what does that explanation entail? Like what
So
does
the
that
egg
mean?
is the idea that this universe is our egg, our energy force egg, and we have to come through all of the experiences of the universe, not just our planet, not just our country, not just our family, all the experience of the universe. Our force has to go through in order to be ready to face the other forces that are out there outside of our current perception.
You believe that the universe is like an egg, right? Like the cosmic egg theory. Like that's pretty popular in like a lot of circles.
It's popular. Where? Where is it popular?
Yeah, that's the first time. That's the first time I think I've heard of this egg theory.
Oh, it was like when I guess it's popular only in the circles I'm in, but in like a lot of like spiritual circles, like they believe like the earth is like an egg shape. It comes from like Hinduism, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Hinduism.
It certainly does play off of Hinduism, because it's definitely about reincarnation, and that's why we reincarnate, is because we have to keep the force needs.
I'm not sure about reincarnation because I don't know what happens after we die.
Isn't that the wheel of karma, like, or the wheel of life?
It also plays into that as well. Wheel of life, a wheel of time, the cosmic egg. The shape of the universe is an egg, or like the universe is an egg. You know,
is it an egg or a wheel? Is it? And then there's people who believe that the Earth is a turtle, but that's another thing entirely.
That's like another tradition.
Yeah.
I mean,
another spiritual tradition.
I think it's probably more of a wheel, maybe. I would tend to, since everyone sees a wheel on SoundCloud, but no one sees an egg. I don't think I've ever heard a trip report where someone has seen an egg is like the Earth. It's always a wheel, even
not the Earth. Not the Earth. The universe is an egg that we exist inside of, and it doesn't have to be egg-shaped. This is about the
they
shape
say.
of it. What does an egg do? An egg protects new forming life.
Yeah. And that comes directly from Hinduism, because who was the creator god of it? Was it the Vishnu, right? Vishnu is the creator god. And so he was seen as like the creator of, or like this sustainer of the egg. Yeah, the Vishnu. And then there's Shiva, and then there's Brahma or Brahman.
Well, if you really look into what the philosophy of the egg is, it's drawn from absolutely every religion on earth, because they're all right for the people who follow them.
Oh boy.
I mean,
that's just it's this idea that
really
that this one force is everything that exists in this universe.
I mean, I'm sorry, but I'm just not convinced.
I don't think that the Abrahamic.
I don't get it as well.
I don't think Judaism, Christianity, or Islam would follow an egg cosmology. I don't think they will follow that, because inside the Abrahamic religions, they follow a linear view of time. That time has to end. There has to be a
but
apocalypse. There is no repeat
Fatima,
inside like a
Fatima,
cosmic
I'm
egg.
not here to I'm not here to
version of time
proselytize you guys. I'm not here to convince anybody else of my worldview. I was asked a question. I was trying to explain it so you could understand. You don't have to agree with it. It's my worldview. It's my spiritual philosophy.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
I'm not here to impress it upon anybody
I'll
else.
take the cosmic
Just,
egg any
I was
day.
asked to explain it, and so I did.
Okay.
Of course. Okay. Yeah.
I just think it's
Yeah.
more of a
So can I ask Witchy Vishy? How do you say your name? Wishy Vishy. Is it Witchy? Yeah.
Witchy
It's
Yeah,
actually
witchy.
yeah.
it's actually witchy
Sorry,
fishy, but
I'm a bit
people
far
don't
away
like
from my
that.
school. Oh, okay, so I'll call you Witch. I'll call you Witchy for now.
They're pronouncing it
Can I
wrong.
can I,
Yeah.
can I ask you? I don't know if I've understood your spiritual ethos or whatever you'd call it. Do you think if you was to take the sum total of suffering, do you think it's worth this whole sort of egg theory that you have, or egg philosophy, or egg spirituality? Do you think if you could see childs getting fucked and molested, excuse my language, if you could see people getting raped, if you could see people being butchered and blown up, and
Wow, me too.
or people, is that worth it? I'm asking you. Is that worth it for do the ends justify the means? Because if it's just an egg and ultimately it's for the greater good, that's what I'm getting from your idea. Do you think all of those little macro experiences that make up the sum, do you still think it's worth it for beings to go through that?
I'm shocked this live stream is still going right now.
You're right.
I'm gonna take it down immediately.
Is it worth it? Yeah, it has to be, right?
You said the
worth
S word, the R word, a lot of words.
The worth it question comes out to
There's a lot of
quantitative measures.
things that have
And
been
for
said
each
in the live
individual-
stream.
Well, let
guys,
Witchy
come
answer.
on.
Yeah, let Witchy
But-
answer.
Can I just say, just the mere fact that people get astounded by language just goes to show you that if they find the concept of the language repulsive, then imagine fucking witnessing the act. But please, I'd like a response from
Yeah.
Witchy. Go ahead.
So as I was trying to say, what you're asking comes down to quantitative measures, and that's going to vary by the individual. But to me personally, do I believe that all experience is worth it to have the knowledge of that experience going forward as a force out in what I believe is a space with other forces? Yes, I have to believe it's worth it.
You have to
Why
believe.
do you
But
think that
why?
like, whenever
Why?
kids like
You said sorry,
No, no,
you
like,
said you
yeah,
have to
tell me.
believe. What is compelling you to believe?
Still
My
telling
own
I don't
me.
understand.
Would you say that?
My own experience compels me to believe. I've been through many of the things that you mentioned personally, including cancer, including involuntary or unwanted relations. I've given birth to a child from unwanted relations. I've given birth to a child after having a tubal ligation and clearly not wanting anymore. I have lost 2 husbands. I've been widowed twice. I've lost both my parents. My parents were drug addicts. I was born addicted to heroin. I've been through so many of the things that you're mentioning, and I have to believe that they're worth it for my own sanity. And if that doesn't work for you guys and you prefer to be miserable and hate this life, that's fine. I'm not telling you not to. But for me, I have to believe that there's a meaning behind it all in order to accept it as it is.
Okay, so let me rephrase that. So, like Danny said yesterday, Danny said in another show, he put it really nice. Imagine, if you were this, like, we're not God, but imagine you as a godlike figure, right, in this egg theory, and you could watch all experiences of all the animals, all the humans, video after video of their fates and their demise and all these horrible things. You're still telling me you would say it's worth it in the end. We're talking about billions.
I don't believe I'm watching it. I believe I and you
Billions
are the
of
same
people,
creature,
yes.
and we
And
are all
those-
experiencing all of it. We're not just watching it, we're actually experiencing
Exactly, but the problem that you have is that obviously you're confined to one human life, so you're not able to look at all suffering quantitatively. I mean, it's just so
But we
overwhelming.
all,
Like,
but all suffering is me and you. We are all one force, one energy in my in
No,
my
that's
way
your
of thinking.
I wouldn't
belief,
say
but
we're all
that's not.
one though. No, that's
Oh no, no,
that's
no,
kind of like
no.
that's
That's your
kind of like
belief. Sorry, you
warrant.
need to be able to.
Yes, that is my
Yeah,
belief.
I wouldn't say
Yeah,
we're all.
you don't have to be sorry. I'm happy it's my belief. It works for
yeah. So
me.
you need
If
to
it
make
works
a
for you,
distinction
find the
between
one that
belief
does.
and
It's my
yeah.
belief. I prefaced this whole thing with this is my, you guys asked me what mine was, and I prefaced it with this is what I believe. You don't have to believe the same as me. That's the beauty of it all.
Wait, so you basically believe in it because, well, it gives you hope essentially.
No, hope is for this lifetime. It gives me peace.
I mean, it's kind of the
Like
same thing, right? But
yeah, I don't know how to like yeah, because like hope for this lifetime. Like, what do you mean by that? Are you gonna come back and like do it all over again?
You're
It's all
all
based
other
on belief.
lifetimes that the same energy force is experiencing by my way of thinking. I know you guys don't accept that or agree with it, but if we're going to discuss my philosophy, you have to accept that as that is my philosophy, and that's the lens through which I'm looking at it all.
interesting.
And also another aspect, I don't know if it's been considered on this live stream. I haven't listened to all of it, I'm afraid. I came in a bit late. But something that I was thinking about is you talk about all the suffering in the world. Yeah, there is a lot of suffering in the world. There must be. I know.
Of course there.
No, but doesn't.
Seen a lot.
Of course there is. Like
also, you have surely it must be balanced out by all the happiness and all the joy and all the fulfillment and stuff like that in the world. So
but
it's
like
not just
Yeah, but what you're saying is so
like,
selfish though. Because yeah, go ahead, Famo. Go ahead, Famo.
But Ricardo, like, how do you like justify over 1.6 million people who have been internally displaced in the Myanmar conflict, and over 16 million of them need more than humanitarian aid? Like, I don't think anything can like justify that, and like that exists in our world for as long as time. And there's more conflicts in Gaza, Sudan, even Iran now. What else? Inside the Ukraine war. And now Cuba is safe. Cuba is facing a economic a fuel outage now, and now they literally have to manually make sure that the baby incubators in Cuba are working. If not, the babies will die because they don't have any like electricity anymore in Cuba, like right now.
Yeah. I would just want to say to Ricardo, I'm only speculating. You sound like a Westerner like us. You do know how privileged you are. Like you fucking won the lottery in this life to be born in a first world country. I mean, you're not privy to a lot of the horrible, terrible shit that goes down in this world. For you to say that it balances out, I mean, that's such a conceited thing to say. Like, how could you say that it balances out? Like, what do you know about the suffering of people? Because you've probably never had to watch your family die of famine. Neither have I, because we're privileged. We live on the winning side. And guess what? Our whole existence in the West is based off the suffering of people in the third world. That is a fact. It's an uncomfortable truth.
Yes.
That is a fact. All of our countries in the West, how did they become great? Yeah, and it's not just them. I'm not picking on the West, but for you to say somehow it balances out, I mean, would you like to be enslaved? Would you like to go through? What if you were born with like cerebral palsy or like? There's so many things, and like in terms of happiness. Wait, let me finish. Happiness and joy do not even fucking compare to the amount of grim, the amount of fucking pure dread and grim that exists in the world. They don't even. You can't even put them on the scale. That's how imbalanced it is. I mean, just yesterday, Fatima was talking about. If you look at this existence in any moment, look at how easily it can go wrong, and you tell me how easily things can go remarkably right. You know, look at World War. I always mention World War II, but the World War II of Nazis, National Socialists banded together, and guess what? They happen to have a lot of scientific talent. And they created this very powerful military, very technologically advanced. Now, can anyone show me where's the fucking good version of the Nazis if everything is so balanced? Where is this band of people saying, you know what, guys, we're taking over and we're going to cure world hunger, we're going to cure cancer? No, the negative does outweigh the positive, and that just because I point that out doesn't mean I'm a little doomer living in my basement, witchy bitchy. Doesn't mean I'm like fully depressed and I've given up on life. I'm just looking at reality objectively and pointing out what I see. That's all I want to say.
See, that's interesting that you would come at me.
Absolutely, that's a good point. All great points. I agree,
He
Rob.
was talking to
on
Nikki.
this
Let it go.
panel
She's
ever.
low.
You said my name. Let me respond. I said, it's funny that you would say that I would call you names when I haven't used ad hominem ever. I've never tried to convince anyone else of my point of view. I've only expressed my point of view. And I've never told any of you you shouldn't have your point of view. I find your point of view depressing and I pity you for it. But I'm not going to tell you to change it. If that's how you like to see the world, continue to do so. That is not the world I see. And I'm allowed to have that without calling you names for believing what you believe or you calling me names. The only time I used the phrase doomer in the chat was to refer to someone who calls himself doomer.
Wait, but it's not that I enjoy looking at the world this way. It's just that that's how the world presents itself to me. I don't like. Yeah,
and that's fine if that's how you see it. That's not how I see it, and I'm allowed to see it from my point of view too.
Yeah, but like unfortunately, like I'm a very blunt realist. I don't think that like talking about like these like spiritual things is gonna help feed like 1.6 million people inside Burma. It's not gonna help them feed themselves, right? Like, those people need actual results from like humanitarian organizations that will cut all the bullshit and just go there without any type of speculation.
It's logistics, isn't it, dude? We just need to get the food there. We've got the food. The food's available. We just need to get it in the right place at the right time.
Is it though? Because the war is still going on there. Like the junta, the rebel groups actively, they will actively mine bomb the cars that will go inside the refugee camps. They're bombed by them. Yeah.
But that's not it. I think I'm catching up to the conversation. I think you guys are saying that it's logistic. Otherwise, we could help all these other people. That doesn't really seem right. Whenever we donate money, 95% of it go to the people and overhead, and only a nickel of your dollar actually reaches the kid. And we don't see no urgency to help the people here in America. What makes you think they sincerely want to help someone abroad?
Most charities are frauds. Just corrupt.
Yeah, Wishy Bitchy, I wasn't targeting you specifically. I'm just saying, I know these viewpoints can seem very negative, but I would argue that my negativity is a sign of my sobriety because I don't drink alcohol, I don't smoke cigarettes. No, seriously,
I don't do that.
That was well said. My negativity is just what sober men see. I like it.
No, because think about it, I was talking to one of my friends about Gaza, and he was like, look at their faith in God, they're so unshakable. And again, I'm not shitting on those people because fucking hell, they're going through hell. Yeah, they're not the only ones. People in Sudan, people in Ukraine, people everywhere are going through hell, in these war zones. So I'm not being selective here, but just for the sake of argument, Gaza, let's stick on that one. So he goes, look at their faith, man. They're an example. But I said to him, not to be I don't want to undermine them, but I said, if you took their faith away, they would go fucking mad, because faith in that way is their great opiate. It's keeping them somewhat sane because they're literally watching their people, their babies are starving to death, their loved ones are getting blown into pieces, and literally so when I said that statement just now, my sort of negativity or my bleakness, it's a sign of my sobriety because I'm not drugging myself. I'm not taking all these recreational drugs and alcohol to make myself feel better. I don't even smoke cigarettes or any of that. So I'm just looking at reality, like Fatima said, just objectively, you know what I mean? But yeah.
I smoke weed and a whole lot of black and miles, and it seems dismal to me too. And I do I'm smoking weed right now, and it seems dismal to me.
Yeah, hell yeah, man, yeah.
I was gonna clean my room, and then I
Hey, Joe. I don't think we cloud your perception of reality too much. So
what'd you say, Ricardo?
I was just saying I don't think weed clouds your perception of reality that much. Like I smoke quite a lot.
Yeah.
Then I smoke a lot, so
regularly.
you know
It really
it wouldn't really
depends on the
cloud me at
person
times.
because some people can
I
handle
took
it, some people can't.
yeah. I took Terence McKenna's Terence McKenna's advice on smoking weed, and I was using the organic hemp sheets, no tobacco, and I used to smoke copious amounts and just sit in like a green environment. And I swear to God, I could feel the fucking plants talking to me. It's crazy. I think weed if done properly is what it can be a good thing for introspection. Like trust me, if you smoke.
What would the plants say? What were the plants
What would
saying?
the plants
No,
say? Oh, what would the
it
plants
wasn't like they were. It wasn't like a hallucination. It wasn't like an auditory hallucination where they were talking, but I could just feel that they were fucking alive. Like it was weird, bro. It was trippy.
Might I take just a quick poll of the panel? How many people live in a city here?
I do.
I do.
I do.
I do. You see, you'll.
I do.
I do. I won't raise my hand, but I do. Yeah.
That helps, guys.
Unlucky, aren't we?
We are like exactly.
I'll make that into a poll. I'll make that into a poll.
Oh,
But it's a double-edged sword, really, because like we get all the cancer, we get all the fucking mental neurosis, but we get convenience, right?
Yeah, it's not
I've
worth
lived
it
in
though.
this country my whole
Every
life, and I've
time.
had cancer twice, so I don't think you guys get all the cancer.
Get the
No, I'm
best.
saying
No,
like,
here's the thing though,
yeah.
of living in the city. Here's the thing about living in the city. I live in like near like a big metropolitan area, and I see like crackhead, fentanyl users. I see like I see everything out there, man. And like, is this like the greatest country in the world? Because we have fucking like people like just like shuffling in the streets and like asking for like, hey man, you got $5. It's like what the fuck? It's on the bus too, like on the bus in like this suburb, like hey man, what's up?
I think you should
$5 and like they fucking like stumbling.
You can get
Time out. You should start a YouTube channel, man. It will blow up, man. I swear to God. Like the way you did that rendition right now, trust me, that's you, bro. Like do a YouTube, like go to Skid Row and just document that shit, bro.
Channel.
The poll is live if you want to join in for Witchy Bishy.
I traveled to the city
Probably in the
frequently, and I don't care to be there. It's not a nice place. I can see why you're also negative. On
It's got its
city. I might be if
positives
I
and-
had been forced to live in a city my whole life too.
Most people,
negative.
Yeah, most people out here claim the countryside life is best. It's fine if you've got
Live, press 1 in the chat if you live in the city, press 2 if you live in the countryside.
I've been dirt poor my whole life. I've just never had to live in the city.
Do the poll.
Do you know what? I live in a very remote part of the city, meaning there's not too many people, and I have to say, it fucking makes a difference on your. It makes a drastic difference on your psyche. Like when you live in a quieter environment, because I've lived in a fucking crazy, hectic, dystopian little sandbox fucking place, and yeah, I've experienced both sides of the spectrum. But it literally changes a lot about your psyche and the way you think, man. If I could have a home in the hills, trust me, I would. But economics. Yeah.
Of course. I'm with you on that one, man.
I have a question. With the egg theory, it talks about how we are all like D&W is technically me, and I'm technically D&W. Can someone please try to explain or I'm trying to understand it conceptually, and I don't know how to. I don't know how.
Brother Marcus, you
someone else on DMT, so I don't know how to explain that. But yeah, you can be other people on substances, which is really weird. But as for outside of drugs, you can't actually be someone else. So
Well, I meant with us is in the context of egg theory.
Oh, I have no idea. I just know that people say that they... Anyway, go ahead. Yes.
In my opinion, brother Marcus, I believe. Did you remember me last year when I was into like Platonism and like Neoplatonism, right, brother Marcus? And I was like very uncritical of my views. I'm like, you know who saved me, brother Marcus? It was reading Wittgenstein and Hume, and I was like, damn. So like I was very uncritical of my views back then, and now like I realized, damn, I can't really like explain like metaphysical issues in a way that can be universally true for everyone, and that's true.
Well,
Brother
actually, maybe
Marcus,
it's not
you know what I mean?
necessarily about how I can understand it, but maybe how other people understand it, and I could extrapolate from more data.
But still, like everyone has their own unique perceptions of things, and languages mean a lot of things. So if I say the same thing to someone else, they'll be like, "Well, what do you mean?" Like they're not going to understand that because everyone has their own little language game going on in their heads, right? But we all share the language, though. So yeah, so like I think that if a concept cannot meet like a outside linguistic criteria, I think it cannot be. I honestly think it cannot be fully explained. If you know what I mean.
I agree.
Yeah.
I feel like if someone says I am you and you are me, there are multiple ways of looking at that, and I might not be
Yeah,
able
but
to
very.
understand 100%. But if they try to describe, I can probably get maybe shades of their perspective, maybe not the totality of it.
Yeah, just like aspects of it, but not the full picture. That's the only thing you're gonna get from like most people whenever you interact with them. I feel like you only get like some shades of them because at the end of the day, there is you and there is them. If you know what I mean.
And I'm okay with seeing different shades.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, we all have to if we all have to like understand each other in like an empathetic way. But there is a limit and threshold to how far you can go with that. Yeah.
Is Witchy still there?
Yeah.
I'm here.
No, I'm done
Would you-
speaking.
Would you be able to talk more about how you are me?
So imagine, if you will, a large piece of glass broken into shards.
Mm-hmm.
Now, each of those shards is still a piece of that large piece of glass, but they're also each an individual shard.
Right.
So that's the life force is that glass. We're all part of it, and we all go back to it with enough force applied. And if you have enough heat, you can melt all that glass back into the pane, right? So
are we both shards of the same glass?
yes, we're both experiences of the same force.
The illusion of separation.
Yes.
Under this theory, do I exist as an autonomous entity?
Absolutely, because if you weren't, then it wouldn't be your unique experience that the entire force is achieving.
Okay, so it's not necessarily like you are me and I am you. It's more that we share a type of relation to a whole.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, you are me and I am you in the final product.
Right. Okay.
It could be like a gaming analogy, like in a game, every Sims character is made up of the same coding properties. I think that might be what she's trying to say, is that like we're all made up of the same stuff. Like you're no different from a chair because it's all just code and can be changed accordingly by the makers, creators, whatever. Claymation.
I mean, yeah, similar to simulation theory in some ways. Yeah, I can definitely, I can go with that. It's not the same, but similar. And like I said, it's not for everybody. So some people believe that there's no purpose and everything should end. And I'm not going to disagree with those people because that experience needs to be had as much as my experience needs to be had for the whole.
And it needs to be had so you can be born.
Well, so we can all be born, yes.
Right.
We have to, we are in the egg. We are forming.
And being born like collectively through this egg, do we because this is going to be born into a other dimension with other beings, right?
Other beings who came from similar eggs.
Do these beings have like names? Is there like a term? Is there a term for post-egg beings?
No,
Okay.
because being that we're in the egg, we have no real knowledge of that and won't until
Wait.
the egg is done.
Wait, you said you have no real knowledge of it, of the
Does the
experience.
egg
So how
know
can
it's
you?
going to be a chicken or it's going to be an eagle, or does it just form?
We don't know, but like you say, we don't know the experience, right? So how can we like decipher anything about it? Is like I just don't, follow.
You could decipher some things, just not what he's asking. What is the end result? You can decipher some things while you're still in the egg.
I know, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know, yeah, but like that doesn't give us the full picture of the egg or of the process or of the full totality of things. So like if it doesn't have such a strong justification for it, then like I don't know. I guess I think differently. But if it doesn't have such like a strong justification, then like why should I have any reason to like follow through with that theory? And
You don't.
and why is that?
You don't. I do. I see the justifications. Maybe you don't. So you don't have to follow through with that theory.
Okay.
And
okay.
according to this
It's that
theory, we
simple.
would all be Hitler and we would all be Jesus, right?
We all be
Absolutely,
Hitler, Jesus,
100%.
Genghis Khan. Okay, that makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm not the one who did any
It
of those.
just started making sense. I missed most of the theory here, but I think it's that we are all one. That makes absolute sense.
There's a really great video, and D&W, I mentioned it to him, and he's watched it. There's a creator here on YouTube called Kurzgesagt.
I literally just watched it before I hopped on.
Yeah, yeah,
No,
I know that
thank
video.
you,
I know
Marcus.
that video. That video is very popular.
Yeah, I know that channel.
For looking a little into it before you try and attack my worldview.
Oh,
Well,
just
here's the
to
thing, I don't
clarify,
really
I
trust
was
the organization.
when my questions are a method for me to understand you, not to debate you or try to.
No, I was being facetious because for a minute there it felt like my worldview was under attack, like I wasn't allowed to have it, and
Right,
I was
right.
kind of joking with you, Marcus. I know you
Okay.
wouldn't do that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
I just you know how YouTube is, so no, I just try to understand other people because I do think it's a method to do a type of empathy for other people's perspectives of reality.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But also asking questions is not a form of aggression. We just want to know, that's not a form of aggression,
I'm not saying that everybody on this panel was aggressive. I'm saying that the vibe I got was I was being put in a position to defend what I believe rather than to share it.
It all goes back to the cosmic egg.
And Nick, yeah, I read that differently. I just read that as dude being expressive about this is illogical. He just was expressive about it. I wouldn't think nothing personal.
In the chats, Joe, and you weren't here. I said I lack the same passion as a lot of the people on panels, and that's why my voice gets lost often because
also your shit's low. You know, if you ain't yelling, you're gonna need a better fucking microphone. It's not lost on some of us though.
In the 7 years that you've known me, I've been through twice as many microphones, 14, 15 microphones, and nothing fucking works. It's just me.
Breaking them. Stop breaking them.
I haven't broken one yet. These guys always tell me I'm too low, and it's just because they're so used to yelling at each other all the time.
Play it back and listen to yourself and see if you're lower than even the most casual person up here.
Doesn't sound like you got a power mic going on though. I haven't either.
I'm looking at the history of egg theory, and it doesn't seem like it is.
There's no history?
Well, there is, but
I
didn't know it had a
Brother Mark?
name for it. I didn't know it was called egg theory, but I
So
just understand the logic that she was
closest
It's
it
saying.
kind of
comes,
like
the
all
closest
we're
it
all
comes,
one.
the way I
It's like
see it, is
Buddhist
by
kind of
Andy
ideas.
Weir, and it's a short story called The Egg. And
Right.
if you look up Kurzgesagt, or just look up The Egg on YouTube, and I think Kurzgesagt will come up as the first video about it. And it just tells
Yeah,
the
I've,
story
I've
with
yeah.
animation.
So
Yeah, cool.
I thought the video was just summarizing an older belief system. I didn't know this was a theory that someone wrote as a short story. I thought this
Yeah,
was like
it's
a
just a short story, and it may be
it's a short
summarizing an
story. It's an
older story,
essay.
but that's just the closest I've found to someone putting into words what I can't really define.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right.
Because I also believe that, like, the story of the elephant plays in. I don't know if you know the blind men and the elephant.
Ganesh? No, yes.
So the blind men go up to the elephant, and they're all touching a different part, and then they describe it to each other and claim it's something else, and they all know they're right. But in the end, they're all wrong because it's an elephant. And that's very existence. Each and every one of our perspectives matters so that we can throw them together to eventually see the elephant.
I gave the analogy, Nikki, before I knew and now I've heard the elephant story, but of a bunch of people in a dark room and they're touching on a statue. One of it comes in from the front. It's pitch black. He's like, "Oh, it's pointy." The other guy's at the ass. "Oh, it's round," and so and so. And
Yeah, that's a really old story, the elephant.
and
yeah.
And those would be the different religions. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, I'm right. No, I'm right. It's the same thing. You only seeing a piece of the whole picture.
Yeah.
And that's the point of the egg
That makes
to me, is each of us only gets a piece of the whole picture, and maybe some of the picture is suffering and some of the picture is joy, and maybe it seems uneven, but since it's all one force, it can't be uneven because it's that same force is experiencing all of it.
What if those different pieces do not necessarily have to come and together, and they are their own isolated pieces? What about that? Like that whole perspective that yes, there are more than one, but like they don't form a whole. You know?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Any chance they don't form a whole? Almost not, because everything when you draw back from it, it works in wave patterns. It looks like different droplets are separate and it turn out they form an ocean if you can pull yourself back far enough. It look like whatever you put, like the universe. Look like we're alone. You pull yourself back and you see that we're all entangled in some ways and shit. It
I agree
seems
with
like
that, but like that doesn't mean we're all the same though. Like we're all entangled, but we all
I
have
guess
our
it wouldn't
own
mean we're
unique
all.
properties that are not combative
Yes.
with one another.
I think I'm about
Yeah.
to say this. I think it would mean that in some ways, and I think new science holds that you are both. You are individual and you are part of a collective, and you can be both things
Well,
at the same time.
Yeah, because it's kind of like the Pangea thing, isn't it? Like how before continental drift, Earth was one large landmass called Pangea.
Yeah.
But just because it was one large landmass, I mean, you can't really say that each continent now is like a part of that. Like it doesn't make sense because the climates and everything are radically different. But you could say they originated at one point at
As
Pangea,
one. Yeah.
but now their reality is completely different. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say.
It's
Maybe
not.
that's
No,
about
it's not.
something.
It's a little
Yeah.
bit different, but yes.
But they're
Yes.
still part of the same whole.
Yes.
But they're no longer whole though.
They
Not
are
in his
still whole.
Pangea.
Yeah, they're no longer
All of
whole.
it's still intact.
No, they used to be
They're no
whole.
longer whole.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Big Bang, right? So everything, the singularity, everything that we have, it was contained in singularity. But it's no longer the singularity after the explosion. It's been evolving and spreading, right? So how can you say? I don't. That's my point anyway.
No,
There's still an
right, it
argument.
makes sense.
There's still an argument that it's not separate anymore, because we know that all these unseen forces of gravity and matter, dark matter, and pushing and pulling on these things, there seem to be still enjoined, just not in a physically observant way.
Wait, but no,
Yeah.
my question about dark matter is that, like, doesn't dark matter imply that things have always been like pushing away from each other? Because dark matter has been here as long as the aeons have. So, like, how can you say that? You know, dark matter is the reason why we're all separate, and I think that's been here longer than humans have the capacity to even talk about, you know, reality and
I
metaphysics.
agree. I don't think that changes anything though, because dark matter pushes. I don't think that changes anything. And throw in dark energy, we know that most of the mask of this universe is unseen. So
Fatima,
for us,
inside
hold
the
on.
egg,
Go ahead.
inside the egg are cells, right?
What?
In regular chicken's egg, inside the egg are cells.
Cell membranes.
There's
Cells
cells.
are cells. Yeah, there are
And they
cells.
split and divide and specialize to become the chicken, correct? Are they
And
still
one
the
could
chicken
claim that
even
they're
though those
indistinct
cells
individual.
specialize
So are you
to
saying
become
that's
the
like
liver and the heart? Are they still the chicken?
Is this like the ship of Theseus?
Do you
No.
understand out of the hammer or
Yeah,
something? The ship, yeah.
Like inside your mother's womb was an
but
egg.
like to say that
And
our
it
bodies are
sperm-netted,
exactly like
and all those cells from 2 cells that multiplied into all the specialized cells that are in
We
your
all come
body.
from eggs, man. Easy.
Her point is a heart cell looks different from a lung cell, from a fingernail cell, but they make up the one.
Yes.
The whole body.
And they
yeah, but
seem
like there's still a
totally
distinction
different from each other.
because there's the cells in your hands and there's the cells in your lungs.
Right.
Yeah,
But they're still part
yeah,
of
but
you.
like
It's
I
still
think
your
that the
hand
boundaries,
and your lung.
yeah, but here's the thing. Yeah, of course, but like Fatima cells are my cells and they're not anyone else's cells, right? So like, and here's the thing. Actually, I was reading about this earlier today. I was reading about a philosopher today who argues that there is like no self at all. We're just like a bundle and like a collections of like sensations and experiences, which I find to be very very compelling because like when it comes to theories, like I read like the majority of them, and to me, like it's just like warranted assertions, you know. Like I'm at the end of the day metaphysically agnostic. So like, but I think that when it comes to closest to my views about this, it would be that theory, like the bundle of self theory, you know.
Yeah, isn't that what Buddhism says? Original Buddhism would say that there's no self, because the Hindus would say Atman, which means the Brahman is the higher self, and then the Atman is the lower self. But the Buddha came along and said Anatman or Anatta, meaning no, there's no self. And actually, I can kind of get on board with that.
Exactly.
Seeing as like moment to moment, like your whole body's changing, and 5 years ago you're different to the person you are. And I think science says even your DNA is slowly evolving. So I think the concept of self is really a
Absolutely.
psychological one. I don't think it really can exist in ultimate
Absolutely.
reality. But it's, yeah, I can agree with that. You know, because self is just what you think, right?
It's just what you think,
Yeah,
exactly, and like
it's a concept in your head. Yeah, like oh well. For example, Joe
it's
Cool is Joe Cool, but Joe Cool is just sorry, bro. I'm just using you as an example. Picking me. But for example, if I say the word Joe Cool, then there's a perception behind that. But Joe Cool, the words Joe Cool are not Joe Cool, and they don't point to. You know what I mean?
I think they do point. They don't directly describe, and I'll give you all of those things. But in the sense that Joku does have a self, and I think that could be determined or described by the direction that Joku molds and pushes. So I paint wouldn't make me a painter. I rap wouldn't make me a rapper. These are just different things that give you a part of. They give you an idea of to what Joku thinks. Like for instance,
yeah.
He's always forgiving. That'll give you a look into self, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Of course,
but what
yeah,
is
but here's
self?
the thing, anyone
Joe Cool likes
or
the
like
white girls. That's
That'll give you a look
cool.
into self.
Yeah,
But certainly,
yeah,
if you're kind-hearted, you know that I think the this is a little theory shit, but I think the self is more than just little pieces and experiences that are here, because every man, certainly and I can pick out a bunch of more people, seem to mold what they got differently and mold it in a different fashion and all of that. And that I attribute to the self. Everybody's had similar experience, two people in the same house, but yeah.
Yeah, but that's just your
Yeah, but
assertion, though.
It
Suppose
is.
you did all of that, but suppose you did
exactly.
all, like everything, like what I'm saying is, suppose you did all of the things, but you didn't assert words or concepts or philosophies onto them, then you wouldn't have all those things. You know what I mean? As per se.
Even if you didn't
Yeah,
put the words and philosophies behind it, couldn't you be driven just to be a kind person and not to hurt anyone or harm people and shit? And that's yourself, even without the philosophy behind it. That's you. That's
Here's the
yourself.
thing: you had to learn how to be kind through others in your experience. So, are those actions really yours? Because you had to learn them from other people. It's experience over everything else. To me,
I would say I had to learn them. I'm not speaking for everybody. Some people may have had it differently. I would have had to learn them. And I think, again, that would point to that, there's something about myself where everybody else got the same lessons I did. I'm in the heart of the ghetto with all the gangbangers, and something about myself, not necessarily my experiences, something about myself, saw the same experiences other people did and molded them differently.
Yeah, like when I say there's no, when I said no,
We all
when I
have to
said
learn
like there's no,
life knowing everything that we're ever going to know. We all have to learn. But if we are all willing to learn, we can become good people. We can.
If we're
the
being
updates on
willing to
your
learn
channel,
and be
DW. I like it.
honest, you got to be honest to be good people. You can learn and be a Machiavellian so and so.
dark traits, man.
Yeah, well, I
Sorry,
think
brother
that,
Marcus. Did you say
yeah, well,
what did you say you
like
liked
the
the?
human.
Yeah, I noticed you updated your channel. I like the aesthetic.
Oh, cool. I changed the header, but it didn't show up yet, so I've got to try
Yeah.
and fix that.
Yes. The bundle of
Yeah, no,
theory.
JC. I think when I was saying that there's no self, I was basically trying to say that like there's no solid entity that is not subject to change that is solid in and of itself. Like so, even like when people say myself, but your views, like they're constantly changing. Your body's constantly changing. So if you point to any aspect of quote unquote self, you can't. There's nothing there that's solid and unchanging and will remain so, and it's not subject to
Right.
change. So that's what I mean by non-self. Like,
Well, I'll give you that all things are in flux, motion, movement,
yeah,
and yes. So the self is not what it was, a billionth of a second ago. I'll give you that. But I don't know, man. There's
like
enough. Go ahead.
like I'm sure like your views have probably changed many times. Like maybe at one point in your life you felt so strongly you had a philosophy about this, and then maybe possibly it changed due to something
All the
else. Or
time, all the time.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I would guess so. Same thing with me. Yeah.
Yes. And wouldn't you say though that there's a thread that is you and distinctly yours, where some things you cannot turn because of your nature? I know my nature. Some options are not open to me. To Joe, to lie, cheat, and steal. That's not an option. So I did change some of my beliefs and shit, but I'm still going down a certain path. I'm firmly on the side of good and all of that shit. Myself didn't change, so it doesn't have the options open ever where I could take advantage of somebody else to make my shit better, or lie on this guy to make me feel better. That's never changed in me.
But I would argue that that's contained in your brain. So, like, if you were to suffer a brain injury and you lost memory of your so-called ideals, then that's
Right.
just another piece of evidence that your concepts, philosophies, thoughts, principles, ideals are still they are subject to change, or they're not.
Wasn't that you talking about the earth as a dismal, grim place?
Yeah.
How is it that so
That was-
many
that was
people manage to be moral? If every lesson here tells you that it's an evil place and you do evil things, you'll get ahead. Certainly in America, everyone is going to learn that early. Lie, cheat, and steal. Everyone still seems to manage to look at it as a negative and I don't know, at least virtue signal and say these things are wrong. That I don't know. I think that points to something outside of just being a product of the society and the shit around you.
I would say that the very fact, this might sound a bit twisted, but I would say what you just said is just the fact that how twisted this place is, because people will point to things that are wrong and have a double standard and literally do those things while telling other people is wrong. I'm sure you've come across that,
Yes.
right?
Here,
Like
you made one
politicians.
pops in my head. The Constitution, everybody's created equal except for black people. They 3/5. So yeah.
Exactly. And you know, bro, you know, my
Yeah.
bro, we get what fucking white ethno nationalists. I hate to talk about this shit, but unfortunately, these guys just love to come and fucking hop on our dicks. No pun intended. They just attracted to this. I don't know why yet. But you saw there was a guy who was on the channel, D Prophet. He basically came on here and he was lying about the foundational documents. And I actually did my research because when it comes to these ethno-nationalist motherfuckers, I never take anything they say seriously. Seriously, I always hold like trust me, I never take anything they say seriously. And it turns out what he quoted to you was just a statute. It had nothing to do. I think there was four main aspects to the foundational documents, and that was a statute. It had nothing to do with it. But you see, my friend, there's people out there that will twist the narrative
100%.
because of his. You know what I'm saying? Like, and as I'm gonna speculate that you're an African American, or you're at least a Black American, or an African
Yeah.
living in America, or you're an American, right? But you probably know the history better than me and probably experienced it. Like, we live in a world where people will literally, bro, and we had that other motherfucker, Kenny, literally coming on here in the name of Scottish pride. Oh, look, it's St. Andrew's cross on the Confederate flag. Oh, do you think I'm a fucking moron, mate? Yeah, we know what the Confederate flag stands for, you motherfucker. But that's what I'm saying,
so
JC. To use those
literally,
examples,
historically,
I
they will try. They will quote unquote righteously assert their points. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do.
They'll say, yeah, so like we do live in that world, bro, where people will righteously assert like immorality and stuff in the name of quote unquote they're good.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So
One
yeah,
thing that people are guilty of, black and white, is that whether it's just a black pride movement or a white pride. No, we just have pride in our own. You using that, but it always seems to turn into the other people's inadequate and inferior in some way. That's why you can't really rely on them. It always turns into that. They make it under the guise of we're just proud of each other. There's nothing could be possibly wrong with that. But really, half of them, there's a reason all the fucking the Nazi skinhead party and all of them and the Proud Boys all drawn to you because they see what you don't want to say, nigga. You want white folk to take over. In the case of some black folk, a lot of black folk believe you guys just are devils, and the lessons that I could teach a black person would fall on deaf ears with white people, and a lot of black people believe that shit.
yeah, I would call out black supremacists. I would call out Islamic jihadists. Yeah, I would call out everybody that's like literally of a fringe extreme thing. But we don't get those people here. Yeah, I've never seen a black supremacist come on here and talk about all these mad ideas. I just don't.
And
I
if
haven't.
they
If they
do, it
do,
be just
I will check them. Yeah.
if I see him, it's just a clicking view. It ain't really a hardcore belief type guy. It's just a guy
Yes.
trying to
Wait. Hold on a second, Robin. I
rage
know
bait
you.
or
I know
something.
this is Robin's fucking favorite topic, isn't it, mate? Let me finish with the brother JC. Hold on. He's still fucking interrupting. Fucking hell, bro. Let me finish. Oh my god, bro. So yeah. Just go ahead, bro. You just
I was just
ruined the
saying they
flow. Go ahead,
present
Robin.
one way. They present in one way when really they mean another. I was just agreeing with you as well.
Yeah, Robin, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Right. That's because black superiorists
Oh,
hide
here we go.
they hide their words behind false things. You know, they when they say I'm proud to be black, what they really mean is that they want to be black supremacists. And when they say black culture has value, what they really mean is we are better than everybody else, and we want to be the one.
Okay. Let's not go past that one. The first part I give you. But the second part, when people say black culture, I don't think they're talking about black supremacy, because in now modern day, the most I hear about black culture, even from black people, is that we got to do something about the rappers and the skanky chicks twerking on cars. We're exporting that shit. You got Chinese motherfuckers want to twerk and be skanky, so no one's talking about blacks are supreme. We're like, we got to clean up our act. So no one,
Yeah, I can agree with that. But here's the thing, Robin. Even the militant black supremacists, they don't represent the same threat as the fucking white ethno-nationalists, because they don't occupy. Like, I've been in the military, and trust me, I used to see these motherfuckers, bro. Like, they were obviously neo-Nazis. For some reason, they like to frequent those places, yeah. And but even the black supremacists that are bigoted and stupid and backwards, they don't represent the same level as threat. Now,
they don't.
going
The
on to
number one American threat has always been far right radicals. These are the guys who will shoot up a store, church, school, or something. You don't see the far black motherfuckers doing that shit. But you're right.
Even the Black Panthers, like, you could go so far as to say, but
what about Boko Haram?
Well, they're an Islamic jihadist thing. That's the main thing. They're a jihadist regime. I wouldn't say that blackness is the primary
I was talking
function
about
of that group.
American black. I wasn't thinking across globally. I was talking about American
No, but
black.
But what you're talking about is those people self-identify as Islamic jihadists. So the their primary pathology is not race-based supremacy. It's religion-based supremacy.
Yeah.
That's what I would argue anyway. Because those Islamic extremists, they're all on the same page, whether they're in Afghanistan or in West Africa or wherever the fuck they are, or they all want to force Islam onto the world, their extreme interpretation of it, and at the point of a gun, or, that's why they commit a lot of brutality. But what I'm saying is, I was just giving that as an example. I didn't even want to go back to this convo because fucking hell, bro. We've had enough of these nutcases coming on here talking shit already. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, JC, bro?
I do.
Yeah.
I think they all
and
pay.
Shout out to Fireman as well, bro. Because Fireman's been serving them up as well. You know what I mean? So yeah.
So just to be fair here, let's have an anthropologist on here. The black people came first, and the reason why I say that, and the reason why that's important, is everything that came after was derivative. There was enough greatness. Let's call it that. There was enough greatness in the black people that everything that came after could also be great. You could take the greatness that was present in Africa, divide it up, and still have enough greatness to go around. That's
You
how
give
that
it
shit.
the most recessive genes, the blue-eyed so-and-so, and give him a scoliosis, and he could still be a great motherfucker.
That's right. That's right.
I have good news for all of you, but because of the sub-Saharan Africans, and they are breeding at a
What's the good
phenomenal rate, by 2070, 1 in every 3 people on the face of the planet Earth will be black, and we will finally get paradise on Earth.
I don't understand how you don't know. I think everybody's black now. If you're gonna say that shit, all of us a kid of some black motherfuckers. So I don't care how light you are. We're all black now.
Yeah, we're all black. Right? We all started out that way. Everybody who came after is weird.
I'm Latino.
Except for D Prophet.
And I don't know that that's true, by the way. I don't know that we all came from black. I'm just following that line of logic. I don't know that that's true, and I don't think it would matter pretty sure that it
It's a
won't matter.
fantastic line. We are all black. Even the evil Nazi
It's
they're all black.
fantastic until
Just
we
don't know
find
it. And that's why they're stupid, because even the evil Nazi ones, they don't realize that actually deep down inside, they're just black people.
Well, we did all. What was the name of the first human prototype? Australopithecus africanus?
No,
I
Homo
think so.
sapiens.
Yeah, it was that one. Yeah.
Yeah, you
Homo
wouldn't call
sapiens, yeah. And then
Australopithecus Australopithecine. You wouldn't
and
call
then
him.
and then there was
Okay.
You know,
the
yeah.
Bushman. Wait, Cougar Doomer. What's the Bushman again? The Bushman theory.
Bushman?
Yes, the Bushman theory.
Okay, they're Homo sapiens.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not Bushmen.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's just so you understand, there were other types of humans. Homo.
I know.
Okay, we're Homo sapiens.
There were
There used to
five
be.
at the
There
same
used to
time
be.
humans were
Yeah,
here. There
yeah.
were
There
five
used
on
to
the
be.
planet still.
So there was a time when you could say, "Oh, this type of human is better than this other type of human," because they were different. You could actually say that, but now you can't say that anymore because they're gone.
And
Now we keep dividing up humans, trying to make different types so that we can point fingers. But the truth is, it's a contingent fact of history that doesn't work.
And it's mostly just to point fingers and put ourselves above somebody else. That's what it always comes down to. It's never just a descriptor. Between me and you, we could be a descriptor,
yes,
and I wouldn't add any baggage to it, and you wouldn't add any baggage to it, and we're fine having that conversation. Then the other guy walks in, and we're stating a fact. Did you know that Europeans have a 7-point higher IQ? To me and you, it just means they go to better schools, better educated. That's more important to them. But to someone else, aha, it means white people were better. I was right.
Yeah, except as I always say, IQ tests, which came from white nationalist scholars in the 1800s, IQ tests have been repudiated by modern anthropologists. We don't do that anymore. People do it, but we don't do that. We don't do that as a science. We don't do that as a science.
Wait, so what's the best way to test intelligence, then?
Yeah, we don't.
Talk to people.
I was going to say, talk to them and hear the questions that they ask. That's the way to
watch.
Okay, so frameworks that attempt to assess intelligence don't call it intelligence. I can't remember what they call it. Again, this is not my wheelhouse, but they are like 6 or 7 points of contact with a group that you can assess their cultural affinity or assess their adaptability. Or they don't call it intelligence because it's not a number. It's 7 different types of study that you have to do, and it's things that you would imagine. It's how well does a person understand their own culture? How well does a person use their own language? How well does a person integrate in their own community? But when you assess all these things, then you can do science. But there's not a single number, and it's not called intelligence. I can't remember what it's called.
For instance, you get the smartest fucking Native American Indian back in the day, and you get the smartest European. You give them an IQ test. Well, this guy doesn't even know what binocular is or so-and-so, and he doesn't know these things. So someone's going to say he's, the European smarter.
It's worse than that.
But in reality, the Indian guy, in his world, he could take fucking this little powder, that powder, and he figured out himself that he could use that to make a fire hotter and burn these and these. He has the intellect higher than the European guy who just studied a few things.
For a given context, a Native American knows 50 different ways to skin a buffalo. And what to do with the skin, and what to do with the tendons, and what to do with the bones. A white guy would look at a buffalo, and he would eat probably one piece of it and walk away hungry. Okay,
yes.
So that's what intelligence is knowing how to perform.
Not know how to butcher a buffalo anymore.
Intelligence is just a matter of how well.
I heard
analogy.
Why would you argue with an analogy? I was just trying to make a point.
Yeah. No, I agree with that because isn't the significance of Thanksgiving about the Native Americans coming to the aid of the settler Europeans, giving them clothes and shit like that to survive the winter? because the Native Americans, and it's not just the Native Americans, but a lot of those tribal people, there is a fucking deep-rooted intelligence. I mean, you know, even the Australian Aborigines, these guys lived in the fucking Australian outback, which is savage, and they
I
literally
know,
slept.
right?
So you have to think to yourself, yeah, like how did these people, quote unquote, primitive, as a lot of people would call them, they've been living like that for apparently historians say they were living like that for over 1,000 years. The Australian Aboriginals
Bro,
A
in
lot
that
of that,
dangerous.
isn't a lot of that learned
40,000
though,
years.
because I'm
Yeah,
sure here
sorry, 40,000.
in America, we watched the Indians were savages. All the superstars who we admired said and told us that Indians were savages. Isn't that a lot of that learned? I'm sure they got that about the Aboriginals in Australia, probably in Canada. The
Yeah.
slaves, that would have been their shit. You know, they're savages. They're not like us. You know, they would have used that.
Even the Inuits, who they call the Eskimos, but apparently they don't like to be called Eskimos, but the Inuits
Oh
of
yeah,
Canada and that.
Right.
Bro, have you seen
yes,
the
Inuits.
fucking their parkas that they made? Their boots of fur and
I'm
like these
saying them.
people, they live in the
Igloos,
most
have you seen
inhospitable.
their
What's that?
igloos?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like that's intelligence to me because not this ain't about a stupid IQ test about oh look I'm smarter than you. This is about survival, motherfucker. If you don't get this right, you're gonna die. You know what I
Right.
mean? And what could be more intelligent? What could be a better metric of intelligence than look at how we live and then look you guys are dying by the fucking
Right.
busloads. Yeah. So
Exactly.
And
Like
how
that's
do
why
I
I
get
say
along?
that's why I say that the best like unit of measurement of like IQ or of intelligence is not like basic math. It's actually survival and cleverness. Those are the best indicators of IQ. If you can survive and be clever,
yeah.
you're good in my opinion.
And I was
Like
gonna
we
say,
have
you got to add something else, and one of y'all already did, that it would also pay to be charismatic and know how to get along with people. The guy who scores high on the regular IQ test may
yes.
not have what it takes to survive and be a leader or the things necessary to be, well adapted in a group.
Well,
Yeah.
being able to
Yeah, that's
survive
true.
and adapting well, don't necessarily have to correlate. I could survive and still be a broken person.
Yeah, agreed. Most of us are surviving. Somebody said it. This
Yeah,
ain't
true.
Hello to Noodles. Noodles
Marvin
is on
Gaye, I
the
think
show,
it was.
guys. Make some space. Make some conversational space, guys. Noodles is here. Noodles, you're on the Fighting Gnosis show. Welcome.
Hey, I was telling my dad about what a doomer is, and he said he thinks he can contend, but here, why don't you ask him? Oh, he wasn't interested. Okay.
Oh, I would
Oh,
love
shut
to
down.
quiz him. I don't know nothing
He got
about
shut
it.
down.
I'd ask him. I don't know.
Shut down.
Come talk to my internet people. Come on, Dad.
Dad, like fuck that.
Oh my did you know that one time, right? Like my dad one time said he wanted to like talk to the people I talked to online. And I'm like, what the fuck? No, you don't. And it's like I was over 18, so I had no reason to show him anything. It's not like it was anything bad, right? We were just talking about what, like philosophy, religion, sometimes politics and race now. So I don't. Yeah. So like it's just like it's like the 4chan stuff, you know, like
Well,
online.
I was explaining to him to my parents about the pills and just about the true nature of the world and
Oh shit.
we're animals and that we're apes and we have hierarchical structures in society and mating behavior that we don't even think about and just all this all this stuff people delude themselves about and I don't know.
Do your parents ever show concern for your internet usage of how much you use it?
Aren't paying attention.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think he's saying that they have the Disney version of life, and you're trying to bring them down to a little more realistic version.
Grounded.
Yeah, I think they think that it's like very that there's something that a lot of things are a lot more subjective than they really are, and
Right.
you know, I agree that there is a certain level of subjectiveness to life, but I think that I don't know, they don't want to look at certain things for
I
being
understand.
what they are, you know.
For instance, if I believe I'm a Republican hardcore MAGA, and I believe that Trump is the coldest guy in the world, and you come on to show me a tape of how it turns out that him and Netanyahu was like, yeah, let's bomb them Palestinian ragtowel head fucks, you would fight hard not to even hear it. You don't want to hear that information. So no, your mom, them, they don't want to hear that shit. They can turn to a different source to get their news. They want to be reinforced in that shit, and they don't want niggas like you tell them, no, mom, we're all animals. Really, no, we're not. She don't want to hear it.
I think they agree that we're animals. I just think that they don't realize like the level of competition and, you know,
how it's animal like, the competition
how
and shit.
animalistic the world really is.
Yeah. Right.
Maybe they're better off.
No,
Take the blue pill. He said they should take the blue pill.
They were lucky.
Why are you trying to wake them up? Why are you trying to wake them up?
The steak tastes good, brother.
So,
what are you doing?
Because
You guys take the black pill. I take the estrogen pill.
They see that
D&W, how dare you say that, bro? You're the host of this, bro. Finding Gnosis.
they want to know why I'm unhappy, right? And what they could do about it. And I'm trying to explain to them, you know, for some of this stuff, there's really nothing you can do about it because some people are, you know, some
No. That one, I would say, I don't know how smart your people are, but after talking to you for fucking 5 minutes, if I were going to change your mind, I know I have to go down some factual base and all of that shit. I wouldn't say there's nothing they could do. If you heard they presented the right argument, you're open. I don't think you're the type that'll just bury your head for the sake of safety.
All right,
So,
give me the right argument.
give me a couple seconds. This is, fuck it. To take a motherfucker out of his dismal dread. First of all, it had to be religious. It would be easier for me if I could go religious. That won't work with you. Spiritual would be the next thing to go. That has a low probability from the conversations we've been having with you. So, I got to think of, I would go straight knowledge study type shit with you if I were trying to win you over on something.
Saying, how do you convince a doomer to not be a doomer?
Yeah.
Good question.
Well, Noodles, I would say, like I said earlier on, maybe that quote unquote unhappiness you said that you have is just a sign of your sobriety in a fucking crazy world. Like maybe because a lot of people are running around the madhouse on, just kind of, like he said, burying their head in the sand, or they're hooked on certain addictions and that keeps them distracted. But suppose you were to look at things objectively and you did have a dismal view or quote unquote unhappy view, then maybe that's a sign of your sobriety. That you're just there, you're present.
I agree. I would say I have taken the the rose-colored glasses off, right?
Right.
But the thing I'm saying with my parents is they had things where they were in a time when, well, first of all, they made a lot of good decisions and they got lucky that they did that. They were also in a time, because they're boomers, they were in a time
where those things were possible.
Things were I think things were a little bit easier to achieve in certain circumstances, especially when it comes to like pair bonding and stuff like that. There wasn't the distractions that there are today.
They could get a job and dad could go to the job, mom could raise the kids.
That's an understatement. Boomers had it the best, man. Boomers lived in the golden era. I get that.
They don't realize how good they had it. Okay, well, my mom says she does, but yeah, it's hard for them. I think it's hard for them.
Mummy and Daddy Noodles, you did very well. He's a nice guy. He cares a lot. He beats himself up too much, though. and yeah, he just needs to chill out a bit.
Mommy noodles.
Yeah, and he's also a great musician.
Oh, that's gay.
So it's gay to say that you're a great musician.
Yeah,
Noodles.
that's gay.
You don't. Do you believe in an afterlife?
No.
No. All right. Morality.
I mean, I believe in preference that creates subjective morality, and that there's logical extension.
Okay, not how you get to it, I guess, is not my question. Do you think
I'm answering a question. I said I believe in preferences that create our subjective morality, and that there's logical extensions of
I'm
that.
asking for yours. Your preference, you prefer morality and righteousness. Your preference.
I have a moral baseline based on my preferences, yes.
You have a moral baseline based on your preferences.
But
And
I do not believe in objective morality. No.
okay, I would have assumed. You know, I'm trying to figure out arguments here. Where does your morality come from? Just nature itself, yeah.
Preferences.
Preferences, derived by nature and the shit that you lived around, yeah.
It probably has a lot to do with how I was, how I was indoctrinated. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Somebody else was. Go ahead.
I want to ask you a question, Joko. When it comes to like ethics and morality, do you think you can derive a ought from an is? I think Brother Marcus is gonna like this question. Can you derive a ought from an is?
I don't think that's feasible. Well, not in all circumstances. You ought to do something because that's where, because that's what is. I don't think that if nothing holds up in all circumstances. Can it be possible at all? It is like that, so it ought to be like that. That's still a tall hill to overcome.
Anyway, I'm gonna hop off, but yeah, I just came on to let you know. Yeah, my dad was telling me that he's a bit of a doomer now, and I mean, a lot of that kind of probably stems from stuff that he's experiencing.
Before you leave, let me say this, man.
Yeah, can I just
But
say? You go ahead and I'll say something as well, Joe.
He didn't used to be a doomer, but he is now more so than ever, and he's starting to. I remember recently, actually, like a week or two ago, he said, I was telling him about all these ailments that we were talking about, all my physical and mental ailments, and he said he's so sorry that he gave that to me. It's like that.
Damn.
He took some accountability, which is, I don't really call myself AN anymore, but in that community, that's like a big thing to have a parent acknowledge that sort of thing,
It is any human being, but
Yeah,
certainly
of
a
course.
parent, yeah. I just want to say before you cut out, man, that doomer mentality must be accepted. You can observe a thing without being like, whoa, it's the end of the earth. You can observe a thing, and because in reality it just is. For you to take not you per se, anybody to be a doom and gloom ass motherfucker, other than just stating what he sees, that's a choice.
All right, I don't really understand what you just said, but
I appreciate you listening.
Clip it, and listen back to it because it was interesting.
All right.
I would say, Noodles, remind yourself and your dad, hope is always there, no matter what people say. They can be the most pessimistic individual ever, but do you remember that bit of prose I shared about hope, and you liked it? Maybe have a reread of that. Because hope is always there, whether people like to admit it or not.
I mean, I will say there have been times in my life where I've tried to practice this mindfulness thing.
Very good.
Where that does seem to help, but I'm just paranoid if I try and start doing again that I'm just deluding myself.
No. Here, let me try and rephrase what I
What the fuck is
We
that?
can hear you.
I'm gonna take this off the air.
Dexter has entered the show. He's
Yeah. Cougar Doom, if you're listening, I muted you, but you can talk when you want.
Let me try to rephrase it. I'll try and do it quickly because of what you said, that you've been trying a different mindset. I want
he's
to
gone.
remind you that
He's gone.
Grr, I wasn't looking at the phone.
He's gone.
But hell, I'll rephrase it anyway.
JC,
You cats.
yeah.
Because of the last thing he just said. Two people can go on the same car ride, same day at work. It works for anything. And one person is like, it's great to be outdoors, feel the sun. The other person is, it's out here miserable in this heat. One person, this is the greatest thing. I get to see the sunrise on a long trip. The other guy's complaining about his back and how stuffy it is. That is what I mean by it's a choice. It is the exact same ride. Everything is the same for both of you. Only thing is different is your mental. That's why I was trying to tell them it's a choice.
Interesting.
I put in the comments just now that 90% of all problems are caused by humans, yet humans can change.
Yeah, humans can change, but they don't
But
change.
they don't.
That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's the thing, is that like it's a dilemma. Like they have all of the capabilities to use their reason and passion, and yet they use it for just bullshit, and they continue this for like the past like 10,000 years. Like I'm like, why even bother?
I love that y'all said humans. He said humans, and y'all said they. Right? Like y'all ain't even human. Y'all like, yeah, those guys, they're fucked up. Y'all distancing yourselves from the humans.
Of course I am. Of course.
We're fucked up.
I'm not the one that like did like everything bad in like world history. I'm just one person that was born after the fact, and here I am speaking to all of you. Like that's why I don't understand the concept of like don't say them, say us. Like that makes no sense to me because I'm not the one that started all the wars.
Well, if we're saying human, you could throw you in there, right?
I don't. Most days I don't even feel human. To be honest, I feel like an alien who just was dropped off by mistake.
That's that
build
God
on
shit,
that,
man.
like, I
In the
don't
world,
even
not
think,
of the world.
as I said, I don't even think that there's like a fixed, unchanging notion of self. Like I don't think anyone has like a fixed, unchanging notion of self. But that doesn't mean that like their actions don't exist. Their actions do exist, but the fact that they change every time, means to me that like, okay, so there is no fixed self. And bless you, whoever sneezed. Yeah.
If we could assume biblical characters are real, you take someone like, I don't know, Jesus. I don't know if it's going to work with him, but his direction, he'll be a bad one for this, or maybe he'll be a more interesting one for this. Jesus, I was just going to say, his direction, you could tell. He make different choices and all of that shit, but his direction is kind of set, and that would be the unchanging part. But I don't know if that holds across,
No, it doesn't, because we don't know if Jesus was really who he was.
You can't really prove that he existed. That's the problem.
All right, let's try.
Because there's called the trilemma. There's called the trilemma. Oh, sorry.
I mean, there is evidence that he existed, right?
Yes.
There is, but it doesn't mean that he was like a prophet or did the miracles.
Sorry, Robin.
Yeah.
Robin's saying something, guys.
Let Robin speak. Go ahead, Robin.
I think that Jesus just wanted a better version of Judaism so that he could unite his people to fight against the occupying Romans.
Interesting.
Yeah, but it was the Jews who condemned. Well, if you follow what the narrative says, the Caesar didn't really give a shit about blasphemy. He only had. This is according to the Christian narrative, by the way. He only had Jesus, quote unquote, crucified because the Jews saw him as a blasphemer and they wouldn't tolerate him. So they kept pestering Caesar. But Caesar didn't care. He just thought, he's just some fucking liberal hippie guy that's preaching his message. No disrespect to any Christian here, but Yeah, so it was actually the quote unquote Hebrews at the time, the Jews, that really pushed for his or his demise. If you look at
Yes,
the Christian
yes,
narrative, yeah.
and
And
like
that's
you
why
brought up
people,
You brought up
that's why in far right neo-Nazi groups that use Christianity as part of the symbol, they do
Hexa.
blame. That's what a lot of the anti-Semitism comes from, that fact that they say,
yeah,
oh well, they killed Jesus, and I'm not
they killed
promoting that,
Christ,
but
they
yeah,
didn't save you.
they
Yes,
hold
that's
that
right.
narrative. Yeah, there are a lot of Christians that stick to that narrative, that they
And it's
blame
also
the Jews for that.
it's also historical too, because inside like Christian history has always been like, we have superseded the Jewish law. The Jewish law is invalid. Thus, these people who do not follow Christ, aka the Jews,
Yeah,
they're
that's
kind of
because
damned.
the sock
They're
in
kind
the
of
face
damned
through the
because like,
gate. Yeah.
they don't
Yeah.
like follow the new universal law of Jesus, which is like what Jesus explicitly says he came to supersede the Judaic law. So there's no use to follow the Jewish way anymore because
I
the
would
laws
like
for
to.
everyone.
I
There
would
They
is
like
no
would
to
hate
Jew.
him.
add.
They would hate
That's
him. It makes
Lewis's
sense.
trilemma, right?
I would like to add.
Wait, what you
Had
say?
Jesus
That you
had
mentioned
Jesus
Lewis's
gone
trilemma.
to Rome, to the emperor's favorite temple, but the Bible never bothers to mention who the emperor actually was. But if Jesus went to Rome and then went to the emperor's favorite temple in Rome and started trashing it, the emperor would have crucified Jesus too.
Well, there are a
Yeah.
few reasons why he would not have done it, because at that time he probably would have had to consider he'd be a martyr if we kill him like this, and he'd have had to talk to 8 other motherfuckers. But I do see in there that if Jesus actually did that, these biblical accounts would be liberally using the guy's name and more names of the people of that time.
What would you
And,
say, brother Mark?
and I would like to
Oh,
propose
sorry.
that Jesus himself had absolutely nothing against crucifixion. Most people were only angry at Jesus's crucifixion because they believed that he hadn't done anything to warrant it. Otherwise, crucifixion was
Damn, here's
just
another
fine.
new one. Let me think. You think people actually thought that he didn't do anything to warrant the crucifixion? Only someone who afterward could say that shit. No one of that time would have said
Well,
that shit.
none of us were there, so like we can't be certain what really happened with Jesus. And
Of
as
course,
brother,
Just what's logical. The people there would have saw
but
him, if these things really occurred, as a troublemaker. They would have had no doubt he earned it. Later on, when people are hating on him, they would have come up with the theory he didn't earn it. That just seems logical. I wasn't there.
of course, yeah, but like I'm going to bring up the fact that
Pontius Pilate said Jesus doesn't deserve to be crucified for what he's done. All he's done was pointed out the hypocrisy in the Church of Judea at the time.
Yeah, but everybody else in there under him say Jesus was a troublemaker. He got ran out of every fucking town. Every other guy outside of Pontius Pilate said he was a horrible fucking troublemaker and made their lives miserable.
Exactly, and to add to this point, brother Marcus just sent, like, I was going to bring this up, brother Marcus, but you brought that this is called the Lewis trilemma. This states that there's only 3 ways to view Jesus: either he was actually God, the prophet, a liar, or freaking a lunatic, and you have to choose either one of those. And I think he was a combination of like the last 2, but not the first one, because he was saying some crazy things, like all from his fucking life.
Okay.
Like, damn.
All right. I'll argue in its favor then.
And he was a doomer as well. Jesus was a doomer. Apparently,
he
prophesied the end of the world within his own lifetime.
Not sure it made him a
he's
doomer. He
doomer.
told these niggas you in hell, but that you still there's a way to be, and gave him optimism in this fucked up place. He was not down at that type of shit. At least I don't know. I can't
Yeah,
tell.
like you guys, like if you guys want to go on like a deep rabbit hole, go to the Wikipedia page called the Mental Health of Jesus Christ. It's really like a rabbit hole. It explores like his alleged mental health at that time prior to his death.
Yeah.
He was saying some fucking crazy things, and like there's some theories that he was like a schizophrenic, bipolar. What else? Yeah, just a lot of things. But definitely, it's like a rabbit.
I would love to watch it and shit, but I would, the evidence in his favor is like, it's vast. First of all, who's the biggest name on the planet throughout the history? Blah blah blah. Jesus Christ. If he's just a liar and a hustler, he outdid everybody under the sun before him. He
Of
was
course,
the
yeah,
man.
of course, because
He
the
wasn't no
average
lightweight.
person is dumb. The average person is not rational. They're gonna follow whatever a belief they follow because of the social strata, not
But I'm
because they
saying
didn't.
no one's going to be talking about all these other Elvis Presley, Jim Jones, all these other charismatic fucks. None of them will fucking beat Jesus Lord.
Of course
Jesus
not.
was
Yeah,
really
Wait,
good at it.
Fatima, can I jump in on this one? I have an idea as to why that may be, Joe, is
Okay.
because the problem is what we're talking about is we're going by like in an age of time that is so distant away. Not only that, there weren't really any birth records. There's no real evidence that of Jesus Christ existing, and even if there is some, it still can't point to who he was or what he said. It's all merely conjecture. You know,
Before we even
historians
get
are.
there, I am just
No,
talking
no, but
about the
let me
fact
finish.
that the biggest name, that's all I was commenting on
No, no,
so
no. I know.
far.
I'm getting to that.
That's
So
irrelevant
you
though,
also
because
you also need to think. You also need to think about the psychology of the people living at that time, and I'm talking about the average Joe. No pun intended.
Yeah.
You know, how much critical thinking were they really capable of? What was the condition of their life? Maybe it could just be that people had to hang on to whatever the previous generation was telling them, whether it was hogwash or not, just to get through, just to have a meaning, because conditions were very
Okay.
bad in those days. So
Bon
just because,
voyage. Bon voyage to Yerf Dogs. He's going on holiday on vacation. He just wanted to say that LA's making shit up again. He didn't hide his
Ah,
channel
there
for
we go.
copyright
Yeah,
reasons. He's
and
touching grass. He's
the
getting
raid
away.
continues.
I would
Hasta
bro,
la
like
if I
vista,
was you,
baby.
I wouldn't get on that plane, bro. LA's probably rigged that shit to
In other
blow. But anyway,
words, he's turning to LA and saying hasta la vista, baby. I'll be
I would like to
back.
put
So
forward
it's
Right.
not over, LA. The show is
for
not over.
Jesus.
The show must
I'd
go
like
on.
to
Oh, I
I'd
can't
like
wait
to
to
put
spend my
forward an
first summer
alternative
inside
character
Spain.
in history. What about Che Guevara then? Che Guevara, the whole world has heard of Che Guevara, and he was, a
Yeah, of
rebel.
course. He's also iconic.
Yeah.
Yeah, Che Guevara is also very iconic, and so was Castro. And so I would argue people like even other religious figures are famous. Like one of the most popular names in the world is Muhammad, right? And Prophet Muhammad is very big in other parts of the world. And then there's
Okay,
fucking
so
like
we're gonna. So we're so far okay. I'd like to address all of that, but I was gonna name off some of the reasons why you would think. I was just starting with one, because you gave me three options: lunatic. What was the first one? It was God, or
Lord,
part of God.
it's Lord, liar, or lunatic.
yes,
Lord,
that's a
liar, or
three options
lunatic. There
only
you
to view
go. There
Jesus.
you go.
Yes,
Yeah.
only to view Jesus.
So as so we can decide which one that he is. We have to be like one that nigga name ring 2,000 years later. No one's pulled that off. These cats you're naming recently. We'll see what we talk about them in 2,000 years. You'll see if they the most popular fuck. So and all of that
Muhammad is
bullshit.
literally mentioned 1,000 years later.
I think that's great. Muhammad, Jesus. If we were arguing Muhammad, I would give if this is evidence that he achieved a thing, just a thing. It don't necessarily causal how it happened. It's just something I think that we'd have to recognize. Then second, his message.
Robbed quite a few caravans.
Who what?
Muhammad managed to successfully rob quite a few caravans.
Oh, yeah, he did.
After his people kicked him out for chatting rubbish.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, of course. Yeah, he was booted out of Hecka because he was true monotheist, while everyone there was like a polytheist, and he was trying to spread them to like the last revelation of Abraham, God of Abraham. You know, like, and he got rooted out, and then he rallied an army, and he took over a large part of like Arabia, the Middle East, and North Africa. Yeah, and eventually Iran.
Right. Okay. Jesus, before we do the Muhammad shit, because I got a million shits to say about every damn thing, including Muhammad shit. But his message, was he a Lord, liar, or lunatic? His message, is it the message? What has survived? That's why I'm interested in hearing whatever you wanted to see, because I've read the same words and they hit. they are true, or what I see as truth and accurate and everlasting and all of these things. So if he is a charlatan, he's really fucking smart. I mean, like genius IQ shit, because he gave you the meat. So people would go in. He didn't just give you fluff like most of these niggas do. And if you want to eat good, you got to eat this meat or whatever. That would be short lived. He gave shit that was real. He gave the truth. So that'd be in his favor that he's a Lord.
He
All right.
overcame the Lord after he started robbing other people's caravans, and I would put Jesus, Muhammad. Let's have Moses as well. Let's take Che Guevara. We'll put Stalin, Pol Pot, and Mao in there. They are all on the same level.
Genghis Khan, come on. Can't forget the great Khan.
Yeah.
He spread his DNA literally all over the world.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
Oh my God.
He
Yeah,
did better than Jesus. I think Jesus pales in comparison to the great Khan because the great Khan actually conquered. Jesus is just a myth based on maybe some historical notes, just like all religious figures. But yeah.
Yeah, like Genghis Khan invaded 40% of the world within his lifetime, and he called, like that's insane.
And he
like
did it on horseback. Sorry, God.
Like Jesus didn't invade 40% of the world in his life.
It would have had to been known world, right?
He managed to create peace within his own lifetime, and then his sons and cousins messed it up within 10 years.
What's that, Robin?
Nero conquered the known world, and they held it for what? Few thousand centuries.
Few thousand centuries.
2,000 centuries is a very long time. But,
they enslaved my people and came up the word slave from the Slavs, and they conquered the known world and held it for, just 2,000 or 3,000 centuries.
I do know that the Romans were Europeans. They moved to Italy from Greece, and they were Europeans, and they were terrible. And they went around stealing everybody else's technology and claiming it as their own. And they were absolutely horrible. And then they came over here to my country, England, and beat us up and bullied us. And they were absolutely horrible people. Yes.
Yeah.
They Genghis.
Yeah.
Them Genghis and Jesus and Muhammad and Moses and all of that. The best one out of all of them was the Buddha. The Buddha didn't raise no army. He just spoke.
Well, he left his wife and kid, Rahula and Bimbo.
Robin, there are some stories in some other countries that are the Buddhists that says that right after he attained nirvana, the Buddha actually did fight the demon god Mayan. So no.
Mara.
What army did Jesus raise?
Did the Buddha
Jesus didn't raise an
army to fight the demon god?
No, that was an internal battle, man. It's all psychological. But one thing you can criticize about the Buddha was he was a prince in a palace, and he actually, when his wife was pregnant, he literally became a deadbeat dad to go find enlightenment. That is a fact. All Buddhists, all schools of Buddhists would agree with that.
The guy had
so he did.
Breakdown.
But he did have a certain type of divine mission. A lot of the Buddhists would argue that like his duty to make his followers in the world attain enlightenment was like the only.
Yeah, no, I understand, but he still abandoned his child. You can't get around that faction. Yeah. So even the Buddha is not free from criticism. Even the Buddha is not. So
no one's free.
I mean, the Bible leaves out Jesus's wife and children too, so I don't know if Christians.
Yeah, he married his sister. Jesus married his
sister. Wait.
What
did children part commit?
Is that Mary Magdalene theory? Is that even real? I heard that was a conspiracy.
Yeah, it looks like it's real.
Is that even real? Are you talking about like the extra gospels that were not involved in the Bible?
Yeah. But I don't remember reading in any of them anything about him having kids. In fact, the only one, and that's backed up to my knowledge, Dead Sea Scroll is a kiss. Certainly no children.
There there is a guy
Yeah,
on
well,
YouTube, and
well,
he's
I
written
think
quite
she's
a few
talking
books.
about
Well,
like
where was okay? So in the Bible's description of Jesus' life, where was he from his teens to his 30s?
That's in the lost books.
He
In
went to
fact, I was
Egypt.
Yeah,
trying
and
not
in
to
the
bring
lost
them up.
books, he was
the
romantically involved
lost
with Mary
gospel.
of Magdalene. You really think there were no children from that?
No. I'm talking about where's the evidence of, not what we just think. And the lost books, they do talk about his childhood. In fact, he was
Well,
nefarious.
who
I
knows
wasn't
what
gonna
Jesus
say it because
really
I
did
had to
in his
argue
life?
about how great he was, but there are incidents in there, him killing the kid or killing animals and doing
Yeah,
stupid
they
shit as a
talk about
kid.
his childhood, and then they jump to his 30s. His 20s are completely left out, and
Of the
so
Bible, not of the lost books or the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Well, can I just say I disagree with Jesus on at least one point, which is his what's claimed for him to have said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the kingdom." Well, guess what, my friend? The meek don't inherit the kingdom. Might is right. Yeah,
No,
the
they don't.
strong
They don't.
always survive. Yeah.
How do you
Sorry,
know that?
Jesus.
How would
It's
you
Huh?
know? How would you
like I don't
know? You sound
like
so
that.
sure.
Maybe he
Because
was talking about the spiritual kingdom.
Of course he's talking about the
oh, here we
spiritual
go. Yeah,
kingdom.
yeah. Well,
Here
he
we go
no,
with the
but he's saying
interpretation.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, blessed are the poor. The poor are not fucking blessed. They are the poor are the wretched because they are
Wait,
at the
wait, wait.
foot of
Yeah.
the rich.
Let me
So,
ask you a
sorry,
question,
Jesus.
please. Let me ask you a question. Would you rather,
Yeah,
you might have heard me ask this, would you rather be slave or slave master?
slave master. That's
How
it.
Okay.
about
That's a fact.
slave
Now,
master?
here is
Yeah.
why you say the poor are fucked over. The slave
Wait, let
master, the slave
yeah, go ahead.
master has to be the evil fuck that does all these things, enslave people, has to let people gaslight him, believing he's better than other people. He's got all these burdens that the slave don't have. One could
I
argue
think,
that he
But
has the
but
worst
yeah.
position.
but Joe, should
I'd
I tell
rather
you why
be
I
this.
said? Wait. DW, hold
I'd
on.
rather be the slave. I'd
Okay.
rather be the slave because at least
What?
Okay,
then
but
Why?
you have.
oh,
Well,
he's
just
Let
virtue
explain
signaling.
it.
let, let me
He's
let me
virtue.
explain. Let me explain. Let
Wait,
me
I
explain.
didn't get a chance to
Because
explain
at least
DW.
then
Let me.
I'm starting from a
Okay,
point
no.
where, at least if I am the slave, I'm starting from the point where I'm not doing evil, okay,
Exactly.
and I can topple the evil. You still have hope of toppling the evil if you're a slave.
Yes.
If you are the slave
Well, I would
master,
say
Wait.
the
you are the
opposite.
evil. You are
I
the
would say
evil.
the
Like,
opposite. Well, if I start as a slave master, all I need to do is undergo a reasoning, like Abraham Lincoln did, and say, you know what, this shit is not actually right. But guess what? I have all the power and the leverage to do so. You, as a slave, you are at the foot of the wicked and the
Okay.
oppressor. So
Okay.
it
Let's
might
say,
no.
don't move
So
on
let me
yet.
finish
Don't
my
move on.
point. No, I'm not
Go
going to move
ahead. Go
on. So
ahead.
I'm just
Go ahead.
saying the poor blessed the poor are not blessed, they are wretched. Sorry, Jesus, but yeah, go on.
yeah.
That's all right.
No.
First of all, there's evidence you gave that you could change your mind like Lincoln. Lincoln never changed his mind. He thought blacks were less
Amen.
than, and he said he if he could possibly end the war and keep them slaves, he would do so.
Yeah.
I don't believe they're equal to us. They will never fit in and all of that shit. That was his attitude. He never changed that attitude. Shit. All right, it was more to it.
I'd rather Joe Cool. The point is, if you're a slave master, that means you've been
But yes, that's where I
responsible
was
for
trying to go with that.
you've been if you are a slave master, it means you've been responsible for atrocious oppression and
And the
malevolent
press is to
ways.
continue it.
It's
Your
better not
family.
to have been responsible for such things, is it
Yes.
not?
Yes, your family, your kids, you got to teach them to be the same evil fucks in order for their money to continue.
No,
You
look,
you got to
Joe Cool,
gaslight everybody in the
Joe Cool.
community.
We can concede to Ras that people can change their ways. Well, I'll grant him this. That I see where he's coming from here. He's saying if you are slave master, you're in a position of power. It's better to be that and change
I,
later
I,
on. But I'm saying I'd rather not be somebody who caused others harm to such a degree, even if it meant, I changed later on. I'd rather
right,
not have been the person who ruined people's lives.
right.
Well, I understand
In
that,
the
but
first
we
place.
live in a world. I use that phrase in the Bible because he said, "Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the kingdom." But what I'm trying to say is, well, he said, well,
There
the
may be.
kingdom is
I've
after.
heard it before. I've heard it before though that this descriptor meek isn't. It's not it's not the literal translation. Apparently, it doesn't
No,
mean
no,
what
of
we think
weak,
it
right.
means.
Oh, here we
Go ahead,
go.
Joe. Go ahead, Joe.
Wordplay.
Cool. Go ahead, Joe. Cool. You know better than
Oh,
me.
here we go. with
I
the
wish I
alliteration.
could remember it. But
No,
I
no,
know
you're
the same
twisting the
thing.
words, man. So then we can play this
no,
on
I know
words
some of it.
interpretation
I've
game.
heard this
Yeah.
before, and it
We
was
know what meek
quite
means.
convincing. It was quite convincing. Just as turn the other cheek doesn't mean literally turn the other cheek. Apparently, these are kind of
Yeah. You know what Jesus was
mistranslations.
truly saying? Jesus was
Sorry?
saying, if all of
Mistranslation.
you
Okay, so like, what is the correct translation? And could we ever
No,
have the
turn
correct
the other cheek.
translation?
Yeah, we need a biblical scholar on this panel to really give that knowledge. Sorry, guys. Nobody here is a biblical scholar, so yeah.
Do you know, my good friend's a biblical scholar. He's called Ralph Ellis. Now, do you know what Jesus was really
Oh,
saying?
meek meant humble, according to in the ancient Hebrew, humble and gentle, rather than weak or passive.
Do you know what Jesus was really saying? What Jesus was
That's a
really
synonym, Joe Cool. That's just a synonym. Those words can match each other.
What
Weak and
people-
humble, same thing.
Can we actually get to what Jesus Christ was really saying when he said those things? What Jesus
Okay, go
Christ
ahead.
was really saying was that all of you passive people sitting at home doing nothing right now, you all need to rise up and free yourself from Rome. And these Pharisees, these Jewish leaders, they're all profiting from the occupation, so they will never encourage you to rise up and gain your freedom. All of you people that are meek need to rise up.
They all profit from
Thank you, DMW. Thank you, DMW. You just proved my point. The patient will ultimately gain the earth. No, they don't. They will not gain anything in the earth except for defeat and oppression. You just proved my point, DMW. Look at the whole quote.
Exactly.
The patient would ultimately gain the earth. They don't gain shit in this earth, okay? The gentle and the humble get stepped on
Wait, are
and they
you
get crushed.
sure? Are you sure? Because
Of course, look at the people who occupied this world throughout history. Our good friend Robin just said the Romans were a brutal but yet effective military force, and all of the fucking religion couldn't stop them. The Judaism couldn't stop them. Jesus' teaching, Jesus was crucified by them.
no. You're going by a
Might
different
is
metric.
right.
What is the objective
So
here?
what
If
metric?
the objective is in here to be a rule in rural lands, then you're right. The weak sucks. If the objective is to find peace in yourself and not let outside influences bother you or cause you anxiety and all these things, then the victory, who down here, the one who wins victory is the fucking Buddhist or somebody. Certainly not some guy who has
but,
every country wanting to blow his head up every night.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? No, I disagree with that because you could be both. Those are two archetypes: the warrior and the philosopher. You can be both. I think a whole religion, Sikhism, was born out of that. They were literally military trained soldiers, but they were very poetic. And Sikhs, if you look into Sikhism, that's literally a merging of those two archetypes. So I would argue, and I like how Jordan Peterson put it, that specifically for men, you should not be a gentleman because a gentleman is more likely to end up a victim. You need to be what's called a controlled monster, meaning that a man is not virtuous unless he's capable of extreme violence, except he chooses not to do so. That's what makes a man virtuous. Not being meek, not being gentle, not being humble, because then you're just a victim. That's what I'm trying to say. So
I think you're wrong. I hear what you're trying to say, but that's not even close.
No,
You think that if you're humble, you're a victim. You can be
Of course you
brilliant
are.
and be humble.
Yeah, but humble is just a synonym for being gentle, for being this, for doing this, for not being assertive. It's just that all these words are synonymous.
All of that?
I'm on
fireworks.
I'm on Raz's side. If a man cannot protect his community, he won't even get the opportunity to change it
Yeah.
for the better because somebody.
Okay, I don't. Sorry, Robin, go on. Sorry.
No. I'd finish, but yeah, if you can't protect what's yours, somebody else will take it. You'll never get an opportunity to make
I'm
it
not
better.
sure why you think a humble man who's defeating his ego can't or wouldn't protect his fucking home or couldn't do it as well as you
He'll
could.
lose because he's not as, unfortunately, the humble man is not as dynamic as the man who is exploitive and the might makes right moniker. The humble man will not overstep his boundaries. He'll stay within his own world, which is, trust me, I wish that the humble won, but they don't, unfortunately. Like,
Yeah.
I hate the fact that we live in a might makes our world. I hate that. But
Exactly, me too. I hate it too.
Be patient, my child. Be patient, my child.
And if you look at if you look throughout history, it's not just Christianity I'm picking on, even Islam.
Islam,
Don't quote me on this, but one of the, I think it was Hulagu Khan, one of Genghis Khan's warrior descendants, when he captured one of the, I can't remember, one of the Muslim strongholds. He literally went up to the stronghold of the Caliph, the Muslim Caliphate leader, yeah, and he said to him, "Where is your God now?" So he had his, he literally raped his eldest daughter in front of him with 3 of his top Mongolian generals. Then he forced his 2 youngest sons to eat gold coins, and he said, "You've been storing this gold." Now he forced them to eat gold coins until their teeth broke and they died, yeah, of gold poisoning. So what I'm trying to say to you is, wait, let me finish. In the words of Hulagu Khan, where is your God now? So in this world, unfortunately, whether you like it or not,
let's see. Let's examine that.
might is right, because
I think
hold on.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I think gold is non-toxic. I think it would just pass through your system. I don't know for sure, but
gold coins. So gold coins going in your digestive tract will definitely kill you.
Coin, I believe.
Who are the 2 people in your
It
story?
ruptured his stomach and his intestines, and if your intestines have been ruptured, it is a very slow.
Yeah, I mean, if it's sharp and all that, yeah, then fair enough, yeah.
Yeah. So
who
he
were
made
the
them eat
2
gold
people
coins.
in your story? Who did you just tell me a story about?
It was about one of Genghis Khan's sons and his conquest of the one of the Muslim caliphates that he defeated.
Kublai Khan.
So,
and Ra,
Kublai. Yeah, Kublai Khan. Yeah.
I think that final stronghold about like the Islamic was actually the Baghdad. That was in Iraq. Baghdad.
Yeah, sacking of Baghdad. Yeah. Sacking of Baghdad.
Yeah.
So
it was when the Mongols defeated the Hashashim.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
All right, I have
Yeah,
a
so you can-
follow-up question to that, because your answer was who wins in the end. We're telling you be patient, Grasshopper. We now have the 100% retrospect sight vision of retrospect. Where are Kublai Khan's fucking people now, and where are Muslims now?
Oh,
Who won?
everywhere. Like, did you know that there's over 16 million people who are like directly descended from like Genghis
Yes.
Khan's kin? Yeah, come on.
Yes.
So like Kublai
No,
Khan's everywhere.
no. We're not done yet. Yes, we're not. What religion are they now?
That
They are
doesn't
either
matter.
they are either
Their
shamans,
their
they're either
religion is
shamans or
their
they're
religion
the
is communism.
Buddhists. Hey, you
Their
can't
religion-
fool me, J. Cool.
I'm not
but guess
fooling you.
what?
I'm telling you that Muslims won out, and half of his kids will have converted Muslim. He won.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to fool nobody. I'm telling you the Muslims won.
I know, yeah, I know. But here's the thing, though, but yeah, of course they won, but still, some of them in their native homeland of like Mongolia, the Kazakhstan, they all also stayed there in their shaman ways, and like, or they converted to the Buddhism. Yeah.
Genghis Khan was not Muslim. Genghis Khan was a Muslim.
No,
No. One of his later generals, Timur, who started the South Asia-India campaign, he took over. His great-grandson, he was of mixed descent, Turkish and Mongol. His great-grandson, Babur, started the Mughal dynasty. Yeah, he started the Mughal dynasty. Babur, yeah, but his grandfather was an actual Mongolian, but that Mongolian general, Timur, was not related to Genghis Khan, but he was of that dynasty. But
Of the dynasty, yes.
yeah, he was one of the generals. But what I'm trying to say to you is I disagree, Mr. Joe. I know you've gone, but you come back. He did win, because in that moment he inflicted terror. He literally did exactly what he wanted, and those people were helpless. So just because the Islamic religion has survived until now and propagated itself, that has nothing to do with those civilizations. I mean, speaking of the sacking of Baghdad, a lot of
Did he win, or did Jesus? Did Muhammad win, or did Jesus win? Because Jesus has no descendants here suffering. Muhammad has perhaps, thousands maybe by now. I don't know.
Yes, he
However
does.
long
Yes,
ago it was.
he does. Yeah.
What do you mean Jesus doesn't have descendants? Jesus has all these followers, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have biological
children.
descendants.
Yeah, but so well, Muhammad's. I would argue the same.
That is a view some might take. I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't think it's about winning or losing. I think personally, I'd follow Jesus's line of thinking in terms of, I don't think you should. You do battle to change minds. You should be able to persuade people with your words.
No, but you're polarizing it. I never said do one extreme or the other. I'm saying that you can integrate both archetypes in the middle. It's called the warrior philosopher type archetype. But yeah, it's where you literally. It's kind of like a samurai. Like you have a very lethal capability, but you do not use it unless necessary.
I know. But
that's what I said. That's what I said.
I understand that, but I think the true Messiah would have that capability, but he would be so impressive that he wouldn't have to use it. And I know Muhammad isn't seen as the Messiah; he's a prophet. But what I'm saying is that the true kind of alpha wouldn't have to use the might, because everyone would know he's invincible just by looking and listening to him.
Well, I would disagree because in reality, people like when the Romans come knocking on your door, they're not going to be like, "Oh my God, this guy's alpha." They're gonna have assessed your battle prowess and make a decision: should we invade or not invade? That's what it comes down to. Just like the United States of America
to be honest with you,
is.
I am
No,
just
but
being
it's,
hypothetical. It's all
no, I know. I'm not attacking you personally, but I'm just saying it's just like the United States of America. Under Trump's administration, I'm not indicting the American people. They're free of that. But under Trump's administration, he literally kidnapped the fucking president Maduro. Why? Because he can. Simple as that. That's what it is. I remember in Tokyo Ghoul, again, it's an anime, it's fiction, but it was interesting. One of the great psychopaths called Jason, Fatima, I don't know if you've seen it. Jason says when he's torturing this guy, and the guy's torturing, goes, "Why are you doing all this evil shit?" And he goes, "In this world, those with power are free to do as they please." And that is the unfortunate truth. Like Fatima said, I don't agree with might is right, but it is the truth, of this realm. I don't know about other worlds, but on Earth, it's usually the most powerful that get to dictate.
You see, it's not necessarily the most physically powerful. Sometimes it's if the idea is powerful, the strength of the idea, the strength of the knowledge, the strength of the effect of the knowledge can be mightier than the physical nature.
The pen can be mightier.
It can be in some circumstances.
Yeah, it can.
This is only because say that some miracle happened and somebody would come and they would write say a religion or a system of being that 99% of the world agreed with. They wouldn't actually need to really use might, because you would outnumber everybody that might contest you. You would outnumber them. And say that the 10% that didn't want it all had a nuclear bomb. The only thing that they could really achieve would be mutually assured destruction. So sometimes an ideology can be very, very powerful, but without the people to stand behind it, protect it, and back it, it's not the same.
How do we sell that to the masses without God? In order for everybody will have to agree on you can't hurt other people, and that's a difficult sell without everybody believing at least a God. It gets complicated quickly.
Care to repeat that? Sorry, Joe Cool.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out. He's right. How do you sell the message that all of us have to get along? My first thought is that we'd have to find something that everybody could get along behind. In this case, not hurting people, because of the example he gave where the peaceful motherfuckers, we'd still have bombs and could fuck you up. We just choose not to. So how do we get there? we'd have to sell the masses. How do you sell the masses on? You have to be peaceful. The best way is to have a God. And that's when I spoke out loud and was like, damn, how do you sell that? You know, people have an innate hate for God. They go to the split of gods. So how do you get around without using the word God? Get around, you want everybody peaceful. And I can't come up with a one-liner that can sell motherfuckers on pieces better. So it just seems like a little bit of a quagmire there when you know, from a creative aspect.
Okay, well, maybe it doesn't need to be a one-liner. What if it can just be something more complex?
I need a one-liner to catch motherfuckers' attention because we live in a TikTok world to get the opportunity to give them the more
TikTok,
complex
okay.
version. Yeah.
You know what? I'm gonna fully admit that's beyond me, bro. I don't have the answer for that, bro. Shit.
That's the medium I deal in. I make YouTube shit, so I know I gotta grab motherfuckers through the gate.
I'll give it a go. I
Mhm.
reckon that the social prosperity charter using NFC cards to eliminate corruption, financial corruption, can bring about world peace.
Wait, that was the easy version? I don't think I understood none of that. I don't know what the social so-and-so is, an NFT card. As far as I know, that's just a computer card with Snoop on it or something. Fuck do I know? And I didn't get the last part. So this might require...
It means that all digital transactions
Okay.
can be followed if you use digital transactions to regulate your society so that you can tell when people are cheating. Like, for example, in COVID, how many politicians knew it was coming beforehand and started investing in big pharma to make a few extra bucks?
So
Now,
you're saying the way to keep them peaceful is transparency.
Yes.
It's certainly one way. It would work for the government. So, you know, I'd have to consider that because I know on the private sector, I don't know so much anymore. I don't know that you get to track all my shit just to ensure peace. The government, I pay you. You got to give me every fucking record. It's like my gardener. You know, I don't get to know if you fucking your wife and bought a lingerie, but I do get to know everything associated with our business. And so as far as you tracking, you know, in my lingerie, I bought my wife or cheated on her in the name of keeping motherfuckers peaceful. I don't know if I could back that.
Your business between your wife is not a financial transaction, so
Sure it is. When I went to so-and-so and she saw it on my fucking credit card or on my monthly statement from the government, it's with all our statements to show that we've been in compliance. And she's like, who's this bitch? You didn't give me no fucking so-and-so secret, Victoria's Secret.
She would know the amount of money you spent, but she would not know what you spent it on.
Guys, I just want to say it's been great talking to you all. Have a great night. Yeah, I'm out, man.
All right, Pepper.
Night,
Yeah,
Raz.
guys, we're gonna. It's been a long one.
Yeah. It's the first panel I've been on all day, too. It's been cool.
In fact, that is the gong to say we've gone on too long. So we will end the show.
Sounds good. It's been nice. Catch you cats later.
We'll give you all opportunity to say your closing remarks for the show. You can stay backstage and chat if you want to afterwards. But Pristine, are you there, love? She's muted. She might be elsewhere. Robin, do you want to give your closing remarks?
I've had a lot of fun tonight. I think the conversation has been interesting. It flowed well, and I think the world's a better place for it.
Lovely. Kugajima, do you want to give your closing remarks?
Sure. This last conversation about might makes right. You may want to reflect that this is contingent on a crowded world. I think when people were more scattered in the world, the concept didn't probably play. But when we became crowded and our populations increased and we started looking for resources like water and arable land and settlements, that then we began to compete. And at that point, which is fairly recently, then might made right. I think that might made right and militaries and violence is really just an emergent property of settling down, becoming cities.
Okay, thank you very much, Kukudima. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. Guys, if you want to help the show, please share it. And also consider, giving something using the link that is pinned in the live chat and onto the video. And every little helps, basically. Cheers, guys. We'll be back again soon. Take care, everybody.